We are here with an electric audience that is getting behind their hometown team.
This is a glimpse into the future of the Overwatch League.
It's the vision culminating. And this is it. This is the future.
For so many of these fans, watching their favorite team, waiting for their chance to support them in person. Been a long time coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment that you have been waiting for.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm. Hello everyone and welcome to Overwatch League's opening weekend right here on YouTube. We are 30 minutes away from kicking off our first match in New York between the Spitfire and Eternal. This is the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. We will be bringing you live coverage and highlights throughout the day. My name is Zoe Schwind, and I'm joined once again on my lovely desk by Reinforce, Costa, and our second guest analyst. Today it's going to be Wolf. You stepping in for your... Wow, loving it, Steve.
That's right, you know, Professor Wolf is in the house, and I just want to let you guys know I'll fit right in on this desk because I've been a big Cheez-Its fan ever since I was a kid, so I think it's going to be a great show.
Dude, 1 minute. Give us 1 minute. Without saying the word Cheez-It. Come on.
That's a challenge for the day.
Yeah,
okay, let's see how long we can actually last. Probably until game time. But yeah, so Wolf, we haven't had a chance to chat with you about the games we've seen already yesterday. What were your initial thoughts on the team?
I mean, everything kind of went expected except Paris doing, you know, a little bit better than I think, or a little bit worse rather than most people thought.
Map.
Yeah,
better than
I was pretty excited for London Spitfire. They did pretty well, and they came out and showed New York they're a strong team. A lot of people were questioning London Spitfire coming into this season.
Did you though? Because I know you're very familiar with a lot of the players on that team.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking it's an unknown team, kind of a dark horse team, if you will. But a lot of those players are actually top players from Korea. Some of them have tons of experience throughout Apex to contenders, and obviously in other regions of contenders as well outside of Korea. And there's top players from the Tier 3 scene there as well. So I'm kind of looking at that team like people really are underestimating them right now.
Now, we have a lot to discuss today, but first let's take a look at our schedule. It's going to be a jam-packed day once more. Let's get down to business. Yeah, everyone sings it in his head right now, right? I saw it in his face. No, it's going to be Boston Uprising, taking on the NYXL in front of their home crowd. And later today, fans at the esports stadium Arlington need to stand up and, you know, raise a little hell, if that's possible, because their Dallas Fuel will take on the reigning, the defending, the undisputed champions, San Francisco Shock. I already talked myself into that one, didn't I? Well, kicking things off, though, is the retooled Spitfire facing Eternal. Though London lost on opening day, they had a few bright spots, including the man you see on your screens right now. Why does Bernard stand out, Wolf?
I mean, Bernard has always been an incredible tank player. You know, people don't know this, but he's actually been playing since 2016. He played back on the team BK Stars. You guys might be familiar with the term Big Bang, where you have a Zarya grab and then you have a pulse bomb toss into it. That term was coined by basically Monty Adoa through a lot of plays he had with Bunny back in the day on BK Stars. He's been a great flex tank player in terms of his Zarya play. Now he's playing a lot of Diva. He's extremely experienced. I think a lot of people are looking at Bernard as, who is this rookie? I've never heard of this guy, but he's been around since the beginning, and I think people really need to respect that history, respect that experience that he brings to this roster, because he's one of the most experienced and oldest players that London has now.
And it deserves to be mentioned that he probably should be on Philadelphia Fusion, but instead they picked up Fury. So it's like everyone rates Bernard pretty highly, but you're not quite Fury level yet.
Yeah,
so
no, there's only one Fury.
Yeah, but he deserved to be on one of those top teams for sure. So we rate Bernard very highly.
Yeah, and for me, though, coming into this matchup, we have, you know, Paris playing against London. They both lost yesterday, but I want to see what both these teams bring. You know, I would say roughly they're around the same level. Probably London has a bit of the edge after how they played against NYXL. But the matchup I'm looking for is Glister versus XZ. Both of those players, hit scan specialists, they played incredibly well and probably the shining lights of these rosters. So I want to see these guys go up against each other. And you can see the stats on the screen. XZ has the edge. He definitely popped off yesterday, but I'm looking to see how Glister can do against I would say a weaker opponent.
And that's despite XZ playing a lot of Widowmaker, because naturally it's harder to put in more damage when you're playing the Widowmaker. It's more about final blows, as we see him having a huge advantage, 11.7 to Glister's 7.8. So very impressed with XC so far. He was the shining bright light on Paris Eternal so far, and they don't even have Hanbin or Sparkle available yet.
Which is
so
terrifying.
This is terrifying. This team could very well pop off in the future.
Now, another game we're going to see today is going to be Boston versus New York. I have been told that this is an exciting rivalry amongst these lands. I wouldn't know as a European. Apparently in sports ball, that's a thing. And especially team sports, love him. But yeah, it's going to be a especially big thing in front of the home crowd. The GM Huck has revamped this roster once again. Big surprise, taking a page out of, looks like the Patriots playbook. Uprising having a lot of new faces coming in, including Prodigy, Myeonbong. So reinforced, or rather actually, Wolf, I know you had a lot to say about this young flex support player. Do you think he can roll with the best in the league?
I mean, he is definitely the biggest and best prospect Boston has. I mean, Boston likes to do this thing where they take a bunch of contenders players that aren't known and oftentimes aren't really that good, realistically speaking, or
diamonds in the rough, I believe, is what we're calling them.
Yeah.
they haven't quite reached their potential, but I think Myeonbong is really the big prospect for Boston this season. He was an incredible flex support player, and his real skill back in the O2 days, back in contenders last year, was his ability to play versus Sombra. So I think that if Boston comes up against Sombra play, his Zenyatta was quite good against that, his Ana was quite good against that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he does on Boston.
I think he's definitely the biggest pickup that they have. We're going with another Boston special of they pick up a bunch of like random players and we see how they do. In Season 1, worked incredibly well. Season 2, not so much. A lot of people are saying this Season 3 roster also not very good, but you never know what to expect with Boston. They do have a couple of good players coming in. They have Mufin and Swimmer coming up from their academy team, and then you have Color Hex and Fusions, who had some bright spots last season. So we don't know what to expect. I'm really looking forward to see how they do against NYXL, who kind of struggled yesterday.
So reinforce your thoughts on Hotba. We saw him play for the first time with a new team as well yesterday.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this pickup because it really showed that New York Excelsior, they have a really versatile style now. Before, they used to be a bit more passive and methodical, but now with Hotba in the mix, they can be a bit more aggressive and they can show different styles. So really impressed by what I saw from Hotba yesterday. You see the stats yourselves in the lower third. So I think this is a huge pickup for New York Excelsior, especially going into the future and the playoffs. I think that he's going to be a large part of why New York Excelsior have a chance at the championship this year, because he adds so much to this team that they didn't have last year when they were playing with Mecco.
I think it's also important to note that a lot of people are looking at Hoppa just because of his self-destruct kills, because that's usually what people tend to go to with D.Va, right? But his positioning is incredible. His ability to flank and threaten the backline and force repositioning is what makes him such a great D.Va player right now. He's got a really long storied history like Bernard as well. He's been playing since the beginning, but I really like how much pressure he puts into the backline. It's not just about those big bombs, it's about making space for the rest of his team.
Yeah, now you can definitely see the experience there. It's like kind of watching Choyobin, just that game sense, just knowing where to go next and what's best for your team at that moment. Is it going aggressive or defensive? Hotba got it down, and that's just the first 2 matches today. Last year, yeah, we're going there. The LA Valiant put an end to the Titans' undefeated streak. Seeing Costa smiling in the corner of my eye. Now, the big question, of course, is can they do it again? And we'll let you know what we think next.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
Dallas will be hosting the second half of our day, including a big showdown between the hometown Fuel taking on the 2019 champions, the San Francisco Shock. So there is a big grudge match going down today as well, as Vancouver has been looking unstoppable in Season 2 until they met an LA Valiant squad. Yeah, that came as a big surprise. They put an end to their undefeated streak. Now, the Titans have a chance for, let's call it revenge today. And according to you, Costa, this is an even matchup.
Well,
Yeah.
of course.
No, but no, it's not though.
Okay.
I'll let you explain in a second, but I just first want to explain your logic here. So you think because they both took a match off each other last season, this is even?
Yes. The match score between the LA Valiant and the Vancouver Titans is 1-1. I had the
That's
stats
true,
people.
stats.
I had the stats people bring up. We have a 50-50 match. Team
record,
fight
yeah.
win percentage. So that's like even across the board. So we are pretty much. I'm just talking as last year. The same team. We should have been in the grand finals. Unfortunately, didn't happen. I don't know where it all went wrong. But it could, this year could go any way. Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about.
Statistically, you're right.
See,
Right?
statistics.
You did crunch the numbers
got you, Ben.
correctly.
Can we
but-
talk about that series, though? Can we
Yes,
talk about that
please.
series? Because everyone's like, this is the sickest upset. And, like, no offense, Costa. I mean, that was at Vancouver Titans' lowest low of last year. They were really bad in the Sombra meta.
How high
I mean,
five.
yeah. Well, I mean, you guys had Shax, who was one of the better Sombras at the time. I mean, how many EMPs did you really have to bury? Titans weren't building them very quickly. It was a pretty bad series for them.
Easiest game of my life.
Kareem,
You literally
Kareem
played
carried
main
you a little
support.
bit. But, like, let's be real. That wasn't really a huge upset back then,
Oi,
was it?
low blow.
I mean, I don't know. I think we have to remember that was definitely you guys' moment to win. If you didn't win that, I think it would have been pretty rough. I mean, that was the time that Vancouver was going to lose before the finals.
But how did you guys get it done? Like, what was your actual
Yeah.
strategy? into
Honestly,
this?
it was Vancouver just didn't have a solution to our problem. We knew exactly what Vancouver was going to do. We came in, we're just going to play Sombra the whole time and hope it works. And that's what happened. So I think, you can sort of tilt off the Vancouver Titans if you really just come in with something different. But, this is a different season, different team. They're playing against Dallas Fuel. I don't know if they can line this up.
I mean, the hype was definitely real for Valiant fans that very day, at least. And the hype will also be real if we're looking at the next match coming up after that one, which is going to be Shock. They are set to defend their crown against the hosting Dallas Fuel. Now, talking about that team, Sinatra, Super, Joy, Moth, the whole squad, they got stats for days. Their CVs are literally writing themselves as we speak. They were last year's champion and the first ever to get a golden stage, which is a huge deal for all of us, really, to witness this. Now, they were also first in teamfight win rates, as you can see, with 59.5%. Wolf, do you feel like they're destined for the finals?
I mean, based on what we know right now, I think the answer is yes, right? I mean, look, it's early in the season. They're about to play their first match. It's probably going to be a stomp win over the Fuel. I mean, let's be real. It's probably going to be a 3-0. It's not going to be close. We saw Fuel yesterday. But look, let's not get too excited about them yet. But based on everything we know, and their roster stayed almost exactly the same. The flexibility they have when we go into hero rotations later in the season. They have so many players that could play the entirety of their roles, be it support, be it damage. So I think this is the team to beat right now. I mean, London Spitfire had a rocky start last season, and they had that hangover season, as you call it, where they were champions, but then really struggled. I don't think that's going to happen to Shock.
I don't think that's going to happen either, because this team is just so stacked, and keep in mind they have the best coach in the game, Krusty. So this is a squad that I think everyone predicted to win yet again this year, because they're just that good, and it's natural. One of the leading pillars of this team is Sinatra. He was the league MVP last year. And actually, we were predicting who the next league MVP is going to be for this year. And I don't think anyone actually picked Sinatra again to do a repeat. But
I know
that's,
at least two people here picked Choi.
I
was
picked
one
Choi,
of
yeah.
them.
that's very much possible for Sinatra to do it again. He's that good. And keep in mind, I don't even really think he was unleashed last year, because he was playing a lot of Zarya in GOATs, but his real main hero is Tracer. And if he gets to show that off this year, with hero pools and a meta changing up, I think very well that Sinatra could actually repeat and become the first ever two-time league MVP.
I agree. I think a lot of people didn't choose Sinatra because it kind of feels like a cop-out, right? You kind of want to do something else, like let's freshen it up a little bit. But the thing that impresses me the most about the Shock is just they don't really have a weakness. You look at their roster and it's insane. And then you look at their bench and it's insane. So it's really hard to prepare against this team and see where they're going to falter. So I would say it's not really as much, is the Shock going to get beaten or play worse? It's, can someone catch up to them? Can someone have a roster and bring together team synergy that can compete with the Shock?
So based on what we saw yesterday from the Fuel, what were some of the strengths which they should hold on to or focus on today?
Well, Doha played a pretty good Doomfist, and I think that was a big part of why they actually got a map yesterday on Lijiang Tower. Obviously, I think going into today, you shouldn't win control, because if you win control,
apparently you lose the whole series. That's just the thing.
So Dallas Fuel, maybe lose the first map and see where the match goes.
I think... Oh,
great advice.
I think for me, I want the tanks to step up on Dallas Fuel. We sort of saw them switching a lot of things. They didn't really have it worked out. It's Reinhardt. But I think Decay and Doha played incredibly well. I think their support line was actually pretty solid. It has to go to the tanks.
I think for me, it's all about Crimzo. Crimzo played really well, and I think he really empowered Decay, and is why Decay was able to have a lot of those pop-off moments, because he was just nigh unkillable. Immortality fields going in, keeping him alive, and he's just doing consistent damage. So I'm looking at that duo as their only hope, really.
Their only hope.
Their only hope.
And on this positive note, we're going to move on. Coming up next, we will be reliving some of our favorite comms moments from last year.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Some of our favorite moments last year occurred when our players hit the stage and put on their headsets. So here's Comms Check's greatest hits from 2019.
Bonjour! Bonjour!
Can I mic check?
No. You should talk a lot so you get on comm check.
Keep saying, keep saying.
No, you suck.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any problem with your sound, say it.
Yeah, I have a problem with my sound. I can hear AKM in my headphones.
Yeah, same.
Is it Rock is blowing through his mic again?
No, it wasn't
Oh,
Rock.
that was me. Sorry.
Oh
my god.
It's okay, Dante.
Yeah, you would say that, Rockus.
It's never me. I never hear it.
It's never me. I never hear it. Wait.
My
That means
guy.
it's literally only you.
Nah, I just
I'm giving you some ASMR.
I like that one.
That was good.
Go, Gator.
Touch.
I got it. 1, 2, check. Hey, your microphone check. 1, 2, check. Hey, your microphone check.
No, we don't have swag.
We don't have
Finally. Got to have hairs.
I like this hair. You like the chair?
Yeah, but you're a really trash player. Yeah.
You say that to me? Wow.
Did you see that? I hope that was bro.
He like princess hand gestured to you.
Oh, priceless. Just
The
priceless.
last thing I wanted to see was inside of Dogman's mouth.
Yeah, I had something to say, and then I'm just like, Dogman.
Okay, well, do you guys have any favorites? Not just in that video. I know we had a lot more than just the highlights.
Ayo, check.
It's a microphone
That's iconic.
check.
Microphone
Yeah, that's
check.
Honestly, we need a remix of that.
There are a few out
Yeah,
there.
let's go.
Are there,
Let's go,
are there a few
yeah.
good ones?
There are a few out there.
All right,
I don't know how to
hit me
find
up on
them, but-
Twitter. I do need to listen in on more on that. I also like the talent check, the talent com checks they did.
I'm a bit biased, but
A little bit, but no, I thought it was really interesting to hear what the casters talk about when they're not on screen, since we don't hear them down on the desk either, right?
They're not recording us when we're not live.
We don't know. That's the beauty of Comcheck. We have no idea if this is going to happen again. I mean, we don't hope so, but we do hope so. I don't know.
really
Not sure.
everything Costa does on the desk when we're not live is just talk about LA Valiant and how good a player he was.
Which is
Yeah,
also
very
all he
boring,
does
very
when he's
boring.
live, right?
Very boring.
All right, yeah, very versatile here. I love it.
It's only one team
Now,
in the league.
yeah, where was I going? Right, predictions. That is what's coming up next. We're just a few moments away from day 2 of opening weekend. And yeah, we got our predictions coming up right after this.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game!
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
The third season of the Overwatch League is underway, so it's time to take a look at what's new in 2020. First off, the season is no longer divided into 4 stages, which means no more stage playoffs. Instead, we're introducing our own mid-season tournament, where 4 teams, the 2 conference leaders and 2 wildcard teams, will face off for over $1 million during All-Star Weekend. Additionally, to build up new and existing regional rivalries, the Atlantic and Pacific conferences are now broken down into 4 divisions: East and West in the Pacific, and North and South in the Atlantic. We've also moved to a first to 3 map format, meaning once a team wins 3 maps, the match is over. To make sure all 20 teams get a fair share of map variety, we'll be rotating the map type order throughout the year as well. But the biggest change in 2020? We're hitting the road. We'll be traveling to teams' home cities throughout the entire season, bringing the Overwatch League right to your own backyard. So get ready, Overwatch League fans, because this season, we're coming home.
We are just moments away from heading to New York for our first match of the day between the Spitfire and the Paris Eternal. It's time for predictions, guys, and we have to make them count. We upped the ante this year, where the person with the most correct predictions will be choosing a punishment for the one with the least correct ones. And a little caveat here for our guest spot, you're in a pool with all other guest analysts, so you all get punishment if you guys mess it up. So make it count. You're not just doing it for yourself, Wolf. You're doing it for everyone.
Look at these predictions. Today's like the easiest day ever. I know.
I love your picture.
Custa's taken one. Custa's taken one step towards getting the punishment. He's making it
Costa, is this
easier.
going to be your shtick now?
Sometimes
Just
you got to
always
predict
Valiant?
with your heart and not with your head, okay? So I believe...
How often has that worked out for you?
Well, I'm 3-1. You're 2-2. You're 2-2. You're 4-0, but no one cares about you, Johnny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, I'm 3-1. I'm 3-1 yesterday.
I'm 4-0, baby.
personally.
Yeah.
Personally,
I'm
3-1
4-0.
yesterday.
Where did you get all these from? Are these 20s?
Are these actually real?
No.
No.
Y'all ain't got
How much
anything
are
on
they
me.
paying
I'm
you?
back with a vengeance.
I honestly
I'm getting
don't
them
even
all right.
understand why.
Oh,
So you have 4 right, and now you're throwing money?
I'm in the lead. You gotta celebrate that I'm in the lead.
Okay. For now. And when
now.
the Valiant beat the Vancouver Titans, we'll be even, okay?
Your
Okay, so
inbox
but
ain't got
generally,
nothing on
I know
this.
that a lot of you have been doing the preseason projections, not predictions, let's call it that. How's that going so far? Do you feel like the teams are living up to your expectations? Anyone,
I
please,
feel,
not all at
I
once.
feel great. I mean, I didn't rate Valiant that highly, so when they lost yesterday, I wasn't that surprised. I mean, I think
Valiant won yesterday.
Yeah, sorry, they did. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself because
Well-
I'm playing the Vancouver Titans later today.
Did they win as hard as they should have though against Dallas Fuel? Like
I think they
I
had a
don't
rough.
know.
I see. My thing is, I think they had a rough start. I actually think the individual pieces of this Valiant team is actually really strong. I just think they didn't play well yesterday. I think if they can play well against this Vancouver Titans, they can win. That's not biased at all. I've never been biased in my life.
No, you're very
not
much
at all.
known to not be biased.
I've never been
whatsoever.
biased towards the Vancouver Titans either, so it's all fair.
Yeah.
Or any Korean team.
or any
really.
Korean team for that matter. I've never had any sort of bias, but based on what we saw yesterday from the Valiant, I think it's gonna be a tough one. I
And
think
also,
we got
you have to keep in mind, right? There are a lot of rookies on that team, so they're still getting used to playing on the big stage in front of big fans. So, like, there are a lot of
Yeah, but
contenders.
speaking of fans
that
though,
team.
does playing in front of a home crowd actually give you an advantage, Costa?
I think it does. You feel more comfortable. You have the fans behind you. Whenever you do something well, all that kind of stuff, you have cheering, and it's actually really useful. Some people thrive off of being away, but everyone thrives off of being home. I think there's nobody who's like, oh, everyone's cheering for me. This is awful. So I think it's really
I
helps.
hate it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just like all this conversation is going really
I mean,
well.
neither of the teams are really home on this one, but you know, I get you. I mean, people want the Valiant to beat Vancouver Titans again. They're
I think
the
it's
underdogs.
nice for the Dallas Fuel though to start off at home, and they can get used to that home crowd. For
You
a
know
bit,
what?
But
Enough from us. Enough from us. We're going to toss it over to our wonderful games. This was the Watchman pre-show presented by State Farm. Stay tuned for everything else later today.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping. It's not stopping.
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
United States a golden crown. The San Francisco Shock are your 2019 champions.
There are moments that shape us. Moments of triumph. Moments of defeat. Moments that move us. And moments that change us. But this moment defines us.
What a rocket! Who's gonna stop Architect now? That's a huge shatter! This is carnage! Urster just aced it! Jax just absolutely destroys the entire team!
The Shock now have one more chance.
This must be big! San Francisco, this is huge! Unbelievable! Soul Dynasty say thank you very much! We're going to the semis!
The Vancouver Titans secure the championship in the Pacific Division.
NYXL, they don't play by the rules!
Millions of fans, thousands of miles traveled, hundreds of incredible moments from across the globe. 20 teams, 6 countries, the best players in the world. All with one goal. This moment, this is our moment. Welcome home.
Welcome back, everybody. Day number 2 of the New York homestand. My name is Jaws, of course, joined by Hex. We got 2 cracking games coming up today.
Yes, we do, and then we're going to have 2 more. It's just not going to be here. Like I took the day off yesterday when we were done, and I was talking to some people. They're like, "Oh, we're still casting." I was like, "Oh, that's right." And then I tuned in.
Oh yeah.
And we had some great games.
We were in Dallas.
Yeah. Matt says he got his predictions right. It's always easy to say in retrospect, but we had some great games yesterday. Not really super one-sided. Some surprises, and we're getting some answers for some of these unknown teams. Here's what we got on the docket today.
Spitfire versus Eternal. The first match up today. One of the EU home teams will end up claiming a win. And then we have Boston Uprising versus New York Excelsior.
Yeah, we'll be
the crowd is going to be loud. There you go. You can already hear them.
New York, Boston, a classic rivalry no matter what the competition. Then later today, of course, the Valiant will take on the Titans. The Shock versus the Fuel. Let's see how we got here. Take a little look back at yesterday. If you missed it, I don't know what you're doing wrong, but there's VODs up. Of course, go check those out. This is what happened yesterday. Toronto versus Eternal was a banger. Spitfire took an early map against NYXL. The Gladiators and Titans, another good one. And the Valiant cashed in their scrim bucks and took down the Fuel.
That was a crazy day, man. Yeah. New York XL versus London 2. London came in as a complete rookie squad, basically, apart from Krillin, of course, the only returning member for London.
Yeah.
And they took a map off of New York.
Yeah, and then they looked really close.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, they looked pretty damn close. Glister just popping off, and he's going to be facing up against Exy, another crazy DPS player we saw yesterday.
And it's always really easy to just focus on the DPS, and but sometimes the easy answer is the right answer. I mean, the Glister versus Exy matchup today is going to be beautiful. We saw a ton of Widow yesterday, some Tracer, some McCree. We're back to shooting people in Overwatch, and I couldn't be happier.
Hell yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, man. Not only that, you see a little bit Genji too, which is also quite exciting. We're seeing a whole lot more variants, which is looking good.
You don't know me well enough to know my opinions on Genji yet, apparently.
Apparently not. I'm a Zen player, so you know.
Yeah,
that Q when he gets
I can feel
this
that
is what everybody wanted to see yesterday, man. Hopper pressing Q in the center of the enemy team. No one stood a chance.
Yeah, Hotbo with the hot bombs yesterday got New York over the hump in a couple of those fights, and I think there's actually a case to be made that they don't win King's Row without Hotba coming in clutch the way that he did. So really turned it around for him. New York then looked dominant later in the day. As it progressed, New York got better and better throughout the day. But, you know, New York is going to be playing later today. We're going to look at London. London, I really was surprising to me. I was really expecting it to be a 3-0, a quick 3-0. Was expecting these rookies to get rolled over, but I think that they showed some fight in them.
Yeah, a lot of new players on the Paris squad, of course. We've got Hubin and Sparkle currently sitting on the bench, so hopefully we'll get to see them very soon. Of course, their birthdays are coming up.
Yeah, in March, I believe. So but right now, I think the best rookie is probably Glister. Looked really good. There were some great plays actually from some rookies yesterday in the later half of the day as well. So a lot of new faces, a lot of new energy, and a lot of great play coming out of these players. Paris against Defiant was a great early match to kick off the season.
Oh, that it was. Defiant looked crazy, man. I was so excited to see Sherpa. We were talking a lot about it, actually, when we were watching the game, saying how consistently good Sherpa has been, and he just continues to live up to that.
And I think you need Short4's consistency when your other DPS are those kind of streaky players like Logix and Agilities. Sometimes you forget they're even playing, and then they show up with 4Ks. This shot is bonkers, and we'll be seeing that all year, I'm sure. That's going to hit every single highlight reel. But Logix, a streaky player. He can go nuts like that and disappear. Agility, streaky player, goes nuts like that and disappears. So you need consistency from Lane, Short4 Roberts up there. But, you know, this Paris team looked really good. So, like you said, one of these EU teams is going to win today.
Oh, yes, they will be. Thank goodness. As a man
I don't really care. America,
yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah. All of your... Yeah!
Yeah!
I can't really argue against
It's
that.
so easy. It's so easy.
Well, London especially looked pretty good, especially with their McCree and their May comes Babel, in fact. His walls were just absolutely supreme, just blocking off Mano time and time and time again. As soon as you focus down that main tank, the rest of the comp really does fall apart, and Babel was doing just that.
Yeah, the May play was wonderful, getting the walls and isolating people. And so the big playmaker always looks like Glister, but Babel was kind of the unseen force editing the map and cutting teams in half.
It was pretty crazy. And the May is pretty damn strong. Let's have a look at London, though. Let's bring them out. I want to see them. A whole new rookie roster, Hex, and it's going to be a pretty exciting game. Please welcome London Spitfire.
Starting 6 make their way. Of course, this is a 12-man roster, so very likely to see substitutions throughout the day. One sub yesterday as Krillin did come in for this team, but it seems like this is the starting 6 that they want to go with. It's the same starters as we had yesterday. J-Mac got a little overwhelmed when he was going against Mono. That's not really his fault, but I think he'll get a little more focus today with the healing end of things. But yeah, I think it is all about the damage used for the squad, Glister and Babel.
Oh, well, 100%. Glister on your screens, of course. Going to be facing up against Exi on Paris Eternal. And we said a little bit yesterday how, you know, they're probably going to get booed. There's the New York crowd were in there cheering on for their home team. But Glister came out with a little cheeky smile on his face, man.
It didn't seem to bother him. So there's one of two things that happen if you've never been on this stage before. It's either going to get to you nerves-wise, or you just realize, like, it doesn't matter. It don't care. So you can play super loose. You're the underdog coming in against New York. You're a rookie. No one expects you to win. You can just kind of let it fly. And that seemed to be the approach London took. No nerves there. And I think that it was a very surprising result. If you're a London fan, you're actually happy with that loss against New York.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're coming in facing one of the strongest teams in the history of the Overwatch League. You're happy taking them out number 1. But hey, who are they facing up against? The Paris Eternal. Let's bring him on stage. FD God leading the way. Hip following closely behind. FD God only recently landed in the US as well. But played kind of out of his mind, considering, you know, he's just got off a plane, it felt like.
It was kind of funny. He was the only one sitting in the players' lounge when we got here yesterday, just waiting for the rest of his team to arrive. And I was a little bit surprised. He had some really interesting plays on Lucio. He was just kind of hanging around on Eichenwald and got a late boot, but he had some really nice plays. But to me, the breakout star on this squad was Exi. Just went off on hit scan.
Surprise, surprise. His McCree was absolutely stellar. We did see a little bit on the Watchpoint show, of course, the head-to-head with him and Glister. I can imagine we're going to see a lot more McCree today. No Smite and Bembest as well. Not two tanks that you really want to mess with. Like you said before, J-Mac did kind of get... well, New York, sorry, kind of got the best of J-Mac a lot of those times. We'll see if Bembest and No Smite can do the same.
Yeah, the tank lineup is actually really interesting with Bembest and No Smite. You wonder about communication issues there, but shouldn't be a problem. Also, Nico playing... probably the projectiles here. Nico has played everything. He's been playing since 2015 when this game very first came out in the beta. So a lot of experience on a lot of different players there. But I mean, I'm just going to hit it until the story changes here. This is Exi versus Glister. It's going to be Widow v. Widow, McCree versus McCree, Tracer versus Tracer. And we saw a lot of rock, paper, scissors yesterday of, oh, they're on Widow, so I need to go Tracer. Then they switch to McCree. It was just beautiful play and counterplay. Do you have any predictions on this one, Jack?
It's hard. It's extremely hard, of course, but neither teams have wins yet, but that doesn't really matter, right? Because we're only in day number 2 of week 1.
Yeah.
It depends how that rock, paper, scissors matchup goes.
Right,
I want to see some more Tracer. I want to see some more countering this Widowmaker.
How many maps do you think we go to?
4.
4. Okay.
I'm going to give it 4.
All right.
I'm not going to pick a side, though.
No, I know.
Haha.
I was trying to trap you a little bit, though. There's a good casting thing right there. You never pick a side. You don't want to be biased.
But I'm going to
keep your biases internalized. I almost got you. I got to go in 5. I think it's going to be super close. I think there's going to be some carry performances here. And I think we're going to, as this year goes on, right, we're only in day 2. We're just trying to answer the questions of who is London? Is London good? Is London bad? I think it's kind of that college football thing of a quality loss yesterday against NYXL. Is Paris good? Is Paris bad? Is Toronto? We don't know it. We don't know anything yet. All we do know is that here is our map set. All we know is that we're going to kick it off on Nepal.
Control, kind of a dangerous game mode when it comes down to it. It's kind of varied. More often than not, when you do take control of the point first, it's like 60+% you do end up winning the round. It's just the nature of it. Plus, we saw, if you cast your minds back to yesterday, a lot of extremely control-y comps. Sim, May, controlling the point, locking it down and refusing to budge.
It wasn't surprising to see May. You're going to see May in every single comp.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, she's just that good of a hero right now. Who would have thought that being able to edit the map against the opposing team would be a good ability? But I think seeing the Tracer come out was really interesting. And teams should be ready for Sim strats. We heard rumors yesterday that a team was surprised that there was a Spectra strat. I'm like, they play Sim and Plat all the way up. Like, Sim on control should not be that surprising for some of these rollouts. So, Nepal is an interesting map where there's outliers on this map. This village in particular right here, this is where May's always been good because of her wall fitting right in that door.
Yeah, casting my mind back to Korean contenders doing that last year. That's all the teams used to play, and especially with the Goats being meta as well, that was what was played. It was May Goats on this map because each one of those doorways that leads onto the point is a perfect size for a melee.
I believe in season 1 or 2 it was Shore4 on the Gladiators, who was the one who came out rocking the May early on, but she's always been good on this map. Looks like both teams are going to start with a Sim. Sometimes it's just to get you in. Let's go, we're in game.
Glister on the Reaper, XC on the May, hyper control for Paris Eternal. Lone Spitfire have got the high ground to start off with, but Orisa and D.Va, 2 different tank combos for each team as well. D.Va's definitely going to want to look to snipe people in the back line, help with May isolation. Speaking of isolation, that's not very good whatsoever. Instant nade onto Ben Best, but he's going to be okay as J-Mac ends up going down. This doing a whole bunch of damage to the front line, but XC setting up those turrets, just beaming Glister. That's 2 lives already down for London Spitfire, and the point should be capped here by a turn.
Super patient play there from Paris. They just waited for their moment to come in. And once you get control of this point and the composition that they're running, London has to figure out a way to just crack it in. You want to use things that can maybe bait out the May wall. Perhaps that's why they're running the D.Va. D.Va goes in, and then you put the wall up, and she can boost out, especially with these 3-second boosters, because the wall is what this is all about. You will not see Paris leave this point until they are forced off of it, or the game pauses.
Unfortunate. Unlucky, some would say.
Every European I know says unlucky about everything in their entire life.
It's actually pronounced unlucky.
Yes, I've heard.
Yeah.
I believe
2 O's in there. Somehow.
Every Hearthstone gamer, every Overwatch gamer, everything that happens to a European player is unlucky.
Unlucky. Well, that's just what it is. You go into rank, you press the play button, sometimes you just get an unlucky game.
And I mean, it's not just unlucky for the players that were paused, it's a bit unlucky for us. I was just getting my rhythm, the crowd was just getting into it, like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's the momentum thing as well, right? Because at the end of the day, yeah, you lost the point, but it's now resetting, like, okay, back into game.
But yeah, silver lining, at least it wasn't in the middle of a fight. It was just about the setup right there. What I was saying, though, is that because of the positioning and the composition that Paris has right now, it's very unlikely that they will ever try to remove themselves from the point because they just have control. Like, that point is one of the smaller points of capture in the entire game.
Yeah, if we can see, you can't, but a couple of ult charges.
Yeah.
XC does have wall, almost. So that photon barrier is going to come out and split the entire map. And hey, like you said before, what's really good at kind of disrupting a tank line? Oh, editing geometry. That basically does just that. You can't shoot through it, and you can shield dance to no end.
Right. Not a whole lot to work with ultimate-wise on the other side of the town. I'm just looking at the top down right now, and I'm a little surprised of where Paris is in position right now, because they're just making me look bad, because they're off the point. And I don't understand why you'd be off the point. Maybe they want to take the fight to them. maybe open up with the Coalescence here, because Paris is going to have first ultimate, because that's just how May works. Or not May, excuse me. Moira works. You just get ult immediately.
Yeah.
Moira and Baptiste just have ults. Anna has to work for it a little bit more. Lucio seems like he gets one ult for every 5 of the other supports. It just doesn't seem fair, but it's a good ultimate. Trying to figure out what's going on. Of course, some tech issues, Ghost in the Machine can happen here at these live events.
While we're waiting for this tech issue to resolve itself, let's take a look at some of the best plays from 2019.
Welcome back to the Blizzard Arena for the 2019 Overwatch League season.
I can't wait to get this started. I think this is going to be a really fun one.
We'll see where it goes.
Oh, that was a sick charge! The bomb is there! They do it again! That is brutal! Urster just aced it! And Super punched into a car. How do you claim that on your insurance? There it is, and Shax just absolutely destroys the entire team! Can you get over the roof there?
Oh my.
Oh my,
what a play, what a grab!
Let's go, dude! Going for the hammer kill! Come on, Surf 4! Give the man a break, he's trying to play the game! Give it the hell no! He pulls out the McCree! Yeah, man, you can dance.
It's a little bit of top rock, a little bit of shuffle. I get it.
The anticipation has been building. We are live in Los Angeles for the stage playoffs.
The Vancouver Titans, your Stage 1 champions. Time for the Stage 2 finals. San Francisco Shock taking on the Vancouver Titans. And the Shock have done it! They are your Stage 2 champions! The Shanghai Dragons have actually done it! Stage 3 champions! They deny it away from the San Francisco Shock!
You can't ask for a better story.
What's up, playoff Overwatch fans? We are live in Los Angeles for the 2019 postseason.
Dude, are you kidding me? What did you see? They walked off the cards! Unbelievable!
It's win or go home. It is absolutely crunch time.
It is going to be our winners bracket finals. Vancouver Titans taking on the NYXL. The Titans do it! They are going to the grand finals!
The Shock got knocked to the lower bracket. They're like, oh, that's right, we don't lose maps anymore. I guess we'll just 4-0 the Spitfire, we'll 4-0 the Gladiators, and they just roll right over the Spark.
The New York XL, they've got quite the task on their hands.
The match that was promised, we get it again! San Francisco will be facing off against Vancouver in the grand finals.
This is it. It's all come down to this.
It's time to settle the score. You're striking the whole combo, it's beautiful!
A complete domination by the Shock.
What a rocket! The Architect is a trapeze artist, and he's ready for Seoul Min Soo! The San Francisco Shock are your 2019 Overwatch League champions!
Well, ironically enough, it is Babel having audio issues. We've got our top team on it, but we're still working on it, so we're going to take a short break. We will rejoin when we're ready.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Let's go. Unpause.
Hey, Jack,
London Spitfire.
what time is it?
Paris Eternal. Well, Hex, I don't know. Maybe it's crunch time.
What a cheesy joke.
Oh, what a cheesy strat using Sim on Nepal. That was domination.
Well, I thought Paris wasn't going to get off of the point because they had the point locked down, pretty much. But it's really nice to see a team change gears and not play passively and defensively. They know what angle that London's coming in from, and they just take the fight to them. We didn't see all of it, but you know, the pause kind of interrupted things. So here's the situation where we're at. 50% ults for Paris. No ults have been used thus far in the game. It's been completely one-sided. 7 eliminations to 0. And right now, London's just got to try to find a strat to get in, and half your team's cut off.
Highly needs to get out of there pretty fast. There's the shadow on the side. No way you're surviving that, Babel. Audio problems fixed, but you're going back to spawn, unfortunately, my friend. Sleep under Ben Best won't do too much, but now, really, you're in one-fight territory almost. You're going to have to deal with Blizzard, you're going to have to deal with Photon Barrier, Supercharger, that Coalescence is coming up. Paris have got all the tools they really need.
Yeah, I mean, the sleep is just a nice little siesta there after he puts in some work, and this one has been so one-sided. Now we're at 12 eliminations to 0 for London. London's going to have a Shatter and a Nano. They're getting to the point where they can start using some ultimates, and maybe you spread out a little bit. You can't get cut off if there's only 2 of you trying to go in. And that seems like what they do. They're trying to bait out the wall.
Oh, that was so close. Empty God almost goes down. Nico does go purple, but the beat is going to come through. Ben Best in a lot of trouble as well, but the Blizzard will end up landing on the point. Nico freezing the front line. J-Mac, Bernard, they're already dead. Glister may be in the back, but he can't really do all too much. Doesn't really have the ult either. OT now ticking down. Kind of an anticlimactic way to end if they don't manage to get onto the point. Glister dives on in, but there's nothing he could do. Now it's just the supports versus the Blizzard, but Babel is going to be able to at least fight Exy.
Well, it's his first
maybe winnable? Probably not. No, Ben Best swiping Babel off the map.
This one's been over since they hit the start game button.
Oh,
Bernard's going to get cleaned up here. This one is all over but the crying. Look, Sim used to be in the defensive class hero, and then they changed them all to damage classes. And it was like, well, Sim's not damage. Exy would disagree. 15 eliminations, 8 final blows on Sim.
With the help of the turrets as well. No way you're not racking up a ton of assists. Helps Ben Best too as well when you think about it, right? Because he's Reinhardt. What does Reinhardt hate? People running away. What do the turrets do? Slow them down for Reinhardt to swing at.
It breaks the other shield, and the sound design in this game is so great that you could play without watching it. But when you hear that beam charged up, and it sounds like a hornet's nest you just kicked, I just want to mute the game. I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna get whacked here. It's like Zarya too. You hear it and you're like, oh no, I'm not messing with that.
You ever heard of Nano Sim full charge?
No, because I died immediately the second I heard it.
Yeah, your game just switches off.
Yeah, it's just like the eraser tool in a paint program, right? Just bye.
No surviving that. FD God's favorite map, Sanctum. Gonna try and look for big boops. A lot of big Lucio players in the EU. Funny Astro, FD God. A lot of extremely talented ones. Does it look like Bernard's gonna try for a big flank here with the Tracer. This is going to be able to get on the back line. FD God keeping the rest of his team alive, but a big boop from Sanguinar takes care of Nico. FD God trying to do the same, but this time around, London are running over Paris. Yeah, that's Sim not doing all too much, but FD God with a double boop on the supports. Completely winnable now for Paris if they can capitalize some more.
That's a clutch play. Brings them right back into this fight, and it seemed like it was over. It was 6v4 and a complete equalizing play from FD God.
Huge amount of ult charge for him as well now. They're going to be able to claim the point if London aren't careful. They're going to have to touch at some point, but no, there you go. That big boop turned it around for them completely.
Just more important kills. He gets the Lucio on the other side, he gets the Ana on the other side. You lose 2 of anything, you're in trouble. Still
now,
looking for it.
What does London have? Oh, FD God. You diced it with death, my friend.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Trying to get a rotation is this London team trying to get on the map, play the point.
You're going to try to. Nice big hole. That's exactly what you want to combo with that boop. No Smite does get naded, shattered as well, but that shift helped him out. Glister's going to find Ben Best in the back line. J-Mac as well with a nice flame strike kill. Glister almost has pulse bomb, but this should be a fairly easy cleanup unless FD God goes Super Saiyan again. He's trying. They spotted him out. Boops aren't going to save you now, unfortunately. He does end up going down eventually, and that'll be the recap.
That grabs another 5% or so, though. It'd be interesting to see if Paris stays on this composition, because it's a great composition when you have control of the point. The Mei and the Sim. And I think they're going to roll the dice one more time with this Mei and Sim because they're both getting near ultimates right now. The Symmetra is an interesting pick on this map because it's not as closed off as Village. Village sim makes a lot of sense. Sanctum, I guess you can set up a sim in this room and then play outside of the room onto the point.
What's Gus going to do with this pulse one though? Has to watch out for that wall. No, Nico also has the blizzard. Vista being extremely patient with this. Bembest is going to be kind of caught off in the back. He's so low. The shot is going to hit though. The sound barrier is going to come through just in time. The boops galore though. What is this? No spike gets one. XC just somewhere in the middle of this. The fight is just all over the place right now. Hip dueling out with Benar on the sidelines. Benar finds 2 in the end. Paris take control of the point. 50% now on the board. Bembest 900 IQ. Shatter onto Glister. Ends his life instantly.
I love it. It's like, what did you just do to me? Did you just hit me in the back?
This one's going back in. They're so close to cap at the point as well, but there's so many people from London actually on it. Supercharge is going to help Bembest pick up a kill. Another massive anti-nade from Highly, but they just can't capitalize on it whatsoever. The tanks for Paris refusing to move.
Yeah, X is fully charged. I want to give NoSpite a ton of credit on these halts too, because there's a diva on the other side. You really shouldn't be hitting the halts that he's hitting, but he's putting them at high angles, he's taking people out of place, and that diva should be eating him up, but Bernard's using his defense matrix a little too liberally perhaps, but God, I want to see that play in highlights, dudes. You pulse bomb Orion, he's like, what? What did you just do? But also give Hip a ton of credit because he smashed him with a coalescence to keep him alive.
Both beats came out as well earlier on in the last fight. They're going to have to make a move on though, London are. 95% now on the board. Bembest already claims 1 life. Uh-oh, London are in a bad situation. They could just lose it here. Point is being capped though. Sneaky Lucio in the back. Does manage to buy some more time, but Sanguinar's going to have to get out of there. Plus touch again, potentially 2. OT now here, does manage to touch. Exy finished him off with the turrets, and now the rest of London running into a coalescence. No way Benar's going to survive. Wrecking Ball pretty much useless against Sim and May. OT ticking through, and Paris are going to claim the first map in the series.
They looked pretty dominant there. The back cap came in. We saw a back cap yesterday too. It's the weekend of back caps apparently, but all for naught. London was able to grab a couple fights here and there, but that one felt like it was all Paris.
So that control, we spoke about it before. The hyper control of the point. Wrecking Ball, you can't do anything. Tracer is extremely hard to play around those turrets and the May. It's a tough comp to run into.
Yeah, look, control is not the end-all be-all. It can be a little bit of an outlier of a map. We'll see how this set goes when we return after this break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping. It's not stopping.
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Paris Eternal facing up against London Spitfire. Already FD God pulling it out of the bag, managed to get a couple of nice boot kills and net his team the W on the pull.
We hyped up Exy as this great hitscan player, which he is, but hitscan and sim, they're not that different. You still have to put your mouse over the person, and we've seen a lot of Symmetra. I think Symmetra on control is just going to be the meta right now, and teams need to adapt to it. But then once you get that control with sim, your shields are getting burned down, and then you're trying to go against Mei walls. Like, it just seems brutal. I think you need to get there first somehow. You have to win the mid-fight, as it were.
Well, like we said before, right at the very start, control, very dangerous game mode if you lose the first cap. And hey, hyper control works really well on that, right? Turrets go down, Bembest just starts swinging, and that's it. It's all over.
I mean, a lot of pros will tell you that control is just very variable, volatile. Like, you get 1 kill, you get 2 kills, and like that ends up being it. However, we're going to play control to open up every series this season, so teams got to figure it out, right?
That's very true. King's Row is going to be the next map up, but let's have a look how Paris did.
Paris coming into the league. We haven't seen Soon just yet. I think we will see him, well, soon. Haha, great joke, me. But this Paris team, when they came into the league, they built around European players, trying to get their home teams hyped. Everyone told us they were this great at the GOATS meta, that all these supports did not quite pan out that way in their inaugural season.
No, it did not. You can see there, Titans taking the W, although Titans, rather formidable, you could say, last year. Although they did keep a lot of their players, right? They still have Bembest on the roster. Gray is sitting up there as well, rather veteran player when it comes down to it. And I'm really happy that they've added some extraordinary talent from across the pond as well in Korea.
Yeah.
Obviously, we mentioned before about Hubin and Sparkle are coming in rather soon, but keeping this core of French talent is going to be very important to them.
It's mostly addition for this Paris team. They kept a lot of the core players the same, a lot of the Parisians, as it were, but they just need to keep their head above water until some of their new players, Sparkle, the most highly sought after rookie in the free agency, comes to age, as it were.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an exciting time. King's Row is going to be the next map, though. Can London bite back? Remember, they did have a fairly close game against New York on that map, so potentially...
it was ultra close against New York. They were able to stall out at the end a couple of times. And let's just get the joke out of the way. It's London's home map. Because remember, it's in England, right?
Yeah. Nice one. Good one, Hex. You see
I'm on fire.
Well?
Did you hear that other joke I said before that no one laughed at? Yeah. So we're going to go to King's Row. Control is out of the way, and you just have to feel that London's got to have a strategy to deal with the Mei, and maybe they'll end up seeing a sim again. But London needs to, if I'm London and I have all these young players, like, you just got to forget about it. You got to forget that control happened. It didn't feel good. It didn't look good. They didn't really have any big moments, anything to write home about. So you just forget about it. And that's a really good thing about young players, is that they're able to just have a short memory.
Short memory? Is that what you...
What?
Is that what you think about younger people? Ah, just short memory.
No, I mean, it's like you just forget the bad things that happen and you move on, right? Yeah. Like, even in football, like if a bad play happens, you're like, that guy just forgets about it and moves on. Yeah. There's nothing you can do about it. So having a short memory is a good thing. That wasn't an insult.
It's all right, mate. I have the shortest memory in the world. It's almost like a goldfish. It's kind of embarrassing sometimes, to be honest with you. But there it is. London on defense first. Paris Eternal on offense. It's like the same thing for London. They're going to run Glister on the Reaper. Now, with this map specifically, I mean, you're going to obviously get a lot of ult charges Moira, but the best thing about Moira on this map, the attack literally have to push into you. There's not really many places you can hide, and you have to almost disengage when that cold comes out first. The statue can be rather worthwhile hiding behind, but Heidi's going to make sure they chase around that, and with the help of the Lucio as well. And Sanguinar in general has just been such a beast on Lucio. You don't really give Lucio too much credit normally, because sometimes it's hard to see what Lucio actually does if you're looking at a tank POV like this, but the peel from this dude is kind of insane.
You only see the environmental kills, really, otherwise it's kind of hard to catch. Using Sigma strat, they're just getting aggressive here.
Yeah, there they are. XC's going to be on the crease, and they're looking for that flashbang onto even to the Mei to stop the Ice Block going out, or onto the Rhine Shield to take a couple of headshots into him. Bembest going fairly low, but they do make themselves known on point. There's the coalescence like I was talking about. Very few places to hide, but great wall coming through from Paris, and they do manage to take out Babel as well. First blood to Paris, and now all they need to do is slowly make themselves known on the point, and make sure Nosmite actually gets kept alive. That nano would definitely help. He's got himself a shatter. There's another kill. This should be as easy as that.
Yeah, you can even hold the shatter now. You got to give the supports a ton of credit during that fight. We saw Ben Best fall nearly on the brink of death, gets pumped in by Hip right there. Again, you see Nosmite about to go down, getting throws, and gets pumped full of health right there. They take that without having to use almost any ultimates. They end up using the nano boost, which is because he was healing those tanks and feeding those tanks. And Anna gets the nano boost already at 25% again. Paris is making it look easy.
Oh yeah, they are. He's got Deadeye. A little bit of cover though on second point. Run into the bookshop, run into any of the streets, they should be fine. But a nice, well set up one with the Lucio might be what they need.
Deadeye has been changed to try to be a little more effective, but often it is still this zoning Deadeye.
There it is. He's going to get blocked out by the wall, but he does manage to find his way around it. The shot's going to come down. Exy goes down on the floor, but that beat's going to save him for the time being. And J-Mac gets instantly frozen up. Nothing he could do, and Nosmite swinging through everybody picks himself up a triple kill.
The kill feed is showing all the tanks and all the kills that are coming through, but Paris is winning this on supports. The support from the Ana took the first point, able to pump up the tanks. A beautifully timed beat from FD God. FD God even with the chase. I gotta say, I hadn't seen a lot of him play before, but I'm starting to like this Lucio style.
Just hyper aggro. That's what you want to be, especially in this meta, right? You've got to escort your tanks to the front line. And a lot of these compositions, a lot of these engagements are just really about that speed boost time.
It's like if a Reddit Lucio was good.
Yes. There's only a few of those. FD God is definitely one of them. Nosmite now hiding in the corner. J-Mate doesn't have shatter, but both blizzards are going to get thrown on in. Nosmite tried to actually dash away there, but got blocked, I believe, by the ice block coming through from the Mei. Perfect positioning from Babel, and Bernard just cleans up the rest.
This is the fight that they needed. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, and I'm going to hit it all season on King's Row.
What?
If you can win this fight on defense right here, you're in a great spot. But this one's not over yet. Exy pulling back.
Bernard actually stepped way too far up, and Exy, from out of nowhere, does manage to click his head a couple of times. Coalescence is going to force everybody back, though, for the time being.
They should be able to stabilize now.
Spawn advantage, yeah, definitely in favor of London Spitfire. There's the ult coming out from Ben Best. Doesn't really find all too much. This is sent sky high. Uses the ult, takes out FD God. Ben Best kind of alone at this point. No speed boost to really help him out. Just gaining ult charge. However, Nano Boost is going to surge Ben Best forward. Takes out one. Nosmite's going to go down. Oh my goodness. This is what you want to see. A nano speed boost, Ryan straight into the back line. Nosmite finds yet another couple of kills.
That was the weirdest fight I've ever seen on King's Row second right there. I thought it was over, and I think Bernard thought it was over too. Stepped a little too far forward. It gave Paris a glimpse of hope. London had to start throwing ultimates in, but then Paris comes back swinging. Nosmite, I have questions about his Orisa, but his Rhine looks on point.
Oh, Nico in a very, very odd situation. The trap between two walls. Deadeye's coming through again. Actually does get pulled forward and instantly kills Bernard. Shields are not highly sought after now by the Paris Eternal. They can just hold W. They don't mind whatsoever. Exy once again showing his prowess on the Kree. Paris making this look easy right now. They've got 4 minutes in the time bank. Or just under that, of course. But London, they got what? A shadow. They got a couple of ults coming out, but everybody's going to have to stagger themselves on the point at this, in this situation.
Yeah, the tanks are leading Paris in final blows as well. No
they can't get out.
Yeah,
I don't think they can touch. That's it. The perfect walls from Paris, stopping everybody in spawn, and it looked like London just bundled out of one door. You want to split 50-50.
Yeah.
They had ults coming up, Hex, but they had to stagger themselves on the point.
It seems like they just chose the wrong door. You know, you choose right. If you go to that other side, no one's there blocking. You've got nothing to go in, but Paris makes the right defensive read, holds left side, and London's defense ends not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Does Low going to jump to a quick break, guys? Do not go anywhere. We'll see what London can do on their attack. 3 minutes and 37 seconds in the time bank for Paris Eternal. Now London get to flex their guns. That wrecking ball head, by the way.
It's a lot of things at once.
Unbelievable.
It is cute and terrifying.
It's like sleep paralysis demon in the night as he crawls up to the end of your bed.
Look, it's beautifully well made, wonderful. Our crowd here is amazing, but I don't want to see that guy again. And we did not have that on camera.
I like you. You can come see me, that's fine.
Okay, you can bite the bullet for that one. Look, speaking of sleep paralysis, London needs to wake up right now because that was an embarrassing paper-mache of defense. They got 4 kills on their defense on Kings Row. This is a long map. This is a big map. They got 4 kills.
And some of that was Bernard right at the back, well, near point 2, where the blizzard was going off.
Yeah.
And then he kind of overstepped and Exi took control.
It doesn't look like the London team we saw yesterday. Or, conversely, as we're still answering questions this season, is Paris this good? Who knows? Also, you never know which version of a team's going to show up today, but London does not look good so far. We'll see if they can come alive on their attack.
Yeah, Paris running the same sort of thing on their defense. Got that Kree, got the Sigma, we're all good. This is taking a little bit of incoming damage. London just want to run into them, man. They want to use that speed boost, run straight into the tanks. Take control. Both walls have been used already. It doesn't look like they're going to go to the Mega Room to make sure they don't get picked off by Exi too early.
It's going to take the high ground here. They don't really have the heroes that take super advantage of the high ground. Getting a McCree up here is always great, but these short-range heroes, but they're going to try what New York did yesterday. Wrap around, maybe drop to the point. A nice little dart's going to slow down their progress.
Yeah, Pablo takes a whole bunch of damage as well coming in. There's the wall straight behind No Smite. He's in a little bit of trouble, and they are capping the point as well. It's now up to Paris to try and touch to make sure they can't do anything. Big fire grenade in the front. J-Mac and Bernard lit up purple. Glister does end up retreating with the rest of the team to the hotel. Now, once again, they're going to have to do the same. Hiley's got Coalescence coming up, though.
No progress, though. I mean, we're just back at the front. They were just waiting for Hiley. There it is.
There's the Cole, potentially. There it is. All comes out, Cole. Massive flashing health bars, though, in the front. And look at that damage. Oh, my goodness. Cole or no Cole, you saw everybody going critical. And Hip's bio grenades as well have just been stellar.
Yeah, the bio grenade right there just completely crushes that. It was a nice little small piece of tech for those at home. Always use Nord before you Coalescence. No reason not to, because you're in Cole, we can't do anything else, but Paris is just putting on the hurt, and it's these nades, and I wonder, like, maybe the shields don't have the uptime they used to. Maybe go back to a D.Va so that you can start eating these darts, eating these nades, do something about Hip just doing whatever he wants. No one's touched him.
Yeah, you are literally relying on shields at this point to try and stop those nades and the darts coming through.
And shields ain't what they used to be, though.
Bembest taking the high ground here as well, so he's going to be untouched, pretty much. Nano boost, straight onto No Smite, just swinging around. However, Exi in the back, gotta let down that wall soon. There's all the Deadeye. Oh, I swore that killed somebody, but doesn't matter anyway. The rest of Paris Eternal were just going to run over London once more. Jemek let out a shatter in that fight as well. They're coming up to their first Blizzard, and they've got 1 minute and 45 left.
I mentioned that they only had 4 kills on their defense. Guess what the number's at now?
5.
4.
Oh. I give him one too many.
Yeah, a little too much credit for your hometown London team.
Look at this. I mean, this is what it's all about, especially on the first rotation, right? Babel's now only just got the Blizzard. Nico's 20% up, but he uses Blizzard last fight to instantly win the fight. 1 minute and 20 seconds does remain. Bembest can instantly flux them as soon as they come out if they're not careful. Mix it with a shatter if they so choose. Big block off. No Smite does manage to get out of the way. He is going to get frozen up, so can't quite escape the freeze. There's the kills we want to see. Glister coming up big. Almost got the Death Blossom, but he shouldn't need it. Exi didn't stand a chance either. London making their mark on Kings Row.
Really cool adjustment on the fly from London. They realized, look, we can't go face-to-face against these guys. We're getting rocked every single time. So they split up while they're in the hotel. They send 2 up front so that the tanks are looking that way, and then the pincer attack comes from the side. They end up hitting a really nice Blizzard. Clean it up. Hey, we're above 4. 10 total kills for London now. Let's see if they can ride this momentum.
They did it. They doubled. And a little bit. Very, very aggressive start from Paris. In fact, the Shadow's going to get laid down by No Smite. Bernard's refusing to let this fight go Paris' way, using that supercharger, and Glister ascends from the heavens and uses the Death Blossom, gets frozen up though, and Nico with the pure outplay. I don't know, does it count as an outplay if you just get frozen in place?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay, well then that's
Come on, you know this.
10% away from that Blizzard though, and almost a perfect hold situation here for Paris as well.
This is exactly where you want to be on the defense, though. They're right in this position. A Blizzard ready to go up, the wall right there.
There's the wall, there's the Blizzard. Coalescence coming through to heal everybody up. J-Mag instantly goes down though. Exy at the back. Nice little three-piece. That's what we wanted to see. Make that 4. We said it was going to be Glister versus Exy, but Exy is showing up tenfold.
Well, Exy's on a much more carry hero right now, and he's just hitting these headshots. The Blizzard comes in, that means the Ryan shield goes down. He's able to get this Deadeye in. Tries to crack the shield early on, puts in the damage on the Orisa shield. And that's the one that would stay during a Blizzard. The rest of the team goes at it. He gets the Deadeye kills. A nice follow-up there, cleans up that fight. Now London in the unenviable position to push into 2 support ultimates. Good wall, though.
Yeah, huge wall. If one of those pillars hit, that's exactly what he's doing. Coalescence still doing a lot of damage. You've got to be careful, though, because J-Mac has that shatter online, and Babel just getting that Blizzard too. Paris know this, though, I feel. See, they're playing back. They know he had that one tool to buy for extra time. Straight over the wall. Babel launches himself up, throws the Blizzard down. The Shatter's going to connect as well. There's a lot of ults invested. The beat comes through, but it's not going to be enough. That should be it. Paris are going to go down, and London claim control of the payload once again.
They're finally able to crack that defense through what I call like the 1.5 points of King's Row. You get stuck at that wall area against a Mei especially, you're in trouble. So London knows this. They know they have to invest a ton of ultimates. And actually they get a lot of ultimates out of Paris as well. And this is the switch I was talking about before, to go over to the D.Va, maybe anticipating him going back to the Ana. The Ana just ran wild for this squad. Compositional changes. In my opinion, the most important place on the map to win fights.
Oh, this is in the back. There's the Dead Blossom. There's 1. There's 2 kills. Nico and No Spike going down. Make that a 3rd. You saw that wall instantly coming up. It's like, well, you basically set me up with a backboard there. There's nowhere that Paris could have ran. The main tanks instantly destroyed. And hey, they passed one of the most difficult stages of the map. Like you said, the archway, and now just before that 2nd point. Haven't got a wealth of time. They've got 2 minutes on this 3rd point.
Yeah, already behind on the map overall here, as you see 3:37 in the time bank for the Paris Eternal. But London, seems like they've woken up. Playing a lot better, a lot more coordination. They're using ultimates instead of just banking them, and they're getting things done.
They're going to go now. Glister uses Wraith form. Exy is going to be able to get Deadeye off, at least kill 1 shield. Was it escorted by the Lucio? A speed boost, incredibly important for that Deadeye to make sure that McCree isn't just immobile.
London's doing a really good job, or excuse me, Paris doing a really good job on their defense of holding these secondary points. Holding that archway at first, making sure that you get that one. Now holding this corner, making sure you get that one. They're not giving away the artificial 2nd points of these maps.
Coalescence too highly now. All they need to do is push themselves a while. That was a nice boulder toss. This is going to come through as well. Coalescence on top too. That's a lot of damage. A lot of sustain for London. J-Mate does end up going down, however, but a nice boop from Sanguinar, taking out Ben Best. 55 seconds in the bank though, and this point, especially like in all of Overwatch, is so stally. They might not even get it before OT if they're not careful.
Now this one's going to be a little bit rough, but you have to applaud the play of the London Spitfire. Again, it's been the supports coming to life for them. The barriers have been there in time. The Coalescence is doing a lot of damage and distraction. London going to come in now. They do have a self-destruct and a shatter. A combo that works really well.
He's setting it in over the wall, finds 1. FD got down, XC on the back. Used that Deadeye super early, and the big freeze in the front line as well onto No Spike. XE using the flash to stop the D.Va, assassinating him, but the rest of London just bundling themselves onto the point. 19 seconds, 17, they need to be able to get this one in. FD God's going to make his way back onto the point, and they finish with time. That's going to round up to a minute. Paris get a little bit extra as well, but that's exactly what they needed.
Well, at least now they get another crack at it, and I think the switch to the D.Va was a brilliant move. Let's not let XE beat us. Let's put some pressure on him at all times. It helps against the Deadeye. You saw there later that D.Va's just diving XE, because you can't allow a guy like that to just have free space. At the very least, you got to put pressure on it. It was going to help against the Ana play that also brutalized them. So London, I'm actually very impressed with how they came alive and making adjustments. That first point attack I thought was beautiful, to split your team up, to give them distractions. I think they're starting to understand the strengths and weaknesses of where they are and the strengths and weaknesses of the other team.
Worst look going into this round, how long did it take them to crack that defense of Paris? A long time, a lot of rotations, and basically just waiting for ults to come online. It wasn't a clean fight whatsoever. XE actually on the defensive Reaper this time around. Or is he going back? No, he is not.
I think the defensive Reaper makes a little bit of sense here because you expect London to just try to barrel into you or maybe even run dive comp. This is a good read if you're playing defensive Reaper and London ends up playing the composition that they're on right now. Reaper very good against Winston. Of course, a last second switch is why you never call the offense as a caster.
Never,
You'd
ever,
think
ever.
I'd know by now. You'd think I'd know.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Thanks, man. You pick me up when I'm down.
Yeah. 1 minute remains. London going to need a whole lot of picking up. Could just need to take out Nico. Again, the maze is so vital in this composition. And are already almost isolated. That's exactly what happened. They used their wall early. Half the Paris Eternal were already behind it. So it didn't really matter whatsoever. Babel's wall's not looking as hot as they did yesterday.
You just reset right now. I mean, there's no reason to try to go in. With under a minute, if that happens to you that quickly, you just go back.
Yeah.
You're going to have one attack here. You would have liked to have everyone stay alive and take damage because you're kind of banking on highly getting Coalescence and having that be your push. It's a race between the Moiras right now, and they're both going to get Coal at the same time if we even get there. They should get there.
15 seconds, someone needs to touch. Very early wall from Babel there to escort his team through Hotel. 10 seconds now remains. They need to be able to touch the point. They're not too far away, but accidents do happen. There you go. The first assault with a new wall being set up. A whole lot of shields in front of Ben Best, but he's just swinging on through them. Early shift from Bernard. Stops Ben Best from moving in, but straight to the side. Hits the shatter. Damage is done. OT depleted. And Paris are going to be able to defend. London don't get any ticks.
Well, Paris made the adjustment there against London's adjustment. You fool me once with this Hotel strat, shame on me. Fool me twice, I don't know how the rest of it goes. Anyway, 4 of them come through, 5 of them come through in the Hotel, but it's Glister tries to wrap around on the Reaper, and he is met with a welcoming party. Then they get the slam in, so just really smart play, knowing that that's the only thing that London's offense had the first time. They'll probably try it again. Someone watched the back end of the Hotel. Glister got nothing done.
No, it's Nico there. He kind of set, obviously, you're setting your tanks up for success, right? He put a wall straight up behind the Orisa, but I was like, oh god, I need to get out, I need to get out. There's a shield in front of me, but it's going to die. I need to hit shift and run away. That's perfect, because then Ben Best basically just walks forward. You haven't got your Fortify left, but just so happens there were 2 nice targets right next to him who went onto the flank to try and help Bernard.
Yeah.
Bernard's running one way, 2 DPS are running the other, instant shatter. The damage was already there because you got Reaper on your team, and the rest is history.
So Paris cannot lose this map. They can only draw, playing with house money as the expression goes. Already up 1-0 in the series. And you know, this has to mean a little something for the European pride. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a grudge match necessarily. London a brand new squad, Paris a new squad, but it could be the start of a great rivalry.
4 minutes and 20 seconds, that's a heck of a time bank for
to,
Paris.
To only get 33%. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, if Paris doesn't get this is a huge failure on their end.
Was someone hiding in the bottom there? I believe, yes, they are. Glister, very, very cheeky, hiding below them. Trying to get some initial damage down. That's what you need. Just one pick, and you should be fine. Early resets for Paris if they do lose somebody. What was that flick? Okay. Just the tippy taps of Moira's feet on the side, instantly killing her off. However, the pin did land onto J-Mac, and he ends up going down. So this is actually a big, big win for London.
It's a ton of healing gone, though. Hip should be able to get back in here. Someone's got to pay attention to Glister. Of course, it's FD God.
Got to be careful. Babel's actually now forced out his block. Same with Nico. They're both going to have to be very careful now. FD got assassinating Glister in the backside. There we go. Exy finds 1 kill as well. That shatter came down from Ben Best. That should end it all. London Spitfire wiped off the map. They only needed 1 minute. Paris Eternal taking the map. 2-0 in the series as well. Match point for them. They're feeling pretty good.
I love that more than once. You gotta imagine the call is someone deal with Reaper, and FD God's like, got it, I'm on it. Just goes over there as Lucio and takes him out. He did it on Sanctum. He does it on King's Row. Paris looking clean.
Looking pretty good. Exy continues to dominate on the Reaper, dominates on the McCree. Does like we're going to LA though for our game break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. London Spitfire and Paris Eternal both had a rough outing yesterday, but today one of them will walk away with a temporary crown of the best Overwatch League team in Europe.
Wow.
Yeah, just one game. They're both in Europe.
I got ahead of myself. I was like, what?
Johnny's having flashbacks to the
On
Rogue
this
days.
note,
He
I
was
want to
like,
welcome everyone back. This is the Overwatch League studio, in fact, here in Los Angeles, as you can see in the background. Yeah, this is all real, of course. And it's time for a game break presented by Cheesy Grooves. And in case you missed it in our Watchpoint pre-show, I am once again joined by Jonathan, Larson, Reinforce, also.
Murder like Yang.
Okay, I don't know what that was, but yeah, Costa, and of course our guest analyst Wolf. So I would say we heading straight into the action. Currently, we have the Paris Eternal being up 2-0, and they came out of the gates on control once again with the same strategy we already saw from them yesterday, which was Symmetra. And so far, it just seems like the teams haven't really found an answer to that yet. If you guys had to like come up with a plan, what would you actually play into this?
I don't know. For me, it's pretty surprising that London just sort of tried to run the same thing into it. We saw them play the May Reaper on Village, and then we go to Sanctum, and they try and adapt to Tracer. It's just not enough. The reason Symmetra to me is so strong is that the longer the fight goes, the more damage she does. So if you don't kill her in the first like 5 to 10 seconds, you're going to lose the fight.
Yeah, and that's also why the Reaper doesn't work as well, because the Reaper primarily is good at beating down the Reinhardt and the Orisa. But if you focus on killing the tanks, the Symmetra is just going to get so much stuff done, so you'll end up losing the fight anyway. I would have liked to see a Doomfist actually. We were talking backstage and you said a McCree could have worked, but I think on Nepal specifically, that's a map where it's very close range, and I don't think as a McCree you would have gained enough room to actually take advantage of that. So I would have liked to see a Doomfist come out, but we didn't from Glister. Come on, dude. You're hyped up. You're supposed to be a great player. Where's the Doomfist, man?
Okay.
Whoa, getting called out, Glister.
That's rough. I'm pretty sure that was uncalled for. All right.
No, how? They're down to 0-2.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
They are now. They weren't at the time.
Yeah.
All right.
It's true.
Let's talk about the second map. Afterwards, we saw still no real adaptation coming out from London, at least when it came to their composition. I do feel like that after their A-take on their offense, they did make slight positional adaptations. They took team fight and engagements a little bit differently, but it just wasn't enough to edge out on top. What would you guys have liked to see from the Spitfire?
I mean, I'm kind of looking at the situation here with the Spitfire is just better adaptation, better preparation. We're seeing the Paris Eternal run what they've already run yesterday, going into King's Row. You know, they end up losing a lot of these mirror matches, but also we're seeing adaptation. Ben Best is running this Sigma. I think a lot of this is because he's kind of flexing in for Hanbin, who's obviously not eligible to play just yet. But I'm just disappointed that London is not reacting to these compositions quickly. I know a lot of these players are new to the Overwatch League, but they're not new to competitive Overwatch, and it's, you know, you've got to really flex on the fly.
You know, as Wolf said, I'm expecting bigger and better things. You're seeing that Paris is running these like different strats. You need to change as well. You can't just expect May Reaper to work 100% of the time. For me on King's Row, I would have liked to have seen a Widow or something that had a range that forces Paris to move into you, because right now Paris is playing defensive and London just has to walk into them, and that's not a good strategy 100% of the time.
Not 100% of the time.
Some of the time.
But that does imply that sometimes it might work. However, now it is time for Crunch Time, presented by Cheesy Grooves. Reinforce, who got the job done for the Paris Eternal
Well, there's
today?
one specific cruncher I keep my eye on, and it's XE. I think he's really impressed so far. The Symmetra, I'm not going to give him too much credit on the Symmetra, because London, I think they should have dealt with that. I mean, it's a cheese hero, okay? If you play Symmetra in ranked, I'm sorry, I'm ashamed. But on King's Row, his McCree was insane, and he's making an early case, literally like second day of the broadcast, for Rookie of the Year.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
We haven't seen half
Johnny's
the
like,
teams.
I've seen XC twice in my whole time. I don't watch any Contenders career, so I'm playing like 2 games.
Whoa!
And now
How dare
suddenly,
you!
Rookie of the Year.
Slander, man! What?
Apex.
Not Apex Contenders.
Sorry,
Element
Contenders.
Mystic.
Sorry,
all right,
sorry.
like, let's let's.
XC's
All right, guys,
playing well.
Correctly.
Some quick advice then. How can London Spitfire deal with XC and everything else the Paris are throwing at them currently?
Well, it depends on the composition that Paris is running, right? But I think that London overall, they just need to take a more flexible approach and swap it up a bit more, because they've been playing a lot of May Reaper, and it honestly hasn't worked out for them so far. That's why they're down 0-2. So I think they should swap it up a bit more, perhaps even play some Doomfist. I really like that Doomfist coming out. But it depends on what the Paris Eternal are playing and what they're throwing out. London Spitfire, you just have to adapt in the end.
There you go. It's that simple. Just, you know, play better, forehead, and adapt. Let's get back to the rest of the games. That's kind of what you said. I was paraphrasing. Anyway, the games are over in New York at the Hammerstein Ballroom, and we will be back right after the match for the Watch Point reset. See you then.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
Welcome back. Paris Eternal facing up against London Spitfire. Right now, it's all Paris' game.
London looked a little better on Kings Row than they did on Control, but it might be too little too late. This Paris Eternal squad is looking clean. They are making plays. The support line looks really, really strong. I don't know, this Paris team, it's really early in the season, right? But on paper, we had a lot of questions. Are they legit? And again, Paris just needs to kind of keep their heads above water, do well in their division, and then they're going to get Sparkle into this mix as well.
That's scary.
Yeah.
For literally the entire
I think
league.
no one had Sparkle going to Paris in the offseason. It was like one of the biggest surprises. They made a huge splash in getting them. At least they've got Soon on the bench, this team. Like, there's a lot of talent on this squad.
They're pretty stacked, both on and off the bench. But, you know, England and Paris, well, England and France even, have a few other little rivalries as well.
Oh, yeah?
I must say, yeah.
Do they have a history together or something?
I think they have a small history together. French versus the English in the football. Funnily enough, I don't actually follow the football a whole bunch, but I got to say England's better, right?
Oh, soccer!
Oh, yes.
You meant soccer.
Yes.
All right.
Soccer hex. You know, the rest of the world calls it football.
Okay.
Which it should be.
All right, so which one wins
Which
here?
one's cuter?
A French Bulldog? They're both good boys.
They're both pretty good boys.
I think they're both the best boys. I'm not going to pick a winner of these dogs.
I'm going to have to side with the French Bulldog on this one, though. He looking hella cute.
England looks a little rough. All right.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if that's a fair representation of an English
No
breakfast.
way is that a fair representation. Also, fun fact, try to buy Heinz baked bees in the US. $4 a can. You can get them for 99p for 4 cans in the UK.
What's P? Is that the money you use?
Can we stop the bullying, please?
Sorry, man. Maybe when we go to Europe, you can bully me, but right now we're still in America. It's so easy. It's so easy.
Why is this easy? So let's get back into the game.
Well, speaking of bullying, Dynamite segue, Paris has been bullying the London Spitfire.
That they have. And who's coming in now for Paris?
I don't know yet.
We've got Gray.
Gray's coming in. Yeah, Gray, I believe, subbed in yesterday as well. Got some play time there. And he will be coming in for Hip. Hip had played really, really well. Gray had some moments, ups and downs in his first season, but, you know, pretty good player for this squad.
Absolute animal. There's been a couple of times where I've duo cube with him a little bit when he's playing on his Smurfs, you know, like low 4K. I'm like, okay, you know, you're going to play DPS, you play Widowmaker, you pop off. And I'm like, I'll just play support, man. Yeah, I mean, you're way better at DPS than I am.
Yeah, I mean,
his support is insane. His hit scan is insane. Zen is probably one of his best heroes in the game currently. And there is absolutely no way we're not going to see that. Hanamura especially.
That's what I was going to say. I always remember his Zen, very good player on the Zenyatta. I always love seeing Zen play. You know, it's a DPS, and then they're just like, maybe heal on occasion.
Yeah, that's why I like playing Zen, honestly.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm never ever going to lock in DPS. I could just lock in Zen, do damage, and then sometimes use Harmony Orb.
I was like, oh, the tank queue looks real quick. I'll play Roadhog, I guess. So we're the ones ruining ladder for everybody, is what we're saying here.
100%.
We're going to go to the beautiful map of Hanamura. Not my favorite map to play, to be dead honest with you, but my favorite map to look at. Absolutely gorgeous design here as we go into our assault variation of the game. Grab one control, move on, grab the second control. And one of the reasons that I think Hanamura is so difficult is this second point can just be brutal just to try to get in, especially with Mei. Maybe we might not even get to that point. But we've seen Mei in the meta. Another one of these maps that Mei's always been good at because the first entry to first point, blocked off by a wall really easily. Second point, you try to go top right, blocked off by a wall easily. Like, she can always be good in this meta. Defense coming out with that Mei. Babel had a great performance yesterday. They're gonna need Babel and Glister to show up a little bigger here if London wants to get back into this series.
Another big hero that you can bring out as well, Doomfist on the second point on the defense, can be so treacherous to go up against him and the Mei. Parasol on the attack first. Looks like they're going for the Sim and the Mei once again, teleporting topside. Could do a little bit of surfing straight off the roof. Gonna rotate onto the point rather fast. And start capping as well. London have to be able to touch. They're so close to getting that 33% instantly. Nico straight into the ice block. Did get naded to start off with, but Ben Best isolated on the sidelines. Does get taken out, and now haven't really got too many shields to work around as Glister takes the head off of No Smite as well.
Well, I told you that it was going to have to be Babel and Glister to show up, and who's the two in the kill feed? It's Babel and Glister. Now they're just going to try to get some exit kills here. Wait for the DPS to come back in.
Yeah, this is a horrible situation to be in right now if you're Paris. Yeah, there you go. Couple of easy kills. They do try and reset real fast. You see FD God being a rather slippery Lucio. Did almost manage to get out in time. Gray's going to get chosen down as well. Had to eat the orb if you're Banar. Nice couple of kills for him too.
Great defense, great stagger, lock him in the room and get those 4 kills super late. Those are super late kills that they're able to pull off there. Now Paris back to the drawing board. Nice little Lucio taxi service.
Now, what have London really got here? They got Shadow, they got Nano. They haven't got a Blizzard just yet, but they could just isolate them on the wall. Beautiful flame strike. Paris actually do end up just ascending to the heavens straight on top of Glister as he goes down to FD God. There's another beautiful bio grenade from Hylie, but they just can't capitalize on it whatsoever, and the wall is down. There is so much London now have to deal with. The Shadow hit the ground. Ben Best gets instantly killed, though, as that Nano onto J-Mac ended his life so fast. FD God still managing to pick up a kill somehow, though, in the backline. Hylie does end up falling, but it shouldn't really matter all too much.
He went to deal with the Ana, who was just sitting up top there. Look, I know it's not what it's called or what it should be called, the teleport onto Hanamura.
All of the Lucios. Oh no! FD God. Unbelievable. They call him a god for a reason.
I will always associate the Sim on the first point as the Matt Morello strategy. Mr. X I was playing with one night, he's like, oh dude, just teleport on the point, it'll be all good. And then we did, and then we won. He's like, I see you, told you, man.
Just the Q strat though, and that's exactly what they're going to do. That's a lot of missile damage straight onto the teleporter though, and instantly you can see their Gray.
Yeah.
Does get taken out by Banar. FD God has got the beat, doesn't really want to use it just yet. He knows they lost their main healers. There's not really a point where they can win this fight, but very aggressive beat by London Spitfire. FD God trying to find some more boops. Doesn't quite get anybody.
London's turning this into a series. It was a great eat from Bernard onto Nico's Blizzard. That Blizzard could have been a game-changing ultimate there. It looks like Exi has finally given up the strategy of using this Symmetra. They're just going to go in straight forward. We're down to a minute, and on this map, minute, probably one decent push. They're going to push into self-destruct and a shatter as well.
Exi on the creek. Let's have to switch over to the Tracer there to get back to the point in time to help the rest of his team. No Smite has got the supercharger. There's a question where they want to use it. Normally you'd want to use it on the point. Self-destruct gets launched in. J-Mac trying to find the perfect shatter. Ben Best holding the shield firm though. Big bio grenade in the front line, but the beat is going to save them for the time being. J-Mac just getting punished here on the side. Can't really do much with this Nano at all. Only just manages to tag a couple of people, but it's going to be enough to take out Nico. London really turning this into a series hex like you were saying. 40 seconds now remains for Paris' attack. FD God once again picking up the kill on Hailey. They can reset quick enough though. This might be good for them.
That's going to be enormous though. Hailey's not going to be able to get back, and if he does, it's going to be because of a Lucio taxi.
Someone kill him.
Be short-handed.
Kill FD God. Kill FD God, please. He's still alive somehow.
It was a really nice nade in that last fight. I want to give Hailey all the credit in the world there because he naded during a coalescence, so it was able to get out the kills. But now, that late kill onto Hailey might be just changing the tide here.
Okay, there's the Blizzard from Babel. This might be what they need. That shadow from Bembo goes a little wide. Now he's trapped in the corner. No healing to be had. FD God does find the boop onto Sanguinar, and Exi comes up big. Kill onto Calista. Counter what he says. There's no way you're going to be able to take me out. However, the rest of London are just going to fall over now. FD God with another kill, another boop onto Babel. You wouldn't believe this guy landed a couple of days ago. Doesn't need rest at all.
That's one of the hardest Lucio carries I've ever seen in my life. Couldn't kill him. Got environmental kills. Has been able to get the opposing Lucio on environmental kills, which is bonkers. Living up to his name. I don't know what the F and D stand for. Tweet at us, but he's definitely a god.
Here we go. This is what you wanted to see. FD God, unbelievable Reddit Lucio. This is what you want to do if you're Reddit Lucio, by the way.
No, I'm kind of mad because now people are going to do this more.
Carry this hard, please. And peel for me as well. I am Zen, me squishy.
Cool little teleport spot up top. They're going to have Coalescence probably dropping right now.
You might as well. That wall's going to block most of it off, though. So they're trying to get around it somehow. Still a whole lot of damage onto J-Mag. Has to hold the shield at this point. Has got Shatter, but is scared of Ben Best as well. Now the boost onto J-Mag. Now he can play aggressive. Blizzard's going to come out, but an instant eats from Bernard. Uh-oh, Paris are in trouble. Might want to just go for the reset here, as London did lay out the beat as well, and J-Max setting up almost too perfectly here for the shadow. What? Okay. Just flicked it as well, saw the wall, you know, just throwing ults away at this point. The rest of Paris are caught between a rock and J-Mac as they clean up.
Yeah, they're going to get cleaned up here. Staggered cleanup as well.
Whoops-a-daisy, we will ignore that, J-Mac, don't worry. We weren't specking you, mate. No worries.
I just want to give Bernard another credit in the world. Second Blizzard eat on the same map. I mean, Nico, find the diva and turn around, throw it the other way.
Just don't throw it into defense matrix. How hard is it?
Yeah, just don't get your ulti.
Well, at the end of the day, right, we talked about it yesterday. It's a rather long animation of that the Mei throwing out. You have to look at the floor more often than not, but that can be telegraphed as well. Big teleporter. Nico actually staying on the low ground. Oh, not for long. I'll take that back. He's trying to find the big wall off. As the photon barrier did come out. Self-destruct landing straight near the point. Everybody behind the photon barrier though. However, problem is, you're all corralled behind it, and hey, guess what J-Mac can do? Just run towards you. Ben Best with the big shadow though. This isn't over just yet, and FD God's still alive, so he can still carry this fight. No Smite now going on the wrecking board to join his team super early on. Ben Best doing what he does best. Being aggressive on the Rhine, pushing forward. It's going to get booped off though, so real little point presence now for Paris Eternal, and they've got a native. Spawn advantage in the favor of London, with Nico having the Blizzard online is going to be his key to success. Oh, but Calista, it doesn't matter actually. Yeah, he's got the beat, he can just run through it.
It should have been over much earlier. The cleanup wasn't quite there. Usually you get 2 kills on the defense of an assault map. Hanamura specifically, that fight's over. The spawns are right there. Paris did a good job of trying to bring it back. They will be rewarded with the permanent 33%, but now 20 seconds left to try to get a little more progress. The defense has been stout, but London's bank is empty now. They've had to switch off heroes. Nico, you have a chance at redemption. Blizzard ready to go.
Just take out the defense matrix first. Force Bernard to use matrix, and then you can just freely use that Blizzard. There it is. That's what you want to see. Blizzard coming through and instantly kill onto J-Mac. Perfect matrix there coming through from Bernard, but it's not going to be enough. Exi finds the execution. OT is here. Glister is not going to stand a chance against all this damage. No way Nico's not going to chase him up, and now Hailey in a very bad situation. They're finally making themselves known on the point. They got 2 ticks, almost a third, another 4%. Ben Best Shatter gets thwarted a little bit, but they still managed to get it. The point gets capped in OT.
All is forgiven for the Paris Eternal Mei. 2 away, 2 Blizzards early in the fight. 1 on first, 1 on second, but when push came to shove, gets the nice wall, gets a 2K up top, lands the Blizzard, finishes it off for his team, gets another couple nice kills there towards the end. You forget about the 2 mistakes when you win a game like that for your squad.
Looks like we're going to throw to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We have another attack coming up.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City. Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Welcome back, guys. Don't forget to get your tickets for next week's homestand in downtown Philadelphia. Place is going to be pretty sick with the debut of Carpe and Poco and the rest of Fusion in the roster, of course. We'll also get to see the Outlaws, Justice, and Mayhem for the first time this season. So get out, you get your tickets for Philly Fusion at phillyfusiontix.com or go to the Overwatch League website.
Philly's a great city. I had a great time there last year for the grand finals. A wonderful organization, and Carpe's back in a meta that I think he's going to enjoy a little more than last year.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to visit Philly at some point this year. I know a couple of Casses going down there. It's going to be pretty fun. Mr. X and Uber are going to have a good time.
Some of my picks for awards this year have gone to Philadelphia. I have Alarm maybe being my Rookie of the Year. Very good player there. And I think in the meta right now, you want someone who's very versatile, and who's better at versatility than EQO. And then you add in just the raw firepower of Carpe. The rest of that squad rounds it out. Philly could make a resurgence this year.
Yeah, they're looking pretty fire this season. Can't wait to see them play. But we've still got a match in our hands right now. London Spitfire versus up against the Paris Eternal. Paris did manage to cap second point in OT. So London's goal, obviously, is to get over a minute, and it's going to be easy game from there, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to see how their offense ends up working on this one. The defense looked pretty stout, except for a couple enormous plays that came in. Nico at the end was able to clutch it. You know, maybe they went a little faster if Nico doesn't throw away those two blizzards earlier. It's such a good ultimate ability, but the Redemption Tour came to its completion there. We have the second half of Hanamura getting into it. Just a reminder, the Paris Eternal lead this series 2-0. We play first to 3 here. We're on map 3. Paris looking for the clean sweep of a London Spitfire team that surprised a lot of people yesterday by giving New York all they could handle. London fighting for their lives.
All right, Glister actually on the Tracer, did a little bit of scouting on the Sombra. Actually on the Hanzo as well. All right, things are really starting to heat up. Going to be able to use that Sonic Arrow to tell them exactly when the London are going to attack, or spot out that Tracer can normally be quite important.
Yeah. Tracer's a good hero for this point if you want to play it on offense, just because you're able to get in. No one can really stop you. You can get in, you can harass the backline, you can put some pressure on the point. A lot of options for Tracer here.
Oh yeah.
Some of the first Hanzo we've seen.
2 people on the point now, Banar and Glister. Can try and press her out. Force Paris Eternal to actually rotate here. The biggest skill of the mate and the Hanzo is just spamming through those chokes. There's going to be a wall actually forcing Paris Eternal to rotate, and London Spitfire instantly put it down so they can actually get onto the point and contest it for the time being. However, problem is, with no spike killing off J-Mac, as Banar was no way near him, a lot of incoming fire can't be defense matrix when you're just not with your main tank, so he does end up going down. This is going to get chased away as well, but FD God finds the little boop on him.
I love this guy.
I think he's going to be one of the fan favorite Lucios. That is
I think immediately right now people are starting new fan clubs for him. All right, some changes here. Glister is going to go to the Reaper instead. It's hard to play Tracer against this variation of Hanzo. You just get one shot and you're in a rough spot, so he's going to go for that raw damage. A more death ball style composition here as London tries to turn their offense around. But look, you only get really 3 cracks at it. It's only 2 minutes left.
And Exy has almost got that Dragon Strike as well. Boom, instant headshot. You saw that percent tick up. Is 85% now, looking for a little bit of extra damage on the D.Va in the back. But once again, Bernard is off to the side. Cannot mitigate any of this damage coming in. The flame strikes are hitting like 1 billion people. There's no way you're not going to have Shadow in these next fights. Like, it's just impossible.
I just got the Sonic Arrow. He's going for the Ana. And he'll just take that for free as Glister.
Spotted him teleporting.
Yeah, he was trying to teleport. So you get him in the animation that starts it, and often, like, you get him right out of the animation, too.
Oh, it's looking a little spicy. Window does get unleashed. Wall there as well. Uh-oh, you're alone. You are very alone there, J-Mac. You might want to run away. Dragon Strike heat, though, for Bernard. Blizzard's going to come out from Nico. Spotted that defense matrix going down, but he ends up getting taken out by Bernard regardless. He's really got a vendetta against Nico at this point. XC finds Glister at least, and Bernard does get taken out by Great in the end. I told you he was a sharp shot. Takes him out before Bernard can remech. Gray picks up the kill onto Babel as well, and Paris are holding firm.
A hungry D.Va today from Bernard. That is his 3rd ultimate eaten of just this map alone. Tried to carry it for his team, but all that said and done, a minute left. London has to find something or they're getting swept by Paris.
1 minute remaining. London have got that Blizzard. Bernard, I just feel like he should be with his team right now. You've got to stop these flame strikes coming through from Ben Best and the preceding fire. There you go, instantly into the back line. Babel using that Blizzard. Can he find anything though? Fortify doing a big work, and so's that Mentality Field, keeping Ben Best alive. He eventually goes down, but they do end up trading Reinhardt, and the beat way too late for London to save J-Mac's life. Bernard and Glister finally taking over the game. He's got the Death Blossom. London Spitfire finally making themselves known on point as well. They do manage to cap with 30 seconds in the bank, or a little bit less so. But Paris have got tools to work with for the preceding fight on second.
No Smite did his best there as the Orisa, you saw it, you're wondering why is that horse going into the Blizzard. He uses Fortify to body block a lot of that damage. Almost was able to save his tank counterpart. Not able to quite pull it off though. The London offense can come in here with a nano boosted Reaper, a little shade of the old Beyblade meta. Paris on the defense might just want to zone out. If they see him coming left, that Dragon should come through.
As the wall, Reaper almost instantly kills each pillar though, but a perfect pin for Ben Best straight onto Babel, and Bernard once again eating up these ults left, right, and center. FD God finds himself a kill as well. London going back to spawn.
4 ultimates negated from Bernard. He's just on it.
At this point, you got to think like, you got to wait for that Matrix, man. You got to force it out. As soon as you see it go down, it has got a small cooldown, and then you can fire the ult out. However, a long animation time for the Aura Dragon Strike as well. It can be fairly hard to place, right?
Right, sure.
Mistakes on one end, but Bernard definitely showing up.
Look, I get all your points that they're long animations, but not every D.Va is eating 4 in a map.
That's true. He's showing up, man, like I said. No Death Blossom either available now for London Spitfire. Highly still has that nano. But Blizzard, they've got Shadow, Paris Eternal, they're stacked in this next round.
Yeah, see, this is why I like the Sim strat a little bit better, because the second verse same as the first. They're going to try to go top right, and the wall's just going to come in.
Did you see that wall instantly die? J-Mac swinging through the whole thing. Those pillars going down pretty quickly. That was a cheeky flame strike, didn't end up quite landing. That nano doing almost nothing. And now, the attack coming through from Paris Eternal, the re-engage, self-destruct on top as well. They're slapped! No, wait, what? No way, I thought that was easily a couple of kills. Apparently not. I think that was a ice block potentially blocking the sightline of the Rhine. I want a replay on that one, not gonna lie.
I need a replay on that one. I'll let you guess at it, but I didn't see exactly what was happening.
Still Paris though, look at this. So many ults still online.
Yeah, they're in a great position here right now. Nico doesn't have it. Let's see this replay.
Self-destruct does get launched up, he sees them. Yeah, Blizzard comes through, and he does get knocked down, but that block! Unbelievable! Nico!
Body blocks right on top of him. What a play.
Dragon Strike being used really early, and now London Spitfire forced to reset on 1.5 fights, potentially, if they can get back quick enough. Sanguinar, of course, is Lucio, so he's going to be able to get back rather quickly, but...
This is where Hanamaru can just be brutal. The best way to get in without a Symmetra is top right. but top right is also a great spot for a Mei, right? You're just hoping that they mess up the wall somehow, or that you have the throughput to go in. You're hoping for a nano to get in. The wall does kind of mess up. They're in. That's step one.
I love these early ultimates coming through from Paris. They do use that supercharger and the coalescence there to shatter. That's big. There we go. Ben Best doesn't care about the Nano Reaper in front of him. Almost finds the pin kill onto him, actually. It doesn't matter because No Smite and everybody else is cleaning up. London have got 15 seconds to keep themselves in this series.
Whoa, barely gets out, but of course, FD God, you're not going anywhere, buddy.
Someone needs to touch. J-Mac's going to be able to come back on board, but he's not going to have a long time at all. FD God with a big boop as well. He's going to be able to cause OT. But this is going to be it. London Spitfire now changing onto fast heroes. Glister onto the Tracer. FD God still has beat as well. If worst comes to worst, Sanguinar ends up going down, but this might just be it. Our first 3-0 beat coming out. Blizzard on the floor. London have no tools in the bank left. It's just vanilla abilities. Glister finds the kill onto Nico, but is it actually going to be enough?
Look, these stalls have been really good, and knocking people down is great, but you'd like to get a couple of kills here. Overtime, last fight.
Bernard gets ejected from the Meg. This is going to be it, I think. It's Baby Diva versus the world. The nice little con to Exy, though, might just be enough. Glister has to stay alive. Hailey might be able to come back with the coalescence, but it might be too little too late. Blizzard's going to come through. It's only Glister on the sidelines. You deal with the Tracer, and you win the map and the series. Paris Eternal cleaning London off of the point. OT's going to disappear right in front of their eyes, and Paris find the clean 3-0.
A sweep over their only European rival. Parisians will be celebrating tonight. I think they celebrate every day. It's a wonderful way of life that they live out in France. What great plays across the board, but I want to give Nico some credit there. Some big clutch plays towards the end. Had a rough first start of Hanamura. Saving his tank with that ice block is going to be a highlight that we see over and over. Great plays across the board. FD God making a lot of new fans today as well.
The boot kills, the boot kills, the boot kills, plus the small assassinations as well. You saw the amount of times he was just on top of Hailey's head, just punishing him for not even being out of position either. Just being a Lucio, you can just attack the back line with almost immunity if you're good enough.
And he's able to end up getting into the Reaper a couple of times. You just don't expect that as a Reaper. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go in. There's no way this Lucio's coming. There's no way this Lucio, oh my God.
Oh, it's FD God. Oh, I see his name. You know, he's gonna kill me. But let's have a look at London real fast. Of course, it was a 3-0 for them, but yeah. Bernard just standing out once again. The Blizzard eats, the Dragon Strike eats, just stellar.
Yeah, he got 4 of them on Hanamura alone. There's a lot to be hopeful for if you're a fan of the London Spitfire here. Of course, an 0-3 doesn't feel good, but they gave New York everything that they had yesterday. That was a nice start for them. They didn't look terrible as the maps went on, but let's go to our friend Mitch on the stage for an interview.
I don't think you've ever called me your friend before, Hexagrams. Thank you so much. And yes, I'm here with Ben Best, and what a fantastic win and a bounce back as well from yesterday. Ben, you've been with this team now for a while, since the beginning. Last year probably wasn't Paris Eternal's year. It was a tough one for you guys. What do you think you sort of had to work on in the off-season to come into 2020 as a potential top squad?
I think the Korean recruits did a lot. Like we prepared a lot during the bootcamp in Korea. So yeah, that helped us a lot. We had to work on our communication because the communication in early is pretty hard, but yeah.
You obviously have a few new players in this roster, a lot of those Korean players coming over from Element Mystic. How much did it change the team? Did it feel just like a couple of new players were added, or did it change even your day-to-day life on the roster?
Yeah, I think it changed a lot. Like the preparation, we feel like more pressured, and I think it's good for the players, like do the much as they can, and yeah.
And so far, so good, Ben. We've seen you guys playing 2 main tanks a lot of the time. So a lot of the time, we saw a little bit of Sigma as well, but a lot of Orisa and Reinhardt. Is this something that you guys have strategized particularly, or is it maybe because Smex isn't with you guys? Is there another reason, perhaps?
Honestly, that the both. Like Smex is not there and Unbin can't play yet. But we practice a lot during the scrims. We did well in scrims, and the Sigma was just today. We tried today, and we practiced hard for today, and yeah, it's working pretty well.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a treat, Ben Best, and the Eternal go 1-1 here after the New York homestand. Let's send it back over to the crew at the caster desk.
Cheers, guys. On the floor, Ben Best jawline looking sharp as ever. But who is looking sharper on the field? Oh, it's Exy. What a surprise. He's going to be our player of the match.
You could have picked a lot of different players for this play of the match, but Exy, I think, standing out for this Paris squad. The McCree 4K looked pretty clean, and like he's a guy that you always have to account for. You always want a player on your squad that the other team has to make changes around. This sim play, well, I even forgot that we played Nepal. That's how fast Nepal went. It was dominant, the Symmetra play early on, and then he's able to switch to the McCree, counts the Deadeye there. Obviously, that's a team play right there to be able to crack the shields. But what I liked about it, he found the hammer early on. What I also really like about Exy, look at this hero pool. Like, he's playing everything at a super high level, and that's going to be of paramount importance in this season of the Overwatch League.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, his Symmetra, I tweeted yesterday how clean it was, and it's continued to look that way. The McCree kills coming up big, and the Deadeyes too. Like you said, it's a lot of teamwork coming into those Deadeye kills. You want Lucio speed boost, you want to make sure every single shield is down. Normally, it helps if you put a Blizzard on top as well, but an absolute performer for the Paris Eternal squad, and what a pickup for them. They must be pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, those are some standout numbers, and there's a lot of new players coming into the league this year, and a lot of them are making enormous debuts. I always say, I'll wait till they do it in the league. Thus far, Paris has a couple of guys who are doing it in the league.
Oh yeah, and they've still got a couple of people on their bench as well, waiting to come in. Ben Best said it on stage. Harbin is going to come in soon, so is Sparkle. And we got a sick match coming up next. I bet you can guess who's coming up. It's going to be NYXL in front of their home crowd once again.
I thought that was it. Okay, we're gonna go to a game break first in Los Angeles with our super smart analysts on the desk. Then we're gonna come back, and who's playing next? New York? Stick around.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
What's up, everyone? This is Watchpoint Reset, the warm, gooey feeling between matches. The second day of opening week is on the way, and the Paris Eternal took the European Cloud crown for now in a 3-0 sweep. Guys, we need to discuss this match we just saw. They did lose their first game yesterday, and you weren't super impressed with them either, watching you backstage. Has your opinion changed of the Paris Eternal since?
I mean, I think Paris is kind of getting carried by their first part that came from Element Mystic. They've got the coaching staff, obviously, as well. Exy's doing really, really well. But for me, I'm looking at Nico as a really impressive Mei player. We saw yesterday he was able to do a lot of impressive stuff despite the match loss with the Mei hero in general. And now he's winning a matchup against Falbel, who's actually a pretty bad Mei in comparison. So when you look at what Paris is doing here, it's not a huge surprise as the match has kind of progressed that they've come out dominant. We all predicted London. That's because they had a good showing against New York. Paris might be stronger than we thought.
I agree with that. I think Paris might be stronger than we think. FD God is playing insane. I think everyone can say that. I think he's leading Boots in the league so far. Very low sample size, but he's been very impressive. Been very impressive so far, and I think. Yes, we can give Paris a little bit more expectations, but for me, I think it's more pulling back on London. They looked a lot weaker today.
Yeah, they looked a lot weaker today, and J-Mac got caught out a lot. Like, I'm pretty disappointed in J-Mac. Yes, he didn't have complete support from his teammates at times, and you can't blame a single person, but a lot of the time he was caught off guard, and I feel like that was a pretty big detrimental to London Spitfire overall. So I'm pretty disappointed in the Spitfire, not only because they lost and they ruined my predictions, but because it was a Reinhardt player. And I look after my Reinhardt people, so when they lose, I get sad.
For me as well, like, Bernard was eating everything. I don't know how many eats he had in that last map alone, but I think it was like 4 or 5. And so he's playing a really good game. I don't know if J-Mac's getting the support that he needs, but something is fundamentally wrong. But on top of that, we still didn't see any adaptation. We saw Glister is the only person flexing on this entire roster.
Yeah, we're just seeing more Mei Reaper into compositions that don't always work. And on this map, you know, we're being critical of J-Mac, but I feel like at the same time, we have to give credit to Nico because he's setting up a lot of these traps onto J-Mac, punishing him for overextending. We also saw, you know, Bernard get really unlucky with that really nice bomb setup there when Nico was able to ice block it there, intentional or not. You know, it's one of those moments where you're like, I almost had the play. Yeah.
So if we have to like point a finger here, particularly looking at the London Spitfire squad, do you feel like this can lead back to maybe a lack of experience in terms of preparation for a match as such?
I would actually say experience quite a lot, because the past couple of years we relied on a lot of metas like Goats, for example, or Double Shield. We actually don't have to swap up a lot of picks, but back when me and Custa were relevant, you actually had to swap out a lot of heroes and you had to adapt all the time.
Right? Sure.
Can we point fingers at Pavani?
Don't hit me like that. I was making a point,
you want.
and
Go
you just
ahead.
hit me hard. Like,
can we point fingers at Pavani potentially here as well? Because he's one of those coaches that really likes to say, "This is the way it's going to be. This is the way." The
very a top-down kind of leadership.
Yeah, and perhaps he just said, "For this weekend, we're playing Mei Reaper, and I want you guys to only play Mei Reaper. And no matter what you hit, you're playing Mei Reaper. So the adaptation there is perhaps like restricted. It's hard to say, but you know, for New York, they very rarely change their compositions. They almost said, this is the best way to play. This is what we've perfected for this week of matches. We're not going to change it up at all." And maybe you could feel some of that coaching style coming through.
Well, up next, as you already said, we do have a New York versus Boston. And I would make a Yankees and Red Sox reference, but then you'd actually know that I secretly have no idea about any sports ball stuff. Yeah, maybe it's not a secret anymore at this point, but I will keep on at it and eventually you will believe what I'm saying. Anyway, looking at NYXL starting lineup, as I already tweeted it out, we did see that Sebiolbi is back in. He's getting to start today. How do you guys feel about that? What impact will Sebiolbi have?
I mean, really, they're playing against the Boston Uprising, so I think they're just subbing in the B team and just doing some fan service. I mean, they're playing at their own homestand at home. They want to make the fans happy, make the crowd cheer, so they're bringing out Sebiolbi. And they're playing against the Boston Uprising, so there's no way they're really going to lose. So I think it's a bit of fan service.
I feel like we said the same thing about London against Paris, and here we are.
Okay.
Paris did win.
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
A little bit of a difference.
Stark difference.
Between those.
Yeah.
Pull out.
Yeah.
Everything's possible in the world of Overwatch.
Those power ranking points
Reinforced.
between Paris and Boston, there may only be a few power ranking points, but the gap is much wider than those 3 points, you know, 4 points show.
I really want to see what compositions they run if we're going to see something different from Sibjelbi. I would love to see Sibjelbi Tracer. You know, it's been a long time since we saw it. I think you've seen Tracer sort of tickling into the meta
Dabbling
a little
in
bit.
here and
So
there, yeah.
he might be playing the Reaper, he might be playing the Kree, but I'm hoping for Tracer.
I'm hoping for Sombra. I mean, I would
could
love
be
to see it. We're not really seeing a
Don't
lot
you
of
put
Sombra
that
right
even
now.
on us.
Nobody wants to see Sombra. I like playing the game.
How do you guys feel generally with how the meta is looking so far, what we've seen?
Oh, it's fun, right? Like, we're seeing so many different heroes, and we're seeing teams adapt, actually, which we didn't really see last year. So I'm all for it. I'm having a good time. Yeah, there's quite a bit of Mei, which I know a lot of people aren't fans of, but let's enjoy it now, and then maybe with the introduction of Hero Pool, we'll see her get removed from the pool. So there is a lot of opportunity to see a lot of different comps this year, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, we still have so much more to come our way. And now it is time to send it back to the guys out east, where after a quick break, it will be the Boston Uprising versus the New York Excelsior.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping. It's not stopping.
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
New York City continues to excite and
delight. And their team, the NYXL, no different. Welcome back to the Hammerstein Ballroom here in NYC. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Matthew Morello, and the NYXL homestand continues.
Oh, we got a great match coming up next. Obviously, we got the home team, the NYXL, going up against the Boston Uprising. This is going to be a tough one for Boston, right? It's their first game of the season. The home crowd here heavily in favor of New York.
Man, I'm not even laughing at Boston. I just caught a look at myself in the preview monitor down here. I look like a 13-year-old going to high school.
I didn't even want to acknowledge what you're wearing.
Oh, yeah. It's a thing. It's a mood, baby.
One
NYC.
person cheered for your outfit.
That's right. Yeah. Just one person?
Yep. Yeah, no.
I didn't think so.
It's maybe 3 or 4.
Great to be here, of course. And look, yesterday we got to see the debut of the NYXL, right? There. Fans a little on edge early on in that series, a little bit nervous because they didn't exactly come out of the gate as strong as maybe they were expected to. This is, of course, New York, and they thought their team would be out and with a 3-0 easy win.
Well, I think the players were a little bit nervous with how loud the crowd reaction was and how packed it was. I know the post-game when I was interviewing Mono, he's like, yeah, we came out, we were a little bit of jitters, right? But we kind of steered the ship the right way. We ended up getting the win. I think today they're going to have a much better idea of like the environment they're going to be playing in. I definitely think you're going to see a New York clicking on all cylinders right from the start.
But it was one of the new additions to the team, not to the league though. The veteran Hotbar turned up and made quite the statement for the NYXL. Saw him on that off-tank role. The Diva play looked good. Not everybody, Matt, is playing Diva right now. Some teams are opting to go away from that for more main tank heaviness, but Hotbar, he brought the heat.
Yeah, I mean, in crunch time, he showed up. You know, in the clutch, Hotbar was great. So he was able to land those self-destructs. We've seen it in the past. I mean, really explosive player. In the past, we've seen him do a lot of things like switch over to Tracer, like, before 2-2-2 and Rollock. But on the Diva, I mean, big self-destructs that was able to get New York a win.
And of course, he made it public on Twitter, his aspirations. Looks like there's a change of leadership in the family. And Hotbar has always been the kind of player that feels himself when he has moments like this. He showed up for the Philadelphia Fusion.
He's got some swag to him. He's got some swag to him, Hotbar.
And that's what we'd like to see. In fact, that's been a trait of every NYXL star that we've seen thus far. But their opponents, we're yet to see this season. And something tells me there's a certain tension in the room. Maybe a little bit of a rivalry.
Yeah, Boston's, I mean, you ain't got to know much about sports to understand Boston versus New York, right? But the Uprising, this will be their first match of the season. They make a ton of changes coming into the season, like a lot of other teams that struggled in years past. So they do have some familiar faces that you're used to seeing on this roster. But, you kind of look back through the Overwatch League, just its history thus far. And Boston, in the first season, they were tremendous, right? Striker was absolutely insane on the Tracer, like up there in terms of like MVP considerations, and they make a run, like right in the playoffs, and they're just falling a little bit short. And then last season, it was a little bit all over the place in terms of results.
They looked very unsettled. It's often feast or famine with the Boston Uprising, and much more of the latter for them in 2019. They made a lot of new additions. They shuffled the roster midway through the season. Pressure on their captain and Fusions, who definitely felt the pain of many of these losses. Results that Boston weren't looking for, but they've kept the same approach to building this team, Matt. Boston has always been a roster that doesn't necessarily go for these huge names with huge price tags attached to them. They look to build up that talent sort of from the ground up and leverage their coaching staff as much as they can. I got to speak to them earlier on about this new team. You can see a ton of new additions. The Uprising Academy system as well, producing some players now to Tier 1.
Yeah, and you see a lot of the off-season departures are names that you would have recognized from this Boston Uprising team, right? Blase, Aim God, Kellex, RCK, Stellar, a lot of these players, move on to some of the other teams in the league. And then now you look at all of the people they brought in. Really, Munchkin, he has Overwatch League experience with Seoul Dynasty. You can bring him into the lineup, very good hit scan player. Outside of that, you're bringing a lot of talented players up from contenders.
Yeah, Myunbong got talked up a fair bit on the desk this morning, especially about how he plays around enemy Sombras. So if you're wanting to deal with flankers, Boston looks like they have the tools. Brusson was very impressive, I think, at the World Cup. He really showed up for his team. I think the Netherlands look great in general. So he's someone we want to be keeping our eye on as much as possible.
Yeah, Movement as well, down at the bottom, off-tank player, very strong. Thought he could have been on Team Canada for the World Cup. Note ended up getting those honors, but you bring him in. He can play a lot of the off-tanks, Divas specifically.
All right, well, it's time to get this party started. Let's head down to the floor now to the biggest party animal I know. It's Christopher Puckett.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Give it up for Uber and Mr. X. Now, New York City,
before we can bring out your hometown crew, we've got to meet their opponent. After driving all the way down I-95 to get here, let's hear it from the boys from Beantown, your Boston Uprising. Man, you guys are nicer to the Red Sox. Hammerstein Ballroom, it's time to get loud. They roared over the London Spitfire yesterday. Can they do it again? Let's bring them out. It's your NYXL.
Champions of the Overwatch League. Shatter! Let's hear it for Mono! The jack of all trades, it's Libero! The hit scan king, give it up for Danae! A new Lucio to town, let's hear it for Mondo! And Bianca! Starting, let's hear it for Animo! And the newest big boss, show some love for Hotba! Give me more plays, it's Who Are You? And the new King of New York, show some love to Jonas!
one more time for your NYXL. The match is ready. Uber, Mr. X, take it away.
The Hammerstein Ballroom is popping off, ladies and gentlemen, and we expect no less. Expectations also very high for this NYXL roster again.
Yeah.
They dropped that first map yesterday, but I don't think anyone was really worried. We did talk with some of the staff of the team, and they said, well, we don't want to be dropping maps here, not at home.
You can't. I mean, New York, it's a winning city, right?
You tell me,
you
bro.
can't come
You're
in here
from
and
here, man.
lose. Like, come on, man. Like, so you gotta come out strong if you're New York.
Who is that on the left?
So you're gonna have Saviol be in the starting lineup today, which I love. He can play a lot of the damage dealers, right? But I think a lot of the times you'll get some of the other players that they have on the team and across the league. You're like, oh, maybe they're a little bit more explosive, a little bit more versatile than Saviol be, but you just feel great with him in the game, right? If you are a NYXL fan, he's kind of a calming rock, really good leadership, phenomenal in the clutch.
And we saw, the last time we saw him, he was holding Flowers' hand as they knew that they were possibly going to go down in playoffs last year. A very poignant picture, but it's a new slate, a new year, and a new look roster. On the other side of the Boston Uprising, very much the same for them, Matthew. They have...
They get a good New York welcome. And then it's funny, I'm watching Boston on the stage as the walkout's coming out, like, Fusions is clapping along like, with the music.
Colourhex is loving it.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
they're loving
Kiwi.
it.
He's from New Zealander, so he's used to getting booed, especially by people in that vicinity of the world.
Yeah, but I still think there's a lot of pressure on Boston, right? You come in here, hostile environment, first game of the season. A lot of these players, first time playing in the Overwatch League together on the stage. It's a lot to overcome.
Matt, feels like they're used to it. A lot of the games in the LA arena were pretty similar as well. Very hostile crowds out there. The first map of this series, in case you didn't guess, it is going to be Oasis. It is Control, and it is a potential trap map for New York after what we saw yesterday. If you're a hometown fan, look for Hugh or You to lock it down here on the May. We may see a mix-up. I'd love the Ryan and the Wrecking Ball composition, if we were so lucky.
So, over the first few days here of the Overwatch League, we've been seeing a lot of double main tank setups, whether it be the Orisa with the Reinhardt and then some Diva play as well. But the gate's open. It'll be Hotba switching over to Diva, and you're going to have Jonak playing the Ana here. Saviol B will come out playing McCree. Boston, an interesting setup. So they go with a dive composition. You're going to have the Wrecking Ball with the Winston. So back to think the traditional dive Wrecking Ball not even in the game at that moment. So now you have a new age look at it.
Now, New York are going to look to play a bit more reactively here. Boston don't have a lot of stopping power, but they are able to burst targets down very quickly if they can access them. Colourhex will work from the fringes while he can to try and build up that EMP. But New York, in theory, should be able to move comfortably onto the point. Flashbang in mid-air. Axiom couldn't drop down. Then he's frozen up. Every form of CC's been leveraged at him, and he's headed out to play in traffic before he returns.
They have to get pressure onto Saviol B. If you allow the McCree to just take shots at range, start working these tanks down. The issue is Boston starts to dive in. You have the May there for the freeze, but be 2 kills that go in favor of Boston early on.
Saviol B knocked out of position. Swimmer there, a part of getting him out of the core of that lineup, and no one was able to capture the point during that fight. So Boston wait for New York to set up, then they pounce.
And here on Oasis, it's very difficult to get the point back. This point is so open, you can just kind of contest it for so long, just having players trickle in. You could see Boston build up a ton of percentage here. Let's see how they decide to play this on the defensive end. Their composition's a little bit geared towards being more aggressive, so let's see how they decide to start the fight.
They can counter-engage, though. They can give ground to New York and then use that dive to pretty much treat it like they're still the attackers.
Just kind of kite around the point, right? Winston
like
very
this.
mobile, same with Wrecking Ball.
Okay, so Wall comes up and actually keeps a lot of them out of the way, but Munchkin's down. Who you get some early? Flashbang. He's going to catch on to Artemo. Swimmer, should I say, and it's Colourhex gets involved. Saviol falls early again. This one's breaking down into a bit of a messy one. It's a 3v3 though. But NYXL, as we said, have the staying power. Wrecking Ball, Minefield dropped out. Who are you? Very quickly gets out of the way. A lot of those very fast-paced heroes from Boston have already gotten back to the point there.
And they never actually deal with the Wrecking Ball, right? Wrecking Ball can live for so long, the adaptive shields, the mobility, and Axiom just kind of rolling around on the point there. Then drops down a Minefield, takes out the Lucio Animo for NYXL. NYXL has to back up at that point. Reset. So Munchkin, see here, sitting in a bush, waiting for the push to come down. He's going to try and get into the back line here, get a pick off with this pulse bomb.
Maybe a force an early ice block, tried to go in there for Jonak. Couldn't find a connection. Sound barrier was still forced regardless. Mano and Hotba got hit by that EMP, but Hotba's still able to find a kill early on. And that's quite a pose there from Fusions, but he was frozen solid. Self-destruct. Hotba just going to refresh the mech here. 84% for Boston though. New York do need to clear them off the point properly here and fast.
Yeah, Mano comes back on Winston, and then Sig will be on the Tracers. You finally deal with the Wrecking Ball, the character that's giving you so many problems on the point. You deal with Fusions as well, so those are the two big mobile tanks out of the equation. The point will go in favor of NYXL.
Samuel now back to the Tracer, definitely a pick he's much more well known for. Some switches here for Boston, Matt.
Yeah, good adjustments here for Boston. So now that they see New York come out with this dive composition, who wants to be very aggressive, you know, with the Winston and the Diva in terms of tanks, they switch to a much more, you know, point-oriented control, right? With the double shields, two main tanks, lots of health between the Orisa and the Reinhardt, and then you can just kind of protect Color Hex. Well, you may not be able to protect him from that, but the idea is to let Color Hex get set up on the McCree, and you protect him with the main.
This is actually a very New York composition map from last season and seasons past in general. Boston trying to go for one of their looks, but they lose the main source of damage early. Won't somebody look at Sabiobi? Chase down on Myunbong. Mano connects. That's a Moira pancake.
Color Hex, he is on Tracers. As soon as he saw Mano and Sabiobi coming towards the spawn, he blinked all the way back. He'll be going back onto McCree. So that tells you, especially with the changeover to Baptiste, right? Now you can set up that immortality field. You're going to have a changeover to Ana. So you can actually still play around the same type of style I was talking about before. You can set up around this McCree, try and have the dive come in, and then blow up some of these targets with that flashbang, and then maybe a fan the hammer.
Moongon goes for a sleep dart. Forced back there. A lot of cleave damage from Martin, but he's frozen. He tried to Primal Rage. He was burst down early in the fight, though. Boston will move fairly ponderously towards the point while trying to wrap the McCree around the left-hand side. And Huayua is going down. This is not good news for New York. They can't afford to give this point back at all, but they may not have a choice. Munchkin has a Blizzard. Even if they step up and try and challenge him here, it could be dangerous for NYXL. They've got to go now at 99%. Here's your overtime.
Hotba does have a self-destruct, gonna come over the top. Let's see what he can get with it. It gets up blocked there by Axiom.
Big expectations for that one, but it fizzles. He'll at least get a reset on the mech. He'll need that extra health in the fight to come. That's the stick. Hotba finds the kill on Color Hex, and this is what they were looking for. Huayua taken down by Axiom, but it was a suicidal charge. And Munchkin comes out very sheepishly of his ice block. Faces his demise. NYXL now in control, and there's a chance for Boston to stall this one out, but they have to be fast. Shoes on the other foot now, Matt.
You're gonna have a touch here from Boston. Swimmer gets on the point. He gets taken out immediately. Fusion's now on the Wrecking Ball. Get back.
He tried to pile drive, but he got interrupted. Taken down by Hotba. Saviolmi now is free to harass the backside. There's no peel left for Boston. Munchkin can barely step foot on the point. It has to be a nano boost for Axiom now to keep at least someone there, but he's sleeping on the job. The Reinhardt can't get involved in the fight. Axiom had to sit and watch the entire time, and eventually he's cut down. NYXL, and retake control. Fusion's just trying to stay alive now. It is a game of stall, but Saviorbi's almost as fleet of foot as the hamster. Swimmer's cut down. Pulse pistols akimbo, and Saviorbi combining with Manu to clean them up.
That'll be round one to NYXL. Comes down to the wire. If Boston, they get up to 99. New York opens it up. It's a self-destruct over the top by Hotba, kind of forces the positioning over towards the jump pad staircase. And that's when Saviolbi hits that pulse bomb. They have to use a sound barrier to keep players alive, but still just enough damage to be able to give themselves an advantage, New York, to push on through.
Slightly different look to what you might expect from Huayua if you've sort of seen a lot of his montages in the past. As May, he's much more trying to provide that utility than he is trying to secure final blows. That responsibility falls on Hotbar and Saviorbi much of the time.
Pharah Mercy, whenever you see Pharah, you're going to see Mercy out there for Boston. You're going to go with Wrecking Ball Orisa, which is really interesting. The Orisa here probably just to get point control and just some kind of pressure on the point. You'd have no kind of standing power on the point if you didn't have the Orisa, and because of the high ground, if they're going to run the McCree, you would have played some of those dive heroes. If they get knocked down with whether it be a Lucio Boop or whatnot, they would have been just sitting ducks for SabielB on the point. So you get the Orisa on the point behind the shield, you play around that, some poke damage here from the Pharah, trying to deter New York from getting on the point.
Yeah, New York have much more presence on the ground. It's up to Colorhex to really open this fight up early on, but it's Axiom taking the brunt of the early damage trades. He will retreat behind Fusions. His barrier now, and Mano gets a body grenade from Jonak, keeps him in the fight.
I mean, you get a hack on Amano. That's about SabielB taking out the Pharah in the sky. It'll get rezzed on up, but still, you might be able to create enough pressure off of this.
Dangerous. He does see Colorhex take back to the skies, though, when he needs to shift his focus away from the Batiste he was trying to cut down. Colorhex playing extremely safe. You see SabielB, by the way, nano boosted. You'll have to see it. Mano takes down Munchkin, so he gets the charge. Very aggressive switch from Mano, but Colorhex is still looking for some action. He gets rid of Jonak, but he'd already deployed the Bionic Grenade. And that was Hotbar blocking that rocket.
But Jonak is a lot of the healing for NYXL on the Ana Lucio combination, so can you just window players down their health bars with the Pharah from range and be able to take it back? As Colorhex above the NYXL right now with that rocket barrage.
Barrage in, Colorhex trying to cut any entrance to this high level away. Ice Block had to immediately be used by Who Are You to avoid the barrage. D-suited Diva here. Colorhex doesn't quite chase that one up though. He's looking elsewhere over the map. Blizzard, Axiom is the only one caught inside of it, but it didn't last long enough to freeze him. He got hacked there. Removed from the fight. Mano just hiding behind that barrier, somehow staying alive.
And New York can invest into this, Mitch, because it's 55% and counting for them on the point. They have the sound barrier here to use to push on forward. Mano comes back on the Winston, gets 3, SabielB with a cleanup on the Fusions. And after that really prolonged first fight, New York gets that first fight win and 70%.
See how that one went down again from Mano's perspective after switching off of the Reinhardt, and again, he was the one to pull the trigger and go forward. And Boston were not ready for it at all.
You're Boston, you're almost you have to use ultimate tears. That is a cheeky spot there as Boston, they panic, they back up a bit.
Oh, Munchkin! Not a snowball's chance in hell there. It's a 1-for-1 trade though. Mano went in and it was a fantastic immortality field from Yunbong, otherwise that would have been 6 players immediately dispatched by the body grenade and follow up. 99% though, Boston have the touch, Swimmer gets there, but only for a brief time. Axiom moves up to the point, it was a hold to pull SabielB out into line of sight. Overtime is getting low though, and Boston now need to fully commit to the point. Immortality field, look in the back, that's already been used here just to keep the supports alive. It can't be used now for Colorhex, who may need it more. Jonak.
It's going to be difficult to take this back now without Mano in play. You see how low the players on NYXL are getting. Colorhex on the high ground on McCree. Don't really have anything to answer this at this moment in time. So Boston in the clutch will be able to flip it back in their favor in terms of ultimates when they got to work with. They'll probably have a sound barrier in the next fight, and then they have that Deadeye. So see where they try and position Colorhex. If they want to go towards that high ground, use it just to buy some time.
You're dealing with Reinhardt Shield, Defense Matrix, and NYXL, who will probably try and position low ground here or take the high for themselves. Not a lot of sight lines for a big Deadeye. Munchkin scouting, sees Mano and crew come up, and Boston give this high ground away. Remember, New York have a McCree as well, so we can make much use of this height advantage, but Munchkin's looking for a pulse bomb assassination. Axiom's down already. That's going to be tough for Munchkin now. There's the sound barrier in play, and SabielB's clinking heads. Self-destruct, SabielB's able to dodge it, gets around the pillar. Munchkin just has to get their heck out, 99%. Remember that NYXL already had it in the bag. Now it's going to be stalled. Munchkin and Swimmer have to keep this game alive, and New York is setting up. They're expecting another full fight based off this stall. Here comes a wrecking ball. Fusion's onto the high ground though, and Swimmer's taken down. He stayed alive for quite some time, and Munchkin walks straight into SabielB's sights. Deadeye finds a kill, and he follows up with an assist on Fusions. Immortality field, that won't last long, and Axiom is lost at sea. Not even Swimmer can save him.
Much cleaner map 1 today from NYXL than yesterday. Once they were able to get the high ground, the biggest thing for New York about getting control of that high ground, forcing Boston down, they were able to get a much better use of their nano boost. If Boston would have held that high ground, it would have been a really difficult spot. They could have kited all that damage from SabielB. But as soon as they give up the high ground, they nano Sabiel B, they use a Blizzard, they push him on in with the McCree. Sabiel put down a ton of damage, but flips the point to New York at the end.
Big variety from Mano, especially in that main tank role. New York showing us some different looks. We'll see what map 2 looks like just around the corner.
Double Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Can they win the fight though? Sinatra's grab got eaten by Rhea. That is huge. Shock without one of their crucial ultimates now. And everyone's gonna take a ride. Huge move for IDK. He gets 2 with it. The Diva and the Brigida going down into the well. And they are not coming out again.
Exactly, they looked at statistics instead, and now we're starting to see, this was sick, look at this. They stunned Envy out of the EMP. Again, these highly mechanical plays by New York, they're so class on every single roll.
Yeah, they do. They back up a little bit more here. Oh, noise in the corner. He's right behind him, Shadow! Oh, it's nasty! That's a 6-man Shadow! Oh, and his shower.
And Bumper keeps playing well. You're going to see all different types of stuff like this. You know, the flanking Reinhardt becoming pretty popular.
To nail everybody with an EMP on the defense, but he is going to go ahead and manage to pick up a few. That was a quad hack, and this is a wipe. Excellent execution coming in from the Hunters.
That's not justice raining, that is a storm from above.
What is this?
What are they doing right now?
That is interesting.
That is a
Can
really...
you get over the roof there?
Oh my.
Oh
my, what a play, what a grab!
Tosses in the grab, they're gonna make it work. And Cruz taken out by the ensuing self-destruct. Atlanta Rain breaking through that in the most stylish way I've ever seen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hammerstein Ballroom is going off. Puckett and the crew down there having a great time.
Puckett's been getting these people rowdy.
Yo, he's been throwing shapes, bro. I thought he was too old for that. Look like the guy in the Progressive commercial. But no.
I mean, you see Puckett's face, he's never too old. I mean, that guy hasn't aged in forever.
I still try to live the frat days, I'm quite sure about it. New York, though, I mean, they're giving their fans a reason to celebrate. A great start here on, again, Control, which yesterday didn't look so great for them. Fans, I think, were willing to give them a pass on that one, but they didn't have to this time.
And I'm sure all the other players on teams around the league who didn't have home games this week are now looking much more forward to theirs.
What do you think? I think Boston might be as well.
Yeah, when they're not on the receiving end of another team's crowd. It does make a difference, man. I believe it.
Let's talk about Sabiel a little bit, Matt. We saw him come in now for that map number 1, played a bit of McCree, switched to Tracer there. Still looking pretty sharp.
I mean, Tracer McCree, he couldn't ask for anything better from Sabiel, right? Like, those are like his 2 heroes that you consider like at the top of his hero pool, right? I know can play Reaper as well. In the past, you've seen him play like Roadhog, you know, when he played some, when you can switch over to the off tank. But really, it's Tracer as the main, McCree is the secondary. And I think he makes a ton of sense being in the lineup all the time. Sabiel B and Mono, for me, are like the rocks of this team, right? Jonax, the MVP, the explosive Zenyatta player, flex support. But you know, in the crunch time, you want to see Mono in there. You want to see Sabiel B in there. And especially when you can get them on like the Winston Tracer combination together, they start putting in that work.
I think Myunbong also looked quite good for Boston, Matt.
Yeah.
He really saved their bacon when they got 6-man biotic grenaded by Jonak. Playing, we start to see this a little bit. I think we saw a fair bit from San Francisco. Like Violet would like to play aggressively forward on Ana and get these big bio-nades. Now it is risky because Ana doesn't have a lot of mobility. If she gets caught out.
San Francisco can play whoever they want. I mean, they were that good last year.
But again, the kind of aggressive play can backfire if you do get caught. Didn't happen that time, and we're heading now over towards our second map, which is it's going to be a hybrid map here, and the NYXL look pretty calm and collected here. I'd say with Sabiolby rallying the troops, Matt, they're feeling very much at home.
And Who Are You comes into the line. We haven't really talked about him, but how explosive he can be on heroes like Doomfist.
That's
We
right.
saw some Genji yesterday, but I think he comes in is kind of look at how like Libero was for NYXL, comes in with the same type of like hero pool, maybe just a little bit more explosive player.
Well, look,
Libero, like more like highlight type, like big play.
So fun fact for you, Libero is actually a position of volleyball, the person who defends or tries to return the ball. I've been watching volleyball anime lately, Matt. It's been good. That's how I know that.
Volleyball anime.
That's right, the Libero is the defender, so...
You can tell the off-season is long when you start watching volleyball anime.
You can just look at my beard and tell that, bro. Right, NYXL.
Your shirt's inspired by volleyball anime as well, I assume.
I don't know how I got approved, bro, but 2020, man. It's a mood. Out the doors come the Boston Uprising.
I'm going to have a talk with our wardrobe bag.
I love it, bro.
Both teams bust out the May McCree setup. Jonak on defense going to be playing the Ana, so he can actually see the positioning he's playing down by the point. Gives him an angle for potentially like a sleep dart or biotic grenade as they come on in, and then also Ana being able to heal at range, able to heal those players up on the high ground. But now you're going to position him towards the back of the point here, give him those good sight lines.
Again, there is May in play for both teams here, so expect plenty of walls. Fusion's got slapped, and that's a 3-player bio.
But Jonak almost pays the price for doing it. I mean,
but that's the downside to this sort of aggressive style, going for the big nades, man.
And he has to be careful, though. I mean, Colorhex, as soon as he sees Jonak up on that high ground, or they're not being protected by the shield, going for those really aggressive biotic grenades, he's going to try and put pressure on him with McCree.
Deadeye on the way for Colorhex, not so much for Sabi over here. Boston slowly encroach here towards the point. They do have the Orisa to play around. They have a lot of shielding between Fusions and Axiom, but NYXL from the top rope. Mane wants to get involved in the fight. He's nano boosted, and Boston trying to back up. Great sleep dart connection onto Myeonbong, and that sort of forces that immortality field, and this could be scary. I wonder what Mane was looking for there.
It's hard. I mean, they have double shield, right? The Orisa shield is up almost all
Shatters?
the time.
Oh!
Shatters around the shield.
He got Swimmer.
But still, with that Amp Matrix, not able to follow up.
Maywall on the point, but Boston moved up. Mano's gone down, I guess, punished for that sort of attempt at going for a shatter. Hot bar frozen, can't do anything to mitigate the endothermic blasters. Sabiolby able to find Munchkin, but has to play safe for the time being. Just from the high ground, and I really don't think there's much here for him to do. Myeonbong looking, here's the halt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to make anything happen here
try.
for New York. I'd be shocked. Mono goes charging off the top. I mean, kind of have an idea what they think about trying to contest the point in that moment once you see him pull the reinforced charge off the top rope.
Hey, go off, King. I'm good for it.
Yeah. So now it'll be Boston with a good first point take. You ended up building up that Deadeye on a Color Hex really early on. In turn, you end up giving Jonak the nano boost, but still it forces Mono into a really awkward position. He's got a weak shield. When the Deadeye is out, he has to go in by the spawn point here of where Boston's spawning up now, and just allows him to put some extra damage on the players on the point.
Now, Boston, how do they ration these ultimates here? What do you think a win condition is for this fight? Is it trying to look Shatter, I guess? There it is. Who are you? Mano knocked down, and this fight over pretty much before it begins.
Yeah, 3-player Shatter there from Axiom. You end up using the Supercharger as well. So you're going to keep the cart rolling for Boston in a very important part of the map. We see a lot of teams like to push up towards that initial choke, get some pressure, get some defensive stands at that point, but Boston doesn't allow it. They combo 2 ultimates here, get the cart moving. Now they're going to be aggressive and try and take this high ground.
Maybe looking for a Deadeye to play from this area, force the New York XL to try and play through the choke, give Colorhex a good angle. Oh, and Matrix as well. That is despicable.
Just buying time.
Timing a little bit off there. Hopper didn't actually eat the halt, so someone could have been drawn out into line of sight for Deadeye. That payload, by the way, is contested.
You don't want to play on the payload here if you're Boston. You're going to walk straight into a Blizzard. They go down with a Blizzard of their own, trying to get a pick off the start.
Mono trying to back away. You got Nano boosted here. Fusions is down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. And Colorhex has the high ground he was looking for. I'm not going to make that Star Wars reference again. It went really badly last time. Animo. Oh, Colorhex.
All right.
Slayed him. Sabiolby's able to respond, though, and find that 1-4.
NYXL have a chance to keep this going. Myunbong finds a couple here.
You may be able to
keep the
get
pressure
this
on.
going if you're Boston. Yeah, you're going to have Axiom come back in on Wrecking Ball. It's just Hotba and 2 supports here, but New York's spawn is so close.
Oh, Jonah wasn't able to get to sleep before the power driver came in, so he lost air control. Mano trying to hold down the fort, but that's an immortality field quickly removed. Saviobi's Deadeye shreds a bit of health off Axiom, and he's not able to roll away. The NYXL finally recover here. Saviobi's on cleanup duty.
And now does Axiom have to switch off of this? Is Saviobi cleaning up Color Hex with the headshot there at the end, as Axiom will go back to Reinhardt, so more of the double shield composition for Boston. Who are you? Back over to May. This will be another difficult point of the map to get the cart over the line to get that second checkpoint. May in this close quarter area, that's why you see them keep accessing the high ground. They don't want to play under that bridge with that May.
Saviobi doesn't want to give it up to Colorhex, and let the McCree just sort of rain from above. And Deadeye again, second in a row to Colorhex. Can't find much from the wall, gives New York enough time to get
Honestly,
away.
though, you don't really want to give up the high ground a lot, but if you're New York here, you don't mind it. I mean, look at how many areas there are on this map for them to hide from the pressure from the high ground, which then just forces Boston down to the low ground, which is exactly what they want, to play around the May more.
You have the Diva anyway, as NYXL, so you can mess with the McCree, and oh dear, someone's in trouble. Axiom gets caught up with the rest of his team. Mano tries to finish him off with the Fire Strike, but Fusion steps up, tries to save Axiom with that Fortify. Mano has to respect the damage there. Boston, 1 minute left. They're regrouping here. They're going to go for a fight. But Colorhex, he reveals himself to Flash, who are you, and gets his head taken off as a result. Wall up. Boston wants some privacy.
And Boston's not going to get a full reset here. They keep extending this, and players coming back from the spawn.
Colorhex switches to Widow.
Yeah, you were even for a little bit in terms of the players up, but New York just spawned so much closer. That is a silly cross-map Jonak on the Munchkin. So you have to wait for him to get up, but Color Hex on the Widowmaker. This tells you they know this is final fight territory. They just need a pick at the start.
Again,
Hotba's tracking him though.
Hotba will chase him to the ends of the earth. Color Hex playing. This is a very passive angle. He doesn't have exactly many sight lines, but it's safer. Who are you taken down by? Munchkin. Here's a Deadeye. Everybody on Boston just backing up. Saviobi will hold this for as long as he has to and buy some more time. They need Who Are You back in the fight. He won't be taxied in though. Animo does not have the bandwidth to bring him back here.
Hotba does have a self-destruct and he's behind the enemy right now. Let's see if it comes in big.
8 seconds to the skies goes Hotba, looking for a bomb. It's good. They'll get Axiom. That's one shield taken out of the mix, and Saviobi gets rid of Munchkin. Who are you standing tall on the payload? And just like that, the NYXL snatch the point away.
But Boston is able to make some progress, right? They capture that first point. They almost make it to checkpoint B. But New York's defense very strong at that moment of the map. You know, they never got in a situation where Boston had like a 2-player advantage. Really, the only time was when they had both supports on the point, and they were waiting for Axiom to come back on the Wrecking Ball. But take a look from Saviobi's perspective at the end. This has to be fun to see for the NYXL fans.
Listen, I know Orisa looks like a horse, Saviobi. He cannot ride it. All right, we're going to be back with a little bit more Blizzard World right after the break.
The time has finally come. We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas. We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
The time has finally come. We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas. We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Alrighty, hey, any Fusion fans out there? No, you're not in here. It's not really safe for you right now, but you guys came out in droves for the 2018 Grand Finals in New York, and the City of Brotherly Love was a wonderful host for last year's finals. Well, Overwatch League's coming back to Philly next weekend. Tickets at phillyfusiontix.com or go to overwatchleague.com to get information about it and how you can score tickets to your home squad's events. But right now we're in New York. We're focusing on the here and now, man. I got my Lion shirt on. I'm ready to roll.
And New York is looking great. They're able to stop Boston from completing that second checkpoint.
Hopper's like,
on their
man,
offense.
haven't got enough multi-kill bombs yet today.
You know, it's Hotpa, we've talked a little bit about him, right? A lot of talk in the offseason. You know, Mecco leaves this NYXL squad, goes to the Houston Outlaws. And they bring in Hotpa from, you know, former Philly Fusion player, right? In season 1, last year with the Guangzhou Charge. I think he's fit in great. I think Hotpa gives them some flexibility a little bit later in the season. Let's say the meta starts changing, he can play so many different heroes.
As things shift to the defense for Boston Uprising, I wonder if we see much of a change. Doesn't seem to be the case. They do fancy this Orisa Reinhardt combo. I talked to Ben Best earlier and I said, hey, like, you guys are fancying this double main tank setup. Is it just because, you know, Smex is in here, or you know, you feel like this is better? NYXL leveraging Hopper much more in the Diva role. So we are seeing some different styles from these teams, not just one composition that everyone's going to. Also, Myunbong playing a lot of Batiste, which we haven't seen a ton of.
No, we've seen a lot of Ana in that Baptiste role. So on offense for New York, it looks like they're pretty much the standard what we've seen from them so far, right? Reinhardt with the Diva, McCree and May. You have Jonak on the Ana and Animo on the Lucio in the back. And really, it's going to be Boston on defense playing that turtle, you know, really sheltering up behind both of these shields.
A lot of damage early on that shield. It is the highest durability shield in the game. Still got chunked on down. New York is still able to approach though. Mano will try and use those boxes to break line of sight to prolong the shield even more. New York splitting a bit, so just around the backside there is actually Animo and Hotba trying to get a flank going on, but Mano always prefers the direct approach map. Fire strike, both walls down.
So Hoppo Izuni was trying to get up onto the high ground with Animo to knock any players off there, kind of deter them from taking that angle. And Hoppa's just holding that down. Up on that high ground, he's able to actually look down with the defense matrix and block some of that damage coming in from Mano anyway. So good positioning.
Axiom. I like it. Animo pinned down and without utility of the speed, NYXL decided to want to commit to this fight. Even though they can't really charge up. Shatter. Nice. Munchkin taken down. Swimmer also stunned up, and that will probably be enough.
That is going to be a fast first point take here for the NYXL. Good shatter from Mano, but Hoppa's positioning, able to get up onto that high ground, not allow anybody to get up there again. You know, Color Hex trying to access it again with Swimmer and not able to just get that Diva out of the way. Diva has such a large HP pool, a defense matrix, good offensive capabilities, so can't exactly challenge her one-on-one.
Oh, I like this, trying to catch the Uprising as they rotate. He's going to split them up. They get Axiom as well to trade, though. Mano down. Sabiobi wants to push forward now, and NYXL just want to try and overwhelm. Immortality Field did help, but it is destroyed, and okay.
The cart's not moving at all, yeah.
Swimmer v Jonak. Swimmer in his debut, Jonak. Ah, come on.
Like on the MVP, dog.
On the man.
Oh, you know what, though?
I like some audacity.
Oh, my God. Swimmer dies there, but still, it's actually pretty nice to just deter the cart from moving that much. I mean, think about how much payload progress NYXL would have gotten if he doesn't buy them that much time there. I mean, the payload would be almost over here by the bridge approaching the end game.
Supercharger down, wall up. This will allow NYXL just to drop down. You have a self-destruct of a hot fire, and if the Uprising are on the high ground, it may force them to drop. And Orisa shield only works one direction. Okay, Hopper will move here and let the rest of NYXL go to the high ground. This has been spotted though by Boston. We've got plenty of ultimates.
They let that supercharger way down, so Fusions doesn't get anything with the supercharger. The Orisa ultimate. No real angle to use a shatter here. It's gonna have to drop down maybe behind this Deadeye. Beautiful Maywall there from Who Are You?
Yeah, a Maywall though under Color Hex from Munchkin to get him above it. I like it. Munchkin now drops to the low ground here. They're trying to get rid of Mano, but he's trying to do as much damage as he can before he's dispatched. Hotba's back to the high ground. Color Hex has been removed and Munchkin was knocked down. Immortality Field won't save the Uprising. New York just flipped the switch and they are so close to the goal, Matt. And that'll be it.
Boston get wiped off the map there. As much as they tried to play cagey, play safe, NYXL forced them to the low ground and hit him with a haymaker.
That is a fast map for NYXL. Save you'll be after.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Break. Who are you, by the way? 23 eliminations, 70% kill participation. Let's now head over to our friends back in LA at the desk for our game break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
This rivalry match is only 2 maps in, but has not disappointed. If you're a New Yorker at least, welcome back to the Overwatch League studio in LA. This game break is presented by Cheesecake Grooves, and we're back here on the desk once more with Reinforced Costa and our wonderful guest analyst. That was a long sentence. That was a long sentence.
Like, wait, she didn't forget my name, right? We worked together for a long time. We worked together since StarCraft. I don't know.
I would never forget your name. Since we're time with Wolves, how would I ever forget your name? Look that one up. That is a throwback. Now, let's dissect this very first map. Actually, starting with you, Costa. Looking at the team composition we saw there, Boston is kind of going for some dive variations. However, even though NYXL did do swaps, didn't work out for Boston.
Yeah, Boston seems to be coming out with these really interesting compositions and strategies, trying to throw New York off, which I respect. When I think you're the weaker team, you got to come with something that's gonna like win you the game. Unfortunately, didn't work at all. They came out on full dive on the first map, and then New York were like, we can play dive, and then they just got owned. And then they tried to go to bunker, it didn't work. And then you go to the second map, and they tried to play Pharah, and NYXL just shut it down. Boston made 17 different hero swaps, which to me shows that they don't really know what they're doing or what the answer is right now.
I think the idea is New York is a team that works well in solved metas. They work well when they're playing the same heroes the other team is playing, mirror matchups, etc. They don't do well in chaos. They don't thrive in unsolved metas. So I think the idea here, generally speaking, is, hey, let's throw them some curveballs and see how they respond. The reality is, though, New York is just so mechanically skilled that it doesn't work on paper. It's a good idea on paper, but in practice, not so much.
And it's interesting that you bring it up that way, because this is something we saw all throughout last season. Boston always coming in with the game plan, but then if it didn't work out, like that was just kind of it, right? Like,
you had a good run, boys. Pack it up.
Exactly. Now, if we're looking at that second map, though, they did switch it up a little bit. They went away from their dive compositions. Reinforce, what did you see and did you like it?
I like the composition they came out with on map 2 a lot better. I think it suits them better to play a bit more of a low-risk composition, and that's what we saw when they were playing the McCree and the Baptiste. They took their time. It took a long time to cap point A, but they did it methodically. It was low risk, and New York Excelsior, they couldn't really abuse the mistakes that Boston Uprising did. So I like that a lot better from Boston Uprising. Unfortunately, on the second point, New York Excelsior, they just decided to mirror Boston Uprising. And at that point, on paper, New York Excelsior, they're just a better team, right? So the golden rule to swapping heroes, rule number 1, okay, is you always have to be one step ahead. And for a large part of these maps, Boston Uprising, they were actually one step ahead in terms of composition. They had the better composition. And you could credit the coaching staff for that. But in the game, the players just didn't make the right swaps on the move when they needed to do it before the maps were over. So when you're mirroring compositions on Blizzard World on point 2, I would love to see ColorX swap to Widowmaker a lot faster, because then you have a distance advantage. And so even though New York Excelsior, they are playing the McCree, you can play the Widowmaker and kite further away, and eventually you're going to win that matchup because you have the better composition. So Boston Uprising, I love what they were doing with their compositions, but you have to be one step ahead and take it even further.
Well, guys, my imaginary clock says it's crunch time, presented by Cheesy Grooves. So, Costa, who came in clutch in the first half?
Season 1 MVP, Jonak, doing something. We got a 5-man purple here. Yeah, 5. I was trying to make sure it wasn't 6. And it's pretty much a free fight win. You don't see this happen very often these days, but hiding with a counter nade, that gives them a free engagement. They pretty much win the fight for free and just secure everything because they don't have to use any ultimates to win that fight.
Now, Wolf?
I mean, I don't really have that much more to add on that. It's just those kinds of moves are really risky, but when you have full knowledge of where the enemy team is and how they're approaching, it gets a lot easier to kind of set up these big plays. You know, you see Bumper do these shatters and things like that. It's not something you want to try like in your ladder games unless you're on a really
Good
coordinated
disclaimer
team.
here.
Yeah. Please don't, is what he's saying.
But especially, I think it's really convenient for Jonak to go for those as well, because Boston Uprising, they weren't playing Diva, right? They're playing with 2 main tanks. So you have no Diva, you have no defense matrix to actually eat that biotic grenade. So I think it was great from Jonak to go for that play. It won't really work if you're playing against a good Diva, because they will check their corners and they will use the defense matrix. But great play coming out for Jonak. There was a reason he was MVP.
Yeah, you can't drop shields and react to that in that moment. There's just no way you can block that. This doesn't. You don't have time. It
Unless you're as good as me.
Well, you know what, guys? I think it is time to get back to the rest of the match to see if there can be an uprising in New York. Yes, bet counts never get old. We will be back afterwards.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hammerstein Ballroom in NYC. It's been fantastic games over this weekend so far, and if you're watching yesterday, you would have seen us transition from here in New York over to Dallas, where last year's finalist Vancouver Titans managed to take a win out against the LA Gladiators. Now, they aren't the only team in Dallas that featured in that finals match at all, of course. Let's have a look back before we jump into this second half at that epic grand final matchup in 2019. These two teams have been head-to-head and neck and neck.
The Titans have just put on an absolute show for us. They've proven that a new team could come in, absolutely dominate the league.
San Francisco Shock look dominant on paper and in-game.
This is it. It's all come down to this. The two best teams in the league right now. This is going to be incredible. They've been at the head of the pack. They've been defining how the game is supposed to be played in a number of ways, adapting to certain metas. Their teamwork is better than any team we've ever seen before in Overwatch. I really believe that.
Incredible! That's gotta hurt! Haxa lays waste to the Shock. It's all by his own hand. And that's the Berserker at work.
We might end time and space when these two teams fight against each other.
What goes up must come down.
These two teams have been head-to-head and neck in so many metrics. To fall here for the Titans, it's a long way from their expectations. They come out of nowhere. They bring no ultimates into this fight, yet it still seems to be enough to get the job done against the Titans of all teams. That is ridiculous. Oh, that was giving me the feels, man. What a matchup and a fond memories, of course, of that grand finals. Well, the San Francisco Shock, they're going to be in Dallas today. They'll be playing their match against the Dallas Fuel at the end of the day. Before that, the Titans go up against the Los Angeles Valiant. And the desk this morning back in LA was a little bit split on that game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the Valiant are going to be a team that surprises people early on. Sure. I think that when I was doing my predictions this morning, that was like the toughest game that I had a problem with the whole day of Valiant Titans. I think it's going to be a very close matchup. And I know the Shock versus Fuel in Dallas at the end. I mean, that is a tough one for Dallas. We talk about having like a home crowd advantage. You know, they may need to throw some extra players up on the stage. I mean, that's going to be a tough one.
Last time Dallas had a homestand, they came out of that one undefeated, and they didn't win a game after that for quite some time. So they're hoping to get some glory live in Dallas, but we're still here in New York, and there's much to discuss still with this match, although we may not have many maps left in it with how dominant New York are looking.
Yeah, I mean, New York got 2-0 right after the halftime. It looks like only maybe one substitution in the both teams coming in here after the half. So Boston going to kind of run it back with the same roster. New York, we'll see Nene in here for SBB for what could potentially be the final map in this series.
No doubt about it. We saw Nene, of course, when he first joined this team, he played a heck of a lot of Zarya. That was kind of the meta back then, but we've seen him flex through a lot of those different picks, and he's probably one of the most dependable DPS players on this roster. We saw tons of him yesterday. Sabiobi gets subbed out here, but I definitely feel like his impact will be a lasting one as he hit the stage, got the team fired up. They're 2 maps ahead, heading into what potentially might be their match point.
Yeah, now the next map that'll be coming up is the Temple of Anubis. So with that map coming up, maybe you want to play some Widowmaker. Maybe Nene is the guy here to bring in, play that role. He can also play McCree, he can play Reaper, right, if you're going to go towards that point B on attack. So you see the first 2 points. I know Oasis was relatively competitive. I know Uprising did get a good portion of percentage on both of those points, but New York's able to flip it. Blizzard World was a little bit of a different story. Boston was good on their offense early. New York, once they held on defense, they got so much momentum. Their offense was fairly easy to push the payload the distance.
When we've talked about New York over the last couple of years, yes, the game has changed, right? We've seen different meta games, different compositions, but they've always seemed like they wanted to play a bit safer, a bit more defensive, right? This is the kind of map that's going to lend itself to that kind of approach. Boston, I feel like, have tried to emulate them on multiple occasions, but one thing I really liked from Boston on this map last year was how they rotated and they used fusions to try and flank people as they push on the attacking side.
You know, we've talked about that type of NYXL where they're, you know, a little bit more reactive instead of the aggressive team. But I think with a lot of the additions that they've made throughout, I know even like last year in the offseason, now this year, you know, even refining the roster, definitely help them be a little bit more proactive on the map, a little bit more aggressive, right? Hotba, not as safe as a player like Meko, right? He's gonna play a little bit more aggressive. You bring in Who Are You, who can be very strong, like a Genji player, Doomfist player when needed, be very aggressive in that role. And then I think you can also still play that old New York style, you know, the tried and true, a little bit slower. So I think just making themselves a little bit more of a well-rounded team with these additions. On offense, Color Hex gonna be playing the Hanzo. Hanzo really good at bursting down these shields, long range, medium to long range pickoffs. You don't see a Widowmaker on the other side. You're pretty safe to play the Hanzo here in answer to McCree.
Now, but New York have only been playing with one shield so far, so Color Hex will be looking for some picks as well. Try and work Mono down or get around him as much as possible. Swimmer just dives in here, perhaps hoping to knock some New York players off this high ground, and he's done just that. New York will probably have to cede this territory over to Boston now. Boston have a chance to set up, but much depends on the Hanzo. And if Color Hex can't find those opening picks, Boston don't get anywhere.
Now Boston's going to be trapped for a little bit. We'll see what they decide to do, how they get out of this situation. How they get out of it, maybe by going all the way back to the spawn. In his Peacekeepers, he's able to take out 2. You know, if you're Boston, right, you want to push through that choke. You want to get control of that bridge. Allow the Hanzo to start getting some pickoffs. Buy him some space, but you have Hotba playing up on the high ground. He actually goes over towards those windows over by the Mega Health Pack, plays up in the high ground, just being a nuisance. It's very difficult to hold the break.
That wall's designed to allow Boston to get into position without taking too much poke damage, but New York don't want to give them this space, man. Look at them push them. Color Hex is in no position to find picks right now, because Hotba is hot on his heels. Despite this, though, Axim and Munchkin get stuff done. You're kidding me, that could be filthy. The shields were ready, though. New York didn't have enough players to distract Boston's attention away from the big old bomb.
That one's a little bit of a Hail Mary, but you throw it in there, 2 shields and made. Not really a great shot. Jonak in an odd position here. Is he gonna be able to live through this? Say 2, they keep alive with a sound barrier.
Immortality field here from Yunbong as Boston are caught off guard a little bit by this. Hotfire is gonna get desuited and taken down. How much time can New York buy now? Nene's looking for a little bit, but the shield was in the way. He may have taken it very low, but he needs to find kills, and so far the healing for Boston has been good enough to keep them up.
Boston should be able to take this point. I mean, you just have Mono alive and Animo is where the Hanzo becomes pretty effective, right? Bursting large HP targets out, the one-shots at like that medium to long range. See what New York decides to do. I don't think they're going to come back and contest this. They have a lot of players that are very far away, but Hotba making his way towards the point. They may want to fight this with the switch over to Tracer as well.
Oh, Munchkin.
They may try and force another fight at least.
They're going to have a go. Amplification Matrix is thrown down. Mano hits the ground. It's pretty hard, to be honest. Boston was already prepared to deal with him. Hotbar also a little low. It's a matter of buying a little bit of extra time, but not really sure what for, because there are no more real reinforcements to come in, and that Earth Shatter only on a Hotbar. It looked like Boston were reluctant to follow up on just to the single Diva. And we'll see if New York can force some more ultimates out of Boston as they try and capture this point. Now they're playing a dangerous game.
So this is going to be the Boston take now. So New York gets back in, stalls out a little bit more.
Okay, bro. Now you asked for it.
I mean, that's
he's waving to the crowd.
That's to be expected. But hey, if you're going to get booed, you may as well get booed a lot. What's the difference between being booed a little bit and booed a lot? At least have some fun with it.
I mean, there are a few key differences, but we won't have time to go over them. Dragon Strike for Color Hex here. Wants to try and get New York grouped on the point. Crowd are furious.
Yeah, the crowd now is displaying what they think about Boston as a team. It's a Color Hex, though. May not like him, but he takes out Hoppa and Nene.
He is showing up now. He loves it. Color Hex living to be the villain. Boston get one tick here on the point. Who are you? He tried to go for a Blizzard. I think he lost it. He must have been taken down before he could release it. And that is really bad for New York. That was the ultimate they needed on this fight. Who are you has to switch to the Doomfist now, which might be a bit of a change of pace for them, but so far New York trickling in one by one and finding very little for their troubles. That's a self-destruct. Hotbar can't find anything, and Who Are You shut down. Color Hex, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually gross. Color Hex is dominating on this Hanzo.
Yeah, but you know what, though? Jonak had rotated all the way around to the choke. Now they finally know where he is. Doesn't matter, though.
The retake is there. That shouldn't have happened at all.
Well, Jonak, for what felt like, you know, seeing on the map, maybe like 30 seconds, is playing from the offensive choke, just healing the players as they come out. Big biotic grenade sleeps onto the point, and they were not able to make any progress, Boston. They get 2 ticks, but towards the end, right, the progress had stalled out. They were not able to complete the map.
Matt, Colorhex is no longer waving at the crowd. I think he's getting a bit serious now. 1 minute 40 left in the round. There's an Earth Shatter here. Munchkin, he had Blizzard. He's out of the picture already. Axiom just has to run away. There's no chance for Boston now in this fight. Mano very aggressive, but he's looking to get value out of the nano boost and build another Earth Shatter if he can. And this is a full-scale rout.
You know what it is. Colorhex picking up some kills, having some fun. The rest of his teammates are looking at him like, see when you started that? Why'd you do that? But NYXL, they don't have any ultimates here coming in the fight, Mitch. I mean, Amp Matrix, Sound Barrier, Shatter, Blizzard, really good chance for Boston to get that final tick.
Matt, you feel like if Boston want to stay in the series, it has to be here, but they turn it up to 11. They start with the Amplification Matrix, but an Ice Wall will block that for the most part. So they'll have to wait. Jonak, that's a big biotic grenade, Matt, onto 4 players. Immortality Field, though, had to be there by Myunbom. Shatter, no real connection at all. The Ice Block immediately used by Who Are You, but they've lost Jonak. A lot of their healing, and there's a lot of their utility. Crowd control now is going to be missing. Remember, just the 1 tick, that's all that Boston needed to get this one done, and they do! They snatched it away from New York. And 2 checkpoints is going to make a big difference for them as this game continues.
The Hotba went to go touch, and Swimmer boops him off the point. Then Animo not able to make it back on. That's how Boston's able to get that second checkpoint. Finish with 27 seconds in the time bank.
Oh, we see you, Boston fan. All right, we'll be back with a little bit more Temple of Anubis and see if Boston can hang in there right after this. Or maybe will this guy make it out alive? I don't know yet.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Feathers and sparks will fly in Washington. But right now, we are here in New York and Boston. I think they're feeling it more than anybody else. They managed to get themselves a couple checkpoints, Matt, but New York are going to look to reciprocate.
So now New York will be on the offensive end. We'll get a chance to hop in a game to look at Boston's composition on defense, but there's still good defensive hold there from New York. 27 seconds on the clock for Boston in the time bank. So See what New York decides to go with.
They're going to go with this? No way.
They ran this on Horizon Lunar Colony the other day.
Oh, man.
See if they decide to incorporate the Brig in play as dive with a Brig. Really the only reason here. I mean, you could like preemptively armor pack the Genji, make him stronger, but
let's go!
I really think that's worthwhile. Animo, play Mercy. So the Mercy here can be used, obviously, to fly in, good mobility, get from character to character, as all the damage dealers and tanks have high mobility. The res, and then also really good pocket to keep the Ana alive. If you want to let the Ana just be the one who provides all of the healing, can just kind of sit back. If the dive comes in, pressure on the Ana, you're able to just keep her alive with the Mercy.
Who are you staying out of sight for now? So he may be able to pop up and surprise. Looking for Myunbom on the high ground towards Color Hex, perhaps. Sliced and diced.
Well, hey, Mitch, who can get up there and help Color Hex for Boston? Oh, wait, nobody. You have 2 static tanks just playing on the bridge. Hey, that's fine. Guess what? We'll just go around you. It's exactly what New York does, and New York just picking apart Boston.
Oh, man. We are in the Big Apple, but Boston, they're just getting hit by rotten tomatoes right now. And shurikens. And look at this, New York making a very quick rotation to point B. They will be amongst Boston as soon as they catch a point A. This is that level of dominance they're looking for.
And big winning condition ultimates for New York. I mean, Nano Blade, right? Really difficult to win a fight when a Nano Blade comes through for a team. EMP as well. All these ultimates gonna come on really quickly. Which could end up for a very fast point B take here for NYXL.
Hopper trolling Jonak, refusing to let him heal him. And he'll sit back and deliver the nano boost when it needs to happen. Safe positioning, Jonak. Oh, he gets dumped upon Color Hex. Oh, very cheeky. No, no! What?
Oh, that's a yikes.
The 1v1. One does not simply challenge the Octopus King. And who you brought out his blade, but Boston were already beaten, battered and bruised by the time he got there. One man brought down a team. And now they're gonna have to stall things out.
You got a blizzard here for Boston.
Nope.
Well, no, not anymore.
No chance. Who are you? Had him put that one away real quick now, looking for to sit behind a supercharger. And just gonna pressure fusions down. There's little he can do but sit behind that shield. Color Hex just to pick on the Genji, but the numbers still favor New York, and that's the res. It's for Jonak, the VIP, back in the mix. What a massacre!
That's a lot of time left for New York to not a lot of time for Boston. That is going to be 5 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock for the NYXL. Boston, they'll have a minute to make something happen. Let's take a look at this replay here. Jonak knew Color Hex was around, the biotic grenade on around. Good healing, though, that comes in from Animo. I talked about it a little bit earlier. He's in Valkyrie, right? He's flying up in the sky, able to pocket the Ana. Make sure the Ana lives through that. Jonak, the shot's accurate enough. We already know what he can do to finish off Color Hex.
Over from Color Hex, he does take Wraith form as the Sleep Dart comes out. City of New York greets their king once more.
It's been a while since New York Sports had MVP. Sorry, guys, sorry. Hey, I'm a fan as well. I'm a fan as well. It's tough out here sometimes. I am.
I don't know if he is, guys. I always thought he was a fake New Yorker.
Hey.
Fake New Yorker.
At least you know it's a New York crowd. They live in Boo New Yorkers, right? So
just make sure you aim your rotten tomatoes that way. 5 minutes on the clock for New York. No rocket scientist, but that is a lot of time.
Boston really has, like, what, 2 good attempts at this, right? Depending on how fast they go. They got caught up in this area with the Mega Health Pack last time. Let's see how they try and break out of it a little bit faster.
Nice wall comes up. Color Hex looking for the batch against Jonak 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't think he fancies any of that.
This time you go with the McCree, so a little bit easier to pressure some players when they get close.
Oh
but
my!
Doesn't matter, Nene with first blood.
I mean, Hotbutt gave him a proper tickle as he did a drive-by on the high ground with the rocket boosters. He was already quite low. Axiom, clever, aims his shield upwards. He knew the flash was coming. Who are you got caught out of position there? frozen up by Munchkin. 7 seconds left. New York want to buy some time. Boston can't afford them that luxury. Big body grenade on Axiom Infusions, but Color Hex was still able to find Nene. He's in a safe spot. This is exactly where you want to be as an attacking Widow. With heads turned away, but Color Hex can't find the kills. He gets Mano, but he was already frozen solid. Pressured down now. He can't get away with a grappling hook. 10 seconds, Color Hex hurtling towards the point, but there was no hope, no chance. And New York plant the flag and their feet.
New York can smell a win here. Got to get one tick on the point in 5 minutes. Take a look from Mano's POV. Ends up getting one, and then the shatter is actually big because all of the Baptiste healing that's coming down from Myungbo through the Amp Matrix, not able to do that, obviously, he's stunned on the ground. The Blizzard comes down a hair too late there. The damage is already done. If you're Boston, what do? All you've come out with here is double shield, right? You play the double shield with the Hanzo again. The Hanzo plays further away. The dive could be what New York goes with to break it open just like last time, so.
I mean, they have so much time to work with, man, and all you really need is one half-decent dive.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? I mean, New York has such a big advantage here. They can see what Boston's running, go back, make the proper adjustments, and have multiple fights to make it work.
So, Color Hex cannot play on the high ground on his own now. Technically, Myungbong could join him with the Exo boots, right? You mentioned who's going to help him out. I mean, that's not really what Boston want to have to do. They want to actually take advantage of his AoE healing and not use it on a single target. So keep an eye on where Color Hex sets up, because he best be respected after that.
It's difficult to keep any of these squishy targets alive when a dive comes in with a Winston, Diva, Genji. So
is this enough healing for Boston in general? Like, do you think I'm going to get dived? Do you go with this? Or are they just trying to play for that immortality?
Yeah, it's really the immortality build, right?
Oh.
When you can't die, you're obviously able to kill everybody up during that.
And then they're using the goodest boy as a jumping point.
All right, just scouting for a target.
Wow, deja vu. Okay, this time, very quickly, Boston dropped to that low ground, and Mano actually gets caught out there. Munchkin's able to finish him. But who are used behind enemy lines?
This also allows Jonak to like poke from the middle, and he's actually connected with a sleep dart at range here on a swimmer. I don't think they're going to be able to finish him off, though.
And who are you just wants to poke at medium to longer range with shurikens right now until there's a chance to get a guaranteed kill and a potential reset on his dash. Mano again goes in. Munchkin a little bit low. Who are you just want to hang around here for too long? No, careful. The immortality field had to be used, and Myungbong still goes down. Who are you playing safe? Wants to get rid of Color Hex. The Hanzo can still ruin their plans. No, not going to be a chance for that. Hotba's able to chase him down. Bionic Grenade thrown at the point. That's on Axiom here. New York need a little bit of time to get Hotba back in shape, but Who Are You is here. Swinging the shurikens, doesn't need the blade. He'll take the damage reduction quite happily. Who am I? He says no. Who are you?
New York gets a 2-0 start to their season. A win yesterday, a win today against Boston. And they look strong today. A quick 3-0.
And we've seen this plenty from this New York franchise. But we all knew it was very important for them to come to their home city to make a big statement off the bat and set a precedent of excellence this year, like they've done since 2018.
You expected New York to be one of the stronger teams in the league as well. Just looking up and down their roster, the history of work from year 1 to year 2. Just can this team keep it going the whole season? Can they finally be there at the end? I think that's the question.
It is a marathon, more this year than ever before for our teams in the Overwatch League. Let's see if NYXL can go all the way. So far, so good, looking pretty fine. I know who else is looking pretty fine. It's my boy Hexagram's on stage with an interview with SPV.
We're here on stage, obviously. You know, Sabiobi. I'm here with player manager Steven. Sabiobi, you played a lot of McCree today. Please tell me you're still a Tracer main at heart.
세별비 선수 오늘 1, 2경기 때 맥크리를 정말 많이 했는데 아직 가슴속에는 트레이서가 메인이죠?
Absolutely, Tracer is my main.
All right, you got a new roster this year. What makes this team, is this the team that finally brings a championship to New York?
이번 시즌에 저희 새로운 로스터로 뉴욕이 시즌을 시작했잖아요. 이제 드디어 팬들을 위해서 이번 시즌 이 멤버로 우승할 수 있는지 한 말씀 해주세요.
일단은 진짜 너무 잘하는 팀원들이 왔고 원래 팀원들도 되게 잘하고 해서 경기를 이제 우승할 수 있는 적기가 온 것 같아요, 진짜.
세별비 is saying this is the year. We're the New York gonna win this year. We have such a good member right behind you guys.
All right, buddy, the mic is yours. Anything you want to say to the crowd?
뉴욕 팬들에게 마지막으로 하고 싶은 말 한번 해주세요.
The long way home. Finally, I'm here with you guys. I love you all.
All right, New York, let's give it up one last time for your NYXL! Back to Mitch and Matt in the booth.
Superstar player, captain, and now show stealer. That's the Saviolbi we know and love, and this city is so glad to have him. It's been a pleasure to be here. What a vibe this whole homestand has been so far. We've still got a little bit more to talk about, Matt, including our player of the match. There are a few top candidates, though, on the NYXL side today.
Yeah, I think, though, if you watched map 1, 2, I think Saviolbi was tremendous, right? I think he had a huge impact on the game, just the arena, right? Like through the walkthroughs, like everybody wanted to see him play. For me, I mean, I think it was easy today.
I mean, he really looked very tight with the team in those first couple maps, and New York essentially tightened up that control map play quite a lot. Saviolbi was in there. He wasn't playing overly aggressive, but you could see the threat that he was generating. A lot of the time, New York were able to punish Boston, especially with their more divey comps they started with, for trying to get to Saviolbi. Yeah. Played safe, hit shots, made the critical kills.
Yeah, and I think you look at their play yesterday, right, in the early map, the one that they lose. I think you kind of take a lot of what Mono said to be truth, right? They came out a little bit jittery, didn't know how the crowd was going to react, a little bit bigger pop than they expected. But like I mentioned, Saviolbi, your player of the match today for map 1 and 2, the McCree, who's special, man.
And of course, with only 16 minutes and 43 seconds playtime, he's still an excellent final blow per 10 score. And that's what you need to see from McCree, especially when you're combining it with a May, who's not always going to be tasked with completing those kills and producing that burst damage. It's setting up those kills for the rest of the team. That's why someone like Hotbar, a more aggressive diva, works in this team. Follow up, I guess, on the groundwork that was laid by Who Are You in many of those games. And pleased as punch this NYXL squad are, and couldn't have asked for a better start, a launching pad into the rest of 2020.
No, and I think it's important that they keep the momentum from this weekend to the next city, to the next game. It's going to be a very long season. A lot of the depth on the roster is going to pay off at some moment. I think this season more than any, you're going to have to be ready at any time if you're a sub on the bench for one of these teams to jump in and play.
No doubt about it. Of course, we're far from done for the day, though, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you want to see some more Overwatch action down in the south. Dallas will continue. First up with Los Angeles versus the Vancouver Titans, which is a grudge match. As we've discussed, Los Angeles, the only team to take that, or the first team to take the victory off Vancouver last year. And then the shock, first look at them since becoming 2019 champions, Matt.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, the Shock, they had a long off-season, no real roster additions to the Shock, just one more addition to the roster, you know, Widowmaker Specialist. I think it's going to be very interesting how they motivate themselves to get through this year, right? The clear-cut favorites, at least in my opinion, in the league. It's going to be a tough road for Dallas at the start.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise for your NYXL. Won't be the last time that we're here in New York this year. But for now, that's going to be all. Thank you so much to the fans who turned out, the city of New York, for showing us a fantastic time. But the Overwatch action will continue in Dallas. But for now, from New York, good night and good game.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as they beat back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, feeling our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Hello, civil and polite Overwatch League fans. Thanks for joining us between matches for the Watchpoint Reset. I'm also joined by these civil and polite gentlemen. We're not okay. I'm working on the intro still. You know,
If I and
2
Costa
days.
were playing ranked, I would avoid him as a teammate.
Okay, just like that, straight off the bat, this is how we're coming back from that match. Now, however, we do want to talk about it. We just saw New York Excelsior defeat the Boston Uprising in a convincing 3-0 fashion. Wolf, that wasn't a one-sided affair, I dare say. How are we feeling about that Boston roster? They once again did a similar approach to the recruitment.
Sure, I feel like it's sad that you kind of like introduce us as civil because I'm going to be anything but civil.
That makes it funnier, though. So go at it.
So you know, obviously Huck and I have known each other for a long time. I actually have cast Huck's StarCraft games in Korea. But I don't know how much longer this model for the Boston Uprising is going to work for their fans, right? Because each and every year they pick up a lot of talent that is seen to be as growing, budding talent that's, you know, usually cheaper than some of the other better talent that's out there. And you have to wonder, like, is this going to be another year where Boston is just at the bottom and farming up that same talent? Because what I'm seeing right now reminds me a lot of last year, and it's just the first match, right, against New York, so it's tough to judge, but I believe everyone has them at the bottom of the power rankings right now across the board. Almost everyone's got them at 20. And we're looking at Myungbong as the best player, and I think everyone's already thinking, well, just like Aim God and others before him, he's probably going to get sold. Boston's probably going to make money.
Who else who else would you guys have added? Like, if you were in charge of it for the Boston Uprising, which players were available? So, what would you have even? What direction would you go for?
See, here's what's so funny to me is that Paris Eternal, they're playing double main tanks, right? Because Hanbin isn't of age yet, and so, okay, they benched Smex. But Boston Uprising, you have 2 off tanks, and I know you, Custer, we're going to talk about this as well. You have 2 off tanks in Brosson and Mufin, and you're still playing 2 main tanks instead of a Diva.
I can't wrap my head around it. I really can't, because they have 2 great off tanks, but they play 2 main tanks, and you saw it in this match. It heavily limits what they can and what they can't do. When you can't switch to a Diva, because I don't think either of those players have Diva in their hero pool, you just, what do? So you saw at times they're just sort of double main tank, they just get behind, they're like, well, now we can't do anything, now we just lose. So I would like to see them bring in Mufin or Brusson in the future, just sort of give them an opportunity, because right now we're not seeing it.
Yeah, and similar to Dallas Fuel yesterday when they were fielding Gamsu and Trill as well, I'm like, okay, well, Trill is obviously the better Reinhardt, but then you go to other maps and you really need the capability of stopping to a Diva, because not only does it limit your play, it makes it a lot easier for the opponents to actually figure out what you are going to do. So you just sit there on the enemy side and you're like, well, they're just going to play Reinhardt and Orisa because they have 2 main tanks.
You've already shown your hand.
Yeah.
You're like playing with you're holding your hand of cards backwards, showing it to everybody. I mean,
that's how I play.
And I'm talking about the up and coming talent. You know, we didn't even get to see that in this match at all. We got to see the talent from last year.
Yeah.
Colorhex, you know, certainly had his moments, but he also had his shortcomings in that 3-map series. But I think we already kind of know what to expect with the Boston Uprising roster that we saw today. And
I do believe, though, that the team, the players, the coaching staff, they will have a lot to take away from this very first weekend. So let's see what adaptations they can make within the time they have to practice for the next homestand, which I, on the top of my head, do not know which one it might be. I don't know. I even set it up that way. Anyway, I want to... Okay, thanks. There we go. That's what we have you on the desk here. Let's go on a more positive side, which is, of course, the side of the New York Excelsior. Went well for them once again. They had a great showing yesterday already and continued that today. So let's take a look at some of their highlights, and also let's talk about the players we saw. We saw some switches in their DPS lineup. We had SBB in. Who Are You had his debut in the Overwatch League and he did not disappoint.
There's just so much personality on this team. Like, if I was an Overwatch League fan from a casual standpoint, I would not blame people for being a New York Excelsior fan, because they're just so entertaining to watch. You have Sabiolby, right, who's just popping off. You have Jonak, who's incredible, one of the most solid main tanks in mono. And now you add Who Are You to the mix, and he's just incredible to watch. Libero, you know, he's good. He is well-rounded, can play a lot of different heroes, and he's really good at it. But Who Are You adds a different level of explosiveness that we haven't really seen from the New York Excelsior in the past. So this is such an entertaining team to just watch, and I'm just amazed looking at them.
Yeah, we've seen Who Are You over the last 2 days, and I don't know about you, but it's been awesome. I haven't seen him for a while, and he's just been popping off on the Genji. We saw it on Anubis just a second ago. I remember like the moment of he's walking up, Jonak has the nano, he kills Colorhex on the Reaper, and you're like, oh, this is going to be good. And he's not disappointing anyone right now.
I mean, when he was on Lunatic High, and then we're going to go back in time.
Apex!
There you go. When he got
sound button for
when he got MVP for the Season 2 finals against Runaway, that's when a lot of people are saying, okay, this guy is better than Haksal. He is definitively the best Genji in the world. He got benched in Season 3, and then he was inactive for a really long time. When he came back, he was playing mostly Brigitte. So it's been basically 3 years. Like, think about that. 3 years since he's been able to play Genji on a big stage like this. Like, the last time was really at that finals. And he's here killing it. You know, 3 years later, he's a young, talented player. I don't think we've seen his peak yet, necessarily.
Oh, yeah. I want
that's exciting.
I want to see him go against a top-tier team. I want to see him just destroy the best. I want to see the NYXL play the Shock next, because I want to see what happens when you have a team that shuts him down.
Well, I'm sorry, but they're going to play the Fuel next. San Francisco Shock. So you're not getting it quite yet. We'll get there at a later date, but for now, it's Dallas Fuel against San Francisco Shock later today.
I just can't. his IFB keeps on.
Yeah,
we like having fun.
I have a weird shaped ear. You know?
I can tell.
And I'm the only one that says.
In a world of pain and struggles right now.
I'm the only one that says.
Keeps on flopping.
I don't have. Mine's not actually molded to my ear like everyone else's is, so it's just kind of.
My favorite part of this was that production told me in my ear for you to fix your IFB, which you wouldn't hear because your ear was thin.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get it out. It's just my new.
He's working on it.
It's my new
style.
accessory. Okay.
I like it. I think it's a statement. It's a statement piece, and I'm all about that. Anyway, let's take a look at the upcoming match. It was a good day for both the Valiant and the Titans yesterday, who looked stronger in their opener than what we initially expected, or at least some of us expected. You, of course, Costa, always believed in the Valiant.
Firm believer in the Valiant pretty much throughout this whole thing. I think they showed a lot of talent within their roster. A lot of these guys individually showed up. I was very impressed with Rain getting the backline last row with a lot of great sleeps, and we had KSP just clicking heads. So it's been awesome to see. I just think they need to get their teamwork together, and the person I really want to step up is Gig. I think he really struggled yesterday, got caught out a couple of times. If he can step up, I think they can take it to the Titans.
He looked a bit explosive, as I would put it. You know, he looked a bit like fact fiction in my eyes. Either he hit him or he didn't.
You know that thing on Windows where if you press Shift 5 times, it turns on sticky keys? I feel like sticky keys was on for Gig. He was charging on cooldown.
But it did work sometimes, right? And that's what matters.
If you can get those to hit 100% of the time, we're having a good time.
Okay, so if both those teams did their homework, which I just gonna assume they did, what was the biggest takeaway for the Valiant looking at what the Titans played in their first match?
Well, I think Valiant should play a bit more McCree, because it seemed like the Vancouver Titans, they were playing a lot of Genji and relying on Huxel to execute properly with the Nano Boost and the Dragon Blade. But we talked about this yesterday. That makes you a pretty monotone team if you just rely on the Dragon Blade all the time. So if I was the LA Valiant, I would actually have KSP just play the McCree and then peel for him appropriately with a Baptiste, maybe with a Reinhardt and a Risa composition, although we've been harsh on that composition in the past. But it works, right? If you're peeling for a McCree. So I think KSP on the McCree could be really good against Vancouver.
I think because KSP is so talented, obviously, as well. I mean, I think with, if you just give any McCree the opportunity to try to duel Huxel, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to get stuck, caught out in a lot of these fights. But KSP, I think he might be able to be the guy who can shut him down.
That's a storyline. Young KSP against the mighty Huxel.
I'm not just saying like KSP is the one. He's the only one who can challenge Huxel. I'm just saying if you gave me a lot of other McCrees in the league without naming names, I'd say, well, probably not a good move.
Drop it.
No, drop the names.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, that's reasonable.
This is disappointing.
I don't want to be that mean.
Now, on the flip side here, what do you guys think the Titans saw from the Valiant? Were there any holes in the armor, Costa?
I think there were a lot of holes yesterday, and it's on Valiant to fix those, and I think Vancouver Titans just need to come out and play their game. I think they are a strong team. They are one of the top 5 after seeing them yesterday. I think if they
down.
I know.
Whoa.
Vancouver are top 5. Vancouver are top 5.
Oh, okay,
I'm sorry,
okay.
coming back. That might have been confusing. I think if they can keep Fisher alive better than they did yesterday, they're going to be incredibly strong. So if they can reel Fisher in and get that team play going, which makes them famous, I think they'll take it to the Valiant.
Fisher is the big question mark for me, because we know that he's an incredibly good main tank, but he needs some more time to fit in with this roster, because this runaway core, Apex, has played together for so long that they just have incredible team synergy. But it's going to take some time for Fisher to figure out how much resources he has to play with, how aggressive he can be when he gets the backup from Janu, for example. So I think it's going to take some time for Fisher to really fit into this system, and that is what Valiant has to expose in this next matchup. If they want to win against the Vancouver Titans, who are an incredibly formidable team, they actually have to expose Fisher a bit on the main.
And I think a lot of that can come down to May play. I mean, we saw that earlier with London, with JMac having a lot of problems as a main tank because he kept getting cut off nonstop by Nico. I think playing like that and kind of trapping him and basically abusing the fact that he's such an aggressive tank is perhaps one of the ways they could go about that.
Yeah, comparing JMac and Fisher. But yeah, I get your point.
Well, I mean,
I want to see how much dive Vancouver play. We saw it a little bit from them yesterday. We saw the pocket picks. Are we going to see Jae-Hong in the lineup again today? It'll be really interesting to see how Valiant adapts to that, because yesterday we saw a lot of the meta with the McCree, the Mei, and the Diva and all that. But I want to see if Vancouver can push Valiant to play something different.
One thing I really noticed yesterday was, as you just criticized Fisher a little bit at least, was that I think towards the end, I think it was on the last map they played, he was pretty behind at the beginning of the map, but for some reason he has that skill where he just turns it up. And then suddenly, stats-wise, he caught up and then overtook the opposition as well. Like, this is an incredible skill, which I think a lot of people don't have the mental capacity and the experience to just come back from being dominated from the opposition.
What's so interesting about Fischer to me is he has such a similar play style to Bumper, actually. When you play that aggressive style,
Reckless.
you need
Is that what we're going for?
You need your supports to be in line with you, and I feel like we're just not there yet. I don't know if it's because perhaps Fischer doesn't communicate as much, or perhaps it's a time thing where eventually...
And perhaps because it was their first match on the big stage.
Sure. I mean, he's been with the team for a while now, right?
Yeah.
You'd expect that there's been a lot of scrimming going on, and some of that synergy is pre-built. But we do have to wonder how close can he get to Bumper's legacy in terms of playing with those supports and playing aggressively and kind of almost breaking the rules of what we accept to be main tank.
Well, we will find out very soon as they are about to play their second game. But first off, we want to face the music. Let's take a moment to recap our predictions and take a look at who we think will win this upcoming match between the Valiant and the Titans. Big surprises today? Not really so far.
We all lost on London.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate one.
I
I think Paris took everyone off guard. This isn't a surprise. I think you guys are sleeping on the Valiant. This is a very reasonable and rational pick right here.
Also, I think if anyone predicted Paris to beat London, you're just like, that's almost an objectively incorrect prediction.
Yeah.
Predictions can be like literally objectively wrong, and based on the information
How do you
we
base
had,
Costa's pick here for the Valiant? Is that an objectively incorrect pick in your book?
No, I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying that about Costa's Valiant pick. I mean, I think there is an argument to be had with the Vancouver Titans shakiness yesterday that absolutely they could win. There's an argument. Okay, it's not an objectively wrong prediction. If you predicted Paris to win against London, that's an objectively wrong.
No, because XE was so good yesterday. So I would say that Paris Eternal actually had a chance.
Well, you should have predicted them then, shouldn't you?
Oh, okay, who's in the lead? Who's in the lead, right? I've only lost one prediction.
And it was that one. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm still better than you guys. I'm still better than you guys. What are you looking at me? What are you looking at me? Look at those guys.
I honestly think that Valiant have a chance. I agree, albeit slim based on the records in the past. But I'm going to go back to my original point I made this morning. 50-50 in teamfight wins in last season. 100% they were equal last year. That's what I'm going off of with stats.
Almost completely different team. We may want to talk about that.
No, that's not relevant. That's not relevant. I don't think we.
If we ever need another stats guy, I'm never recommending Costa.
Well, anyway, if you want to play high odds, I think that's how poker works. I have no idea. I'm really bad at any sports other than esports. Have you noticed that? Every time I'm trying to make a reference to anything but that, I'm like, kind of not there. Anyway, we will be back with that match. This is pretty much it from us. We will be seeing you later once again when we're in the game break. For now, we're heading over to Dallas at the stadium in Arlington, and this is our Watchpoint crew here in LA, ready for you for more action, more breakdowns, more analysis.
More Overwatch.
More Overwatch anytime soon. See you there.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Bonjour.
Can I mic check?
No. You should talk a lot so you can comp check.
Keep saying.
No, you suck.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any problem with your sound, say it.
Yeah, I have a problem with my sound. I can hear AKM in my headphones.
Yeah, same.
Is it Rockets blowing through his mic again?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Oh my god.
It's okay, Dante.
Yeah, you would say that, Rockets.
It's never me. I never hear it.
It's never me. I never hear it. Wait. That means it's literally only you.
Nah, I just
I'm giving you some ASMR.
I like that one.
That was good.
Go, Gator.
Touch.
I got it. 1, 2, check. Hey, your microphone check.
1, 2, check. Hey, your microphone check.
No, we don't have swag.
We don't have
Finally.
Finally?
Got to have hairs.
I like this hair.
You like the chair? Yeah, but you're a really trash player. Yeah.
You say that to me? Wow.
that
Did you see that? I hope that was
he,
on camera.
he like princess hand gestured to you.
You just gotta keep moving forward. Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must don't choose sides, feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending. Crash down! It's dragons and dragons descend!
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE. So you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE. So you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers. When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
You just gotta keep moving forward.
In 2019, the first homestand came to life in Dallas. Packed with hometown fans. Heroic upsets.
The upset win in front of all the fans here in Dallas.
EMP's gonna be coming out and finds all 6 of them. The shatter comes down. Dallas Fuel, they take it home.
And iconic moments.
The battle for Texas, they win it.
Dallas burned blue as the Fuel enjoyed an undefeated weekend. We're back for more.
We are not done yet.
The Fuel fought hard day one, but today they take on the reigning champs. MVP Sinatra and the Shock start their title defense in hostile territory.
It is intense in here.
Will Dallas defend home turf, or will San Francisco play spoiler? It's time to find out.
The day may be over in New York, but it is far from over here in Dallas. Day 2 about to kick off.
Couldn't be more excited for the matches we have today, and we've got a great one to start it off. Of course, Valiant having a great first showing against Dallas yesterday, silencing the home crowd. That's an impressive feat for a rookie squad.
No doubt about it, and you know what? I'm not going to say that phrase anymore, but going into the future, you have to wonder what is going to happen with this Valiant squad.
Definitely. I think a lot of teams and players, people around the scene were saying, oh, there's too many rookies. They don't have the experience to succeed, but they just did. And with all the stars that Fuel are fielding this season, I mean, that's impressive. And now they go up against what could be an even tougher test, though.
But now let's take a look at the schedule here today. 2 matches left to go. That's right, it's the Los Angeles Valiant taking on the Titans to kick off the start here in Dallas. Moving on to the Shock versus the Fuel. Definitely going to be a tough matchup for the hometown team.
Yeah, especially going down 0-1, but it'll be interesting to see if they can rally. But first, our match is the Valiant versus the Titans. Valiant fielding a beautiful new roster here. I think a lot of these players are coming in unexpected, but now I'm looking at it again with fresh eyes, and I see Lastro, Rain, huge on the support line, McGravy coming up big on the tank, and the DPS as well with KSF and KSP.
And KSP has to be the storyline there, where we saw KSP simply exert his will upon the Dallas Fuel yesterday, and what more can you say? Incredible hit scan play.
Definitely some dominant performances coming out from KSP. Oh, and this Widowmaker was so sharp on Horizon. It just felt like the Fuel couldn't answer this. I mean, they have to stop him somehow, but when he's this precise, how can you do that?
It's very, very difficult, and we saw a moment where Gamsu decided to go up and say, no one else is stopping you. I'm just going to roll up and solo Earth Shatter you. And from our perspective, that was the right move because someone had to do something.
Absolutely love that one from KSP. Gamsu saying, just stop. I'm taking you out with my life on the line. It's going to cost me an ultimate, but I have to get it done. And that's just respect there from a veteran player.
And really, you take a look at McGravy. McGravy also had a fantastic showing, a player that we had some question marks about going into the series, where he's always been a good player, but the question was, could he be part of an all-star front line, and made his case yesterday.
Love that clip as well. Everyone on the Valiant coming together to push them into the corner and letting McGravy succeed. And here we see him on the flank as well, showing diversity in his playstyle. He's not limited to just one way of playing. He can attack the flank. He can play with the core team. Valiant looking so strong, and McGravy, what a key part of that.
McGravy definitely adding to his resume, and look, it's a great day one for the Valiant, but now this next test coming up going to be very difficult because, of course, the Titans, for a large part of last season, they were the team to beat. They looked very strong yesterday against the Gladiators, and this will be a big test of whether or not Valiant is for real. But speaking of the Titans, you take a look at their new addition, Fissure, back in play.
Definitely. I think adding some veterans to a team that already had so much success with their rookie year, now to bringing in Fissure, bringing in Jaehong. We even heard it from Twilight. These players have added so much, but there were some tough moments for Fissure, struggling at some moments against the Ryan of LH Cloudy.
It was definitely up and down for Fissure throughout the day, but, you know, I look at it as he's settling in, where he's getting to gel with a new team, something that he is a little bit adept at this point, given that he has been through many teams in the Overwatch League. But, no, I would say going into it, overall, it's exciting for the Titans.
I think it's definitely good things for them. I mean, Ryan is a hero where things aren't going to always go down your way. You have to take some risks, gamble on the Earth Shatter. I mean, it's just not something you can be consistent on 100% of the time, especially in, you know, the quality of skill we see in the Overwatch League. There's no slouches. There's no Ryans that you're just going to run over. So every Ryan, I think, will be truly tested as the season goes on.
Now, a big question is, will we see more Jaehong today? A player that many people wondered how much playtime would he get with this Titan squad. And I think one really large sentiment throughout the league is that many people respect Jaehong. He's an idol, especially to many of the Korean players in the league. And when you have this senior leadership figure, you got to figure he's going to get some playtime.
And we know that the Titans have the star power. They have that raw skill. So maybe just adding some of those people who are a little bit calmer under pressure with a little bit more experience can be what they need to maybe have a better performance and potentially take the championship this year.
And also, I mean, it just really shows well to Titans if you can have Jaehong move in more, add more versatility to your team. Also, give Twilight a little bit of time off. And overall, Titans still looking very formidable at the start of 2020.
Yeah, we're just at the beginning of the season, but this is the caliber of team that you think about in that championship contention. You know, I cannot wait to see, especially for this mid-season tournament this season, which teams are looking on top. And I have to expect that Titans, with a star-studded roster from last year, coupled with these new additions, they're going to be someone you're going to be looking for.
And as you looked at the Titans also, you think back to the Valiant have a little bit of history with this team where the Valiant were able to upset them last year, really putting, I would say for the Titans, maybe a chip on their shoulder heading into this matchup going, you know what, you might beat us last year, not going to happen again.
and they did end Titans' flawless streak. You can see all the emotion on the Valiant's faces there. Of course, this is a very new team, so if anything, I think this is a bigger deal to the Titans than the Valiant. I mean, all these new players are just looking to continue to prove themselves on the Valiant, but the Titans don't want to lose their undefeated streak again.
I would say for the Valiant, you have to say, the Valiant, they're kind of playing with the house money here, where no one had expectations of Valiant going into the season. A lot of people rated them pretty low. They came out strong yesterday, and what a story it would be for them to beat the Titans here today.
Definitely. I think that would be a great start of the season for the Valiant. Looking really good for this rookie squad. So much star power, so many potential future players we could see start to take over the league.
Well, speaking of the Valiant, they are ready to walk out onto the stage. Let's hear it for the Los Angeles Valiant. Of course, they might not be the most popular team right now here in Dallas, given the events of yesterday, but this is a team where they enjoy the crowd energy, whether it be boos directed at them or not.
I mean, these players have been doubted for a long time. They've been doubted their whole career, but now they're getting a chance to shine in the spotlight, and shining like stars they certainly are. So, I mean, I think this is far from a lockdown game for the Titans. These Valiant players, they've been so scrappy, so aggressive. I can't wait to see the action.
It's going to be exciting, and it could be something that really sets the tone for the rest of the season, where people now, they kind of wonder, where do you place the Valiant because of how good they looked yesterday, and if they can put up a strong showing against the Titans, even if they lose, it says a lot.
Definitely. I think this is going to be one of the best matches of the day. I'm certainly expecting it to be close. Both teams, heavy hitters on both sides, lots of rolls as well.
Well, of course, the opposition, they are ready. Let's hear it for the Vancouver Titans.
Vancouver, a team that just had so much success before, and we've said it before, we'll say it again. You bring a player like Fisher onto that lineup. Some people have called him volatile. He's been moving around from team to team, but it feels like he's never been a weakness for the teams that have him. It's one thing to leave teams, but it's another to have other teams constantly wanting to pick you up, bring them into that squad. So, on a team like this that could really let Fisher take over, be that leader that he's known to be, I mean, this could be a real moment for Fisher to find some solidity and maybe some full competitive success.
I think one of the scariest things for the league as a whole is the idea that Fisher, a player that many people see as just an incredibly mechanically dominating player, for him to be able to come in and gel with this Titans roster, a roster that many people thought may have been held back by their main tank at points, that is just terrifying to the rest of the league.
Definitely a lot of things to be excited about if you're a fan of the Vancouver Titans. Not the least of which is Haksal. I mean, we saw the Genji show come out, especially on Hanamura, but this is a player who's shown that he's more versatile than just his best hero, having so much success across the board, really basically taking a permanent starter spot for the Titans. He's a young player, and I think he's really one of those fraggers that you just think can take over any game, no matter what hero he's on.
And Haksal, one of the few players that looked good in the damage role, really regardless of what was being played all throughout last season. A lot of versatility, enduring through the 3-3 meta, moving forward into stage 4, and being a big reason why the Titans, though famed for their 3-3 ability, were still able to be the runner-up of the Overwatch League last season.
And, for an expansion team to make it that far in the season, very, very impressive stuff. Also featuring two of our role stars here today in Dallas. So this is a, powerful distinction to be getting in the Overwatch League. Not many players are recognized as such.
And of course, they're going up against quite a bit of star power on the Shock side at the same time, where the Shock, they are stacked, and it's for good reason. When people looked at the Shock, people were wondering, are they going to be as good this year? And there's no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah, I can't wait for our next match as well. So many role stars here in Dallas. We've got a great roster of games today, but can't be more excited. I mean, I guess the question for the Valiant is, can some of these players be the future role stars? Can they be trying to earn that distinction for themselves? And I know for certain that these players are hungry. They want that.
I think players like KSP certainly are making a case for it. Lastro, a player that many slept on, suddenly looking very good yesterday. And for the Valiant, gotta give it up for packing 10, building a really good roster at first glance.
The coaching staff is what is constantly referenced when we talk about the Los Angeles Valiant, and for good reason. I mean, these were a lot of players that, other teams didn't see the value and didn't see the potential in, but I mean, it seems like packing 10 has been validated. I mean, after a great result against the Fuel, the question is, can they keep that running? Was this just a lucky start? I think the Valiant have a little bit more to offer, but we'll see if they can handle the Titans.
Well, now we'll see what battlefields we're going to be on here. The map list coming right up. And of course, maps do play a big role in Overwatch as to how the teams decide to go about things. And especially in this meta where a map can really result in a completely different set of heroes for a team.
as well. I love to see McGravy constantly talking right now. It's so important that everyone on the team be on the same page, be ready for that first team fight. Sometimes that first moment crossing mid on control, that can decide an entire match. Every map counts, and even though yesterday the team that won control ended up losing, that doesn't mean you don't want to take that win, especially if we go into those overtime maps, pushing the set further and further. It's all control at that point, so dominating that first map makes a big difference in momentum for the rest of the series.
Lijiang Tower going to be our first map of the day here in Dallas as the Valiant look to keep the momentum going on against the Vancouver Titans.
Both teams rolling out with a similar setup, although Titan's going to make use of the Symmetra teleporter, maybe be a little bit quicker going to the white room, but this is going to give KSP a lot of space on McCree, and we saw how dangerous he was yesterday.
So McCree on one side, a Reaper on the other. KSP has to be public enemy #1 for the Titans to deal with, and already KSP under pressure. So Mitsu into the back, looking for the McCree. Just darting back and forth. Fissure under a lot of pressure, barely 7 immortality field, but meanwhile Rain hunts down Sumitsu, and the Valiant starting off very strong.
Gig dropping low and taken down, but definitely a great fight from the LA Valiant. I love that little play by Somitsu though, coming in on the flank on KSP, even getting a perfect dodge on the flashbang, but it's just not enough, and with KSP living the entire fight, he's just farming up to this Deadeye.
I also think, especially right now, Reaper has never necessarily been the best hero versus McCree. McCree is one of the few damage heroes that can shut a Reaper down.
Yeah, I would think of McCree kind of dominating that matchup, so it'll be up to other players, most notably Janu on this D.Va to shut down KSP, but Lastro has the nano boost, so you expect to see Gig coming in swinging here.
Lastro holding back, getting ready to throw the nano, very likely on the Gig. Wall gonna block his line of sight. Titans trying to move in using the Ant Matrix. The Valiant not too scared here just yet, but Craving gets demexed, wasn't able to get away. Haxall now moving forward, but on the same note, the Valiant were able to get around. Gig with 2, and KSP the backup.
Haxall still fighting on point, but Gig swinging back in from behind. What a great flank from him. He actually pinned across the gap with the nano boost, flank to the backline. That's not what you see every day from a Reinhardt, but totally paying off here for Gig. That's a great play.
This is an incredible showing for the Valiant so far. They come out this strong here on control against a team as lauded as the Titans. And for your Titans, what do they have to do to stop KSP?
Someone needs to stop KSF this fight, though. He's got the Blizzard ready, and if Jano doesn't eat that, this could be an open and shut for the Los Angeles Valiant.
KSF holding on to Blizzard, chasing down the Titans. The Titans finding themselves thrown into the side building. KSF just biding his time, waiting. Doesn't want to throw the Blizzard into the waiting Lava Diva. Gonna drop the wall under a lot of pressure, and the Titans, they know he's looking for the Blizzard at the same time, but here come the Valiant. They drop the beat. They force the beat out of the Titans. Both sides, back and forth. The KSF has yet to find opportunity, but doesn't need it. McGravy, the bomb in the back.
Love the patience from KSF, not rushing, but Fissure with the pin finds his counterpart now. KSP's high noon. They're all trying to keep him up as he battles back. Everyone's trying to dive KSP. Someone's got to stake him down, but Twilight with a triple kill here.
The Titans just out sustaining Twilight, a very big part of that, a great coalescence to keep the fight in the Titans' favor at the end. But look at the Valiant, it's 99-4. They have plenty of time, and that is a Doomfist onto the field.
Very interesting to bring out the Doomfist here, but I like this decision. You have a lot of time to get back into this fight, which means that's a lot of openings for Doomfist to find some pickups, and especially if a nano boost can come online, that can be a huge enabler. So Minsu does have that death blossom, so no, KSF's gonna go back to the main. Maybe just wanted to recontest on the Doomfist, not getting there in time. But it looks like Valiant, they're able to slip across the bridge. That's a great entry into mid.
Vancouver Titans gonna let him have that one. Slime though, already striking. Just boops Lastro aside. Sumitsu moving forward, and this is an easy cleanup situation for the Titans.
Titans still going to commit that self-destruct, not feeling entirely confident in the fight after the boop on Lastro, but looking clean though as they hold on to the point. Valiant not really able to get much ult charge at all out of that one, so Titans, they've got another Coalescence, they've got the Blizzarded. Fissure with almost the Shatter ready. Valiant, they need to find some better fights than that. I mean, even if they're not winning these fights, they need to be charging their ults a little more quickly. Vancouver has a ton of control over how this next fight goes.
On the same note, you want to try and drain Mordo out of Vancouver at the same point, which wasn't really done in the last fight. Vancouver sitting pretty, they've made up a lot. They were at 0, now at 62. And Valiant, they're just taking a lot of time to move in here on this gauge. Now moving forward onto the point, Huxel holding on to Blizzard. Slime takes down Rain, and already free fight for the Titans.
Very inventive way to cross the gap there with the Maywall from KSF, boosting his team over the gap, but it's just not enough, and Slime manages to boop another support off the map. This is very, very dangerous now for the Los Angeles Valiant. They've got to get something going, but Vancouver's holding onto their ults so well here, just doling them out one at a time. Valiant can't find an opening.
For the Valiant, it's been a bit of a whimper the last few team fights. Vancouver, they've made it look easy. They've just gotten a pick off or two to start the fight, and that's been it. But now, here we go. Fissure dropping the hammer. Putting the Ryan onto the ground. Nano gonna save him now. Going the other way. Fissure under pressure. Fissure about to get Focus Fire down, but the Titans have made enough space. Astro Gig already out of the fight. The Titans still in a very good spot. Janu holding on to the self-destruct. KSP gone. And the Titans, easy cleanup towards the end against the Valiant.
Titans, what a great comeback this map, as they're able to take the first round of control after going down to 99%, showing that you just can't give up and you can't underestimate this squad. I mean, once they have point control, they started playing so well, just perfectly, I would say, one ult at a time, winning fights as efficiently as possible, relying on those cooldowns instead of the ultimates. This is textbook control Overwatch, and Titans showing why they made it so far last season.
And it just wasn't even flashy towards the very end. It was just calculated, and the Valiant, after a great start, they simply could not find their footing.
Maybe just a little bit flashy by Slime, though. Those boops on supports are so crucial, and when you boop an enemy Lucio off the map, you know something went terribly wrong because you have to really send him flying to get that environmental kill.
So, taking a look at what the Valiant might have to do into the next round, what were some of the key trends you saw there as the Titans brought that back?
For me, it was all about the positional control. I mean, when Valiant did get into the fight, it was always under less than perfect circumstances. They're always pressured. You know, that was a nice play to Maywall across the gap and try and boost over, but even then, almost losing players to the boop, and by the time they made it to the fight, again, you're using your Maywall to do that, so you lose that key offensive utility. So I think for the Valiant, they need to have a little bit of a better way to put the Valiant, or put the Titans on the back foot. With that Reaper May, they're always going to be aggressing into your backline, always going to be charging you, and once KSP didn't have that much space to work with, it kind of felt like he fell flat. There wasn't much he could really get done.
You hit on one of the points I wanted to bring up there, which is that a key difference between the two teams, you had KSP on the McCree, meanwhile you had Sumin over on the Reaper, and when you're running a Reaper composition, you tend to get more in the opposition's face, whereas McCree, as you say, wants a little bit more space. Do you think that was a situation where maybe Valiant, as good as KSP is on the McCree, should have considered switching to something different?
Yeah, I think potentially it would have been smart to bring out a Reaper of your own. I mean, one of the key utilities that Reaper does bring on a map like Gardens, where the Maywall can cut off an entire choke, is that if you just leave your Reaper with the backline, he can always bust down that door, break through the Maywall, and save a Reinhardt or a D.Va that's potentially caught on the other side. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility and denies the enemy May some of that dominance that she might otherwise assert.
Now, if you're a casual fan of the game, and maybe you tuned in later yesterday and you saw KSP just going insane on Widow, why wasn't Widow necessarily a great choice there?
Well, it's just a map where the ranges are not what you're hoping for on Widow. I mean, the Reaper, the teleport, I mean, he's just going to be right behind you, and you won't really be able to see that coming. You won't really be able to prepare. So McCree offers you a better middle ground where you're still able to defend yourself from the Reaper, but you output that dangerous hit scan DPS that, you know, Widowmaker can offer, but as well, playing against a Reaper May, the Infrasight's really not adding so much to your team. I mean, the enemy team doesn't care if you know where they are. They're going to stay as 6 and dive you. It actually plays a lot like Goat's composition that we saw so much of last season. So, you know, that Infrasight is not adding as much as it might against a team that fields more flankers.
It's control. You know where we're at. We're at the point.
Yeah, exactly. And with May Reaper, it's not about subterfuge. It's not about, you know, getting some huge solo flank off. It's more about swarming with your whole team, focusing those targets down, and Fissure potentially showing some of this veteran experience as he brings his team into that sort of strategic composition that focuses on focus fire.
Now, you talked about the idea of needing more space to get value out of McCree. Now we're heading into the control center, and KSP is still on that McCree.
Yeah, once again on the McCree, so I'd expect to see the Valiant going straight out onto the point while Titans want to fight in this white room. They want to get close range. I'd expect to see Titans making a rush play very soon, but KSF starts off on Twilight. That's very early.
Very nice early pickoff from KSF to start the party here in Control Center. And now the Valiant, they can be a little bit more aggressive. And more than that, KSP has so much room to work with. The Titans, they just got to get out.
Oh, that was just beautiful from KSP. Even the enemy Ryan, while charging, boot backwards, and somehow KSP still finds the headshot at that moment. That was an incredibly impressive shot, but great opener from KSF sniping across mid.
So once again, we see the Valiant have a really good opening fight. It fell away from them the last round. Why are their opening fights doing well?
Well, it's starting with these huge pickoffs, really. It's all on the Valiant DPS, but great Maywall from Hacksaw catching the tanks, and the huge follow-up is there, though.
Bionade from Lastro makes the Titans think twice, but Brahma's Valiant down to main tank. McGravy, though, doesn't care. Gets the nano, goes to the backline, goes into the corner, and McGravy being a big threat. However, Reaper is there, now McGravy in a little bit more danger, going the fall. The Valiant, though, still in control of the point.
like the patience from McGravy, not committing his self-destruct in a position where he can't survive. So he will be back with that ultimate, and the Valiant look like they might be able to delay this for his return.
This is smart from the Valiant. They backed out. They didn't throw everything into that fight. They're keeping the idea of recontesting. Sumitsu moving on over, going for the death boss, and completely negated by the defensive matrix. But while it was going on, Fissure and Janu got in from the side.
McGravy's able to eat most of that damage, but he's not really dealing any of his own when the Reaper's on him. So still, Vancouver Titans charging in to follow that one up. Now they're in point control. The Reaper May is going to assert so much dominance on this recontest. It can be really difficult to get through Machoke, and this is the trouble that Valiant had last map. Oh, and another beautiful snipe from Hacksaw.
Oxel and Twilight combining for that one. KSF immediately taken down, and this reminds me of the last round where the Valiant, they start strong, and then Vancouver just kind of picks them apart before they get another really good fight.
This map will offer a little bit more ability to fight at those long ranges, but it's all in the Valiant's ability to bait Vancouver, but that's a great move. Slipping through the choke, that's the first test passed.
The Titans trying to defend the choke point. The Valiant made a little bit of an opening. McGravy gobbles it on up. That's the opening the Valiant needed. Now they drop the Blizzard of their own. Moving on forward, looking for it. Slime is down, and McGravy has opened the way for the Valiant.
Such an important pickup by McGravy. Now Valiant just trying to flip this point as fast as they can. Last survivors for the Titans still fighting on. Fissure, though, slept by Lastro. That's a key player that won't be able to contribute much to this fight, and at this point looks quickly, but somehow Fissure finds Gig, and the Nano Boost onto Fissure. They're trying to commit with Slime's beat as well.
They're not just trying, they're succeeding. Sumitsu moving forward has dealt with the big threat of KSP on the other side, and the Titans, they maintain control. That's incredible.
Valiant overplaying their hand a little bit, but it's great patience by Twilight with the Nano Boost, able to turn that fight. Gig chases forward, but he's not expecting that full commitment, and Titans keep control of the point, cruising towards a second control map victory.
And of course, they win the round here. That is the map in their corner. The Valiant, final opportunity to turn things around here. And you gotta look towards Gig. Gig opens with the Shatter, hits two. Fissure, Shatter on the other side, does a little bit more. Knocked to the ground. The Titans still in full control. The Valiant seeing their hopes fall one by one here, and it's looking like the Titans, they got it! Map one.
Wow, absolutely bobbed here on control. I mean, the first round started off so good for the Los Angeles Valiant, getting that first control, getting all the way to 99%, but Titans, blood as cold as ice there, just completely unfazed by it. And even with the second control map mid-fight going Valiant's way, Titans is always able to come back. They're always able to just out-strategize, outplay. I'm so shocked that they were able to win that team fight after losing so many players right at the start.
Well, the Titans might have gotten punched first, but they punched back a whole lot harder. We'll be back in just a few.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Twilight has one of the best Annas in the league.
Is Anna phenomenal?
Twilight impressed all year on the Zenyatta, was giving Jonak a run for his money.
Just the true definition of a support.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone, buddy! The truly bloodthirsty support here. That's 3 in a row for Twilight now. He's pretty good. Oh my lord!
He's a biotic ring in this guy. What?
He keeps himself alive and gets the 1-for-1. That was disgusting.
Twilight!
Another biotic raid from Twilight. Not a time to catch some Z's at all. Cucumber slices on his eyes and all.
Nice flashbang. Hit the wall, nerd. See you later.
What a sleep dart! Twilight never fails to entertain.
Twilight is phenomenal, and I gotta say, that is a great video.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, playing into Twilight. I mean, a player with such swagger and confidence in himself. I love hearing that from him in the interview, just saying, we are the best team. He knows that. It's not a question of I think, maybe we could, no, we are the best team. And there's a big difference when that comes to that on stage, on server.
And we saw a little bit of that in the last map, where you looked at how the Titans were just able to take fights directly against the Valiant. You're not able to really rush that team with that sort of confidence without a really good backline.
Definitely, and Twilight a player who can play every flex support in the pool, and probably most of the main supports too, so that's exactly what you're hoping for in a player that you can leave in most of the time. And now with Jaehong standing behind him, you really have that flexibility to bring in more on the roster, and especially add more depth when it comes to behind the scenes in the practice. You can keep developing Twilight into that superstar, becoming a veteran, much like Jaehong.
Well, we do have a substitution here. We have Stitch coming in for Suman2, and you've known the Titans for quite a while here. Why would you bring in Stitch in this situation?
They're players with similar hero pools and both obviously extremely competent, having a lot of success in the Overwatch League. But Stitch is a player, when I think Stitch, I'm thinking a little bit more in the flanking direction. I'm thinking a little bit more chaos, a little bit more solo plays. Suman2 known for those classic team plays, classic synergy, but Stitch just adds a little bit more chaos. And on a map like Blizzard World, brings in the Widowmaker, brings in the McCree, brings in potentially some Tracer. We've even seen some Genji as well. So, those are the types of heroes that potentially on Blizzard World with its, significant point diversity, you want to have those flexibility picks available.
It kind of lends me to the idea that maybe this is where we'll see the Titans go with something along the lines of more double hit scan at points, which is super viable, especially now that McCree has just become the beater of worlds.
Definitely. I mean, I think certainly both players competent on a lot of heroes, but Stitch known so well for his hit scan performance in particular. And on Blizzard World, I think the Reaper loses a bit of his teeth. I mean, it's just a little bit more difficult to get into those close range situations, with the exception potentially of third point. The first 2 points of the map, which, by the way, we've seen a lot of full holds on second point of this map, so you really want to focus on getting it done there. That's where your McCrees and your Widowmakers are really going to dominate.
And you take a look at the two teams where Valiant, I feel like initiation has not always been their strong suit. Like maybe at the very beginning of the map, where they started the last map out very strong in both rounds, but then as things progress, it feels like teams do adapt to them a bit, and certainly from the Titans just a map ago, the Titans sort of downloaded them.
I mean, if anything, though, I would focus on the strategic element of their hero picks. The Titans were so quick to go to the Reaper. They want to rush. They want to play a 6, and that's a very dominant strategy on control. You can force your will, especially on a map like Lijiang Tower, where, in those close ranges, there's not much you can do to evade the Reaper. But as we go to Blizzard World, KSP on the McCree, on the Widowmaker, can stay in his comfort zone and just have a lot more success based on the map geometry.
We still got to heat things up here on the stage. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
Rebound here against the Titans, but you think about the trend of yesterday, which has not carried over today if you look at New York. Maybe losing the first map, not so bad in the end, as long as you can pick yourself up and really focus on the next three.
The LA Valiant in particular looked great on this second map as we go to Blizzard World, so I couldn't be more excited to see KSP on that Widow, on that McCree, on a map that I think gives him a little bit more range to work with. It felt like, for me and the Titans, that first map, they're just so great at leveraging the Reaper, at swarming in. As soon as they have positional control of the fight, they're just dominating it. But as we go to the second map, the hybrid Blizzard World, KSP is going to have the space to get some shots off, and it's going to be up to Stitch, I think, to some extent, to duel him, shut him down, but so far no one's really been able to stand toe-to-toe with KSP.
And part of that is that the Valiant have been very good at giving KSP room to work with. You think about the matchup they had yesterday where, yeah, there were points where KSP was up against Decay in a Widow duel, but it wasn't really a one-on-one. It was more like a 1v3 and made things very tough for Decay. The Titans, though, very good at team play. I would be surprised if they let such a situation happen to them here.
I don't think dueling KSP is the way to stop this player. You need to activate that Diva, potentially with a Lucio, get that swarming potential on. We saw Rain and McGrady certainly know how to do that, though, as well. So the question is, what sort of composition are the Titans going to field on this offense? Haxel, considering the Genji pick, I think that could make a lot of sense here on Blizzard World. It's a map where a lot of those wide open flanks, ability for Genji to get behind and start picking up that ultimate charge very quickly. And with Stitch on the Sombra, I think that would certainly make sense to complement.
Also, you look at the Titans' composition. They're running Twilight on the Ana, which gives them the option to go for the Nano Blade a little bit later on. And again, this is going to put a lot of pressure on KSP to deliver.
Fissure considering his pick here, but with so many stuns on the side of the LA Valiant, I agree with the decision to switch up the Hammond onto the Winston. You just can't deal with the flashbang, the sleep. It's too much on top of the May freeze, that ability to just completely shut the Hammond down. So they're going to go with a more all-in dive style.
Ooh.
Great nade from Twilight.
KSP immediately getting deleted. That's what the Titans were looking for by going to this composition. Now they take the fight over to the point, applying even more pressure to the Valiant. Janu might have paid the price, but this is looking so good. Hoxel, 72%. He might fall here, but this is still a very good start for the Titans, even if they get pushed out.
The Valiant, though, they're doing a great job, I will say, of regrouping after some brutal pickups. With Haxel falling there, there should be an opening for the Valiant to get in and recontest if they want it, although Fissure dodging the sleep, looking to clean up this backline with a Primal Rage.
Oh, this is so much space being created. Vancouver, they're going to get point A, no problem this time around. The Valiant are in disarray, and it doesn't get any better. The Titans barely had to use anything ult-wise to get point A, and that means it's coming to bear on point B.
I can't help but feel for Lastro there, dropping the sleep, but unfortunately at the same moment, Rain booping away Fissure, and knowing Lastro, my guess is that sleep was on target.
If you're the Valiant, you just got completely rolled over there. One swap they've made here is the Reaper. Is this a good change?
I do like it because it really makes it more difficult for Haxel with his Nano Blade. He doesn't have an obvious target. Before, the McCree and the Ana would be easy to catch, but with the rush coming in for the Valiant, it'll be tougher to find.
Well, the Blade is out. Hoxel is in. Slices down Gig to start things off. Looking for someone else. Stitch on the outskirts, deals with Rain. And the Titans, again, just getting the Valiant at all places here. The Valiant weren't able to have a great counter engage, and the Titans continue to move the payload forward.
I mean, nobody in their right minds is really expecting to win a fight against Hoxel and Twilight with the Nano Blade. So Valiant regrouping, getting a bit of ult charge flowing there. I don't think that was really so bad for them. If they can just make a good hold here at the end of second point, Titans might feel the pressure to switch off this dive comp.
They're still going to have to play around the EMP, though.
definitely, but with the Reaper's Wraith form, he might be able to dodge it. Stitch wants to start this fight off very early, though.
EMP directly to the back, the Titans diving on in. There's the bomb! Janu just adding the exclamation point at the very end, and the Valiant continue to just not get quality engagements.
Janu was such a mad bomber last season, finding so much off that ability, and this is no exception. Titans just swarming through the map, having absolutely no trouble capping second point. I love the aggression.
We're seeing excellence from the Titans right now, where you can go to Valiant and go, they're not getting good engages. On the same note, the Titans are getting phenomenal engages, and the pressure isn't stopping. They're looking, they get KSF. The staggers simply continue.
Axel and Twilight as well, charging up that Nano Blade combo once again. There's not really an opening so far for the LA Valiant to find a foothold. They're going to have 2 more fights to try and stabilize this map, but Titans have so much time to work with.
5 minutes! That's an eternity! Especially for Point C and Blizzard World, where half the time teams can't even get through Point B.
Twilight kiting back from this beat, everyone retreating. Great sleep, but caught by the Maywall. Oh no, the beat comes in to keep him alive.
Twilight, the fancy footwork gets away. The Titans in a really good spot. They get away from the Blizzard, and here comes Hoxall with the blade. Down and over he goes. 2, 3. Hoxall is chopping the Valiant to pieces.
This guy is just a monster on the Genji. I do not want to hear that ultimate sound when Haxel's in the server taking a seat. I think he's done enough.
Just got to rub it in a little bit for the crowd, and yeah, the crowd, they're a fan of it.
The trouble now is Stitch again has the EMP. This cycle is just going perfectly for the Titans. This is a textbook example of how to play the Sombra Genji. It's just working perfectly.
Speaking of the Sombra, EMP's up, it's ready. It's going to the back and strikes 3. We'll see if the fall through is there. Fisher getting awfully low. Hoxall moving in, and Fisher was able to get out of dodge. Fisher still alive. Haxel trying to get away at the same time. Very low, healed up by Twilight. Nice heals to keep the Titans in the fight. Fisher, though, ends up falling during that exchange. The Valiant starting to regroup a bit, and the Titans, they're totally fine to go for a reset.
The ults finally allow Valiant to stabilize here, but what great triage from Twilight, keeping everyone up, and Valiant not getting the ultimate farm out of that fight they were hoping for. KSF still not ready on the Blizzard, and Haxall looking dangerously close to the Nano Blade.
Titans are in a really, really good spot here. The Valiant are gonna have to look to the Blizzard to set the stage. Twilight in the back, Nano ready, Nano applied. Here comes Haxall once more. Rain gone, but Haxall not over yet. 2, 3. Do we have 4? Fisher there for the assist. And the Titans, they're gonna roll this in with 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left on Blizzard World? This is just unreasonable. Haxall have some mercy, but he has none.
Woo! This has been the Titan Show here so far at the Dallas Homestand Series, presented by Frontier.
I can't help but feel like the Titans need to field some counters to this Genji. It's just so dangerous.
Twilight coming in strong here for the Titans. Look at this Bionade. Up, over, in. Goodbye, KSP.
Absolute max range, skirting the Diva Matrix. That's great performances from Twilight. What a superstar for this team. And I love that one fight when Lastra charged in with a Cole. Somehow Twilight kept everybody up. It looked like everyone was critical. This is the mark of just an insanely talented Ana player.
And you think about what that play was there, where, okay, the Bionade was the cherry on top, but you just dealt with KSP, the player that the Valiant are relying on most in what was just a very well-executed opening dive. You want to talk about dive. Hoxall has been playing out of his mind.
Just a freak of nature on the Genji, really swarming along with his whole team. Sometimes he just doesn't know when to stop, but it seems like he stops when he gets to the end of the map, when he has full control, because this guy's just unstoppable on Genji.
I'm glad you said the word control, because that's what defines the Titans to me right now. They've been in control pretty much the entire series so far, and they haven't really looked stressed at all.
Definitely not. KSP on the McCree, and this time Stitch standing toe-to-toe. It's a full mirror match here on Blizzard World. We'll see if the Valiant can sort of break this open. Someone's going to have to find an opening pickoff. Just push the Titans off this high ground, but looks like they'll retreat and take the fight on point instead.
Good old high noon showdown here on Blizzard World, and the Titans, they don't even want to open up the possibility of getting overwhelmed in the beginning. They're going to retreat back to a more favorable position.
It's a full rotation from Valiant. They want to wrap around onto this high ground, take control, but Titans wants to fight them in the choke. Maywell, though, not cutting Valiant in half. They will be able to seize control of the high ground and get Stitch in the process.
KSP, a little bit of revenge. The Valiant looking a bit stronger here. KSP with 2 already. He's down, but it's still pretty good for the Valiant. Now you look to KSF and McGravy. Going on the other side, the Titans running out of players, and this is looking like a very quick point A take.
What a beautiful rotation by the Los Angeles Valiant. Great understanding of the map geometry. If you wrap around behind on Blizzard World, you're able to take that defensive high ground, the place that Stitch wants to be playing, and unfortunately he gets caught out because the Valiant are just too quick.
So the Valiant responding in kind to the speed run the Titans just had. We'll see if they can keep it up as we move in point B, which is often a much harder test.
Lastra, though, has a significant lead on this nano boost. This Twilight doesn't have his ready in time. It's going to be tough to shut down Gig. He's been so great at utilizing a nano boost advantage.
Lastro holding in the back. Nano boost to start things off. It's on KSF. That's a Nano May moving into the Titans. Gig holding on back. KSF moving forward. Punches Fissure in the face. Ooh, 2. Don't see that very often from May.
Minor accident there coming through, but KSF makes it work. That's a mark of a great team, you know. Even when something initially doesn't go exactly how you were hoping, you can still make it work. You can still adapt, and KSF under pressure, proving that he is one of the dominant flex players this season.
Do you think they meant to nano the May, or was it supposed to go into the Rhine?
Definitely meant for the Rhine, but Lastra had to move quick with that Maywell coming down from Hacksaw.
You know, maybe they'll think, maybe we should do this more often. Kind of worked out. KSP on the high ground. Deadeye, locked and loaded. The Titans looking to rotate around. The Valiant now going to be pressuring. They open with the Deadeye.
Everyone has to hide, though.
Was looking for one there. Doesn't quite get it, but it sets up the bomb. Twilight caught by McGravy at the very end, and this is really nice momentum coming out for the Valiant.
That was just such a beautiful team fight from the LA Valiant. First, I was so focused on the high noon, but then KSF comes in from one side with the Blizzard, McGravy with the self-destruct on the other. Everyone's caught in the corner by the high noon. There's just nowhere to go for the Titans.
So the Titans, they were speed running around to go. Now the Valiant give them a taste of their own medicine, and they're not over yet. Twilight caught. The Titans getting staggered. The Valiant looking every bit as bloodthirsty as KSP gets to work.
Nice triple kill from KSP, just clean up frags, and now Titans gonna have to go back to their spawn once again. This is all just free payload push time. Boy, the LA Valiant, they're looking like they want to compete with that blistering pace Titans said in the last round.
Oh, that would be ridiculous if they finished with the time quicker than 3 minutes, because you don't see it very often at all, let alone twice in the same game.
In our last real team fight, Valiant committed so many ults, but they're already back online. Stitch with the high noon, but looks completely zoned.
The shadow comes down from Fissure, doesn't do anything. The Valiant now ready to go on their own. They drop the nano on the Gig. McGravy eats the Blizzard and finishes off Hoxall. A hero play from McGravy. Stitch takes out his counterpart, but the Valiants are still looking really good. They have the beat dropped on them. The Titans must give them space. They can't compete with this level of health as the Valiant just continue to swarm the payload.
Valiant looking so calm under pressure. After that insane time, you would have thought maybe they'd be doubting themselves, maybe they'd be less confident, but they just won that fight with only 2 ults. That's insane. Vancouver committing everything, and now it's only Twilight's nano boost standing in the way of Valiant's quick cap.
KSF looking for it, gonna drop the Blizzard. It moves down successfully. The Titans are forced out. Fissure can't get away. Flipped by the Deadeye. The shatter from Gig even bigger to the back. And McGravy drops the bomb for good measure. That is a faster time for the Valiant.
I'm not sure what we're watching here. I mean, Blizzard World's a map where you don't even expect both teams to be able to cap blast, much left with 3-minute time banks on both sides. This is essentially a full reset round. We very rarely see this on a map like Blizzard World.
That was an anime-esque just comeback we saw from the Valiant. They just unveiled their true form.
I mean, and not only do the Los Angeles Valiant get a better time, but they do so playing the classic mirror match of the meta, this McCree, May, Ryan Diva, Ana Lucio. Both teams not shying away from the mirror, but here it's Valiant coming out dominantly on top. Titans snowballed with the Sombra Genji. I mean, they played it very, very well, but that's a comp that relies on the snowball. It's desperate to snowball, desperate to cycle ults, whereas the McCree May has so much stability, you can sort of force it all day long, so Valiant might be finding a way back into this series.
Well, I think part of it might be maybe KSP is just getting warmed up, where the first round here in Blizzard World wasn't very good in the sense that KSP just got nuked immediately. It was a well-coordinated dive from the Titans, but if KSP can avoid that fate this time around, maybe we see a better defense come out from the Valiant as we move into extra rounds.
Titans looking at playing this comp again, but it's part of the utility of a Sombra Genji dive. Is it surprise? Is that utility if you're not expecting it? I feel that McGravy is going to be more ready for the biotic grenade this time, and if Valiant can just survive that initial dive, things can go wrong very, very quickly for the aggressors.
Valiant hoping that this defense goes a little bit better. Both teams really hoping their defenses go better given what just transpired. We'll see if it's the case.
Pretty much equal time banks here, and I like this from the Valiant, preemptively backing off. They don't want to be caught out on that high ground where they're so exposed to the dive. They're going to split up, keep map control as well. This is so important against a dive comp. You can't allow them to get us around.
KSP hanging out in the back, and this is a smart adjustment. Design holding a little bit further back. Now they're looking to push. Hawks on, they do! Gig and KSP working on that one. And the really good counter engage from the Valiant here, not really flinching as the Titans moved in.
Love that little movement from KSP. He's sitting on the high ground, but he's just baiting the dive up there and rolls off. Looks like his team pre-planned that. They were ready, controlling the location on the low ground for KSP to drop in. And after that initial dive fails, Haxel only has 22% Dragon Blade, and with 1/3 of the time bank remaining, he's going to need to pick up the pace.
Same for Stitch, where Stitch really didn't build much as a Sombra. You need, for these two heroes in particular, to build your ultimates quicker.
Definitely, although neither team really getting too much out of that fight. It's really just on the Valiant to just hold strong, but the question is, how can Titans break this hold? It looks like Valiant have great understanding of the map position here.
Fisher looking for a way in, looking to dive directly in, moves back immediately. McGravy, a little bit of extra space being made, Valiant holding back, but ooh, getting caught. Gig was going in for Slime, ends up getting punished instead. The Titans with 2, and now the Valiant in real danger. You look towards KSP, if there's anything to do, and oh, he slumped! The sleep from Twilight puts him out of his misery there. Woken back up, but that's gonna be it. Slime finishes him off, and the Titans get in on point A.
You gotta appreciate the subtle adjustment in that second fight. Instead of going for the all-in dive behind the Genji, Titans played a little bit slower there. They poke in, they trade out, and it's actually Gig who goes down first, trying to hold on to that point. So Valiant maybe underestimating the Titans' dive skills, not always targeting the same character. You have to keep things interesting, keep things evasive for the defending team, but now it's another Nano Blade up for Haxel and Twilight. Do the Valiant have any answers to this?
I don't think they have any answers. I just think the question is, can the Titans get away spending as little as possible? You don't want to spend everything here in this fight, even though you are highly favored. We'll see how it goes. Haxel moves in. They get KSP early off the EMP. Now they're going to try and save the rest.
Oh, this is so bad for the LA Valiant. Haxel holding onto the Dragon Blade. Twilight holding onto that Nano. A first clean pickoff, and only the Primal Rage and EMP needing to be coming out here for the Titans. That's massive. Although Rain, though, does have this sound barrier available to counter the Nano Blade potentially.
That was really what the Titans were looking for, Jake. They got to save so much.
They want to cap this second point, a place where many teams have fallen before, but KSF does have Blizzard, could help them on points.
That looks at Haxel. Danu down immediately off the Deadeye. Puts the bomb. Still hit the back. 5-on-5. Here comes the outblade. Haxel frozen, stuck in the Blizzard. Is that going to be enough? It gives room to KSP, KSF. The Valiant might hold.
KSF, what an absolutely massive Blizzard, freezing everyone, including the Nano Blade. You can't ask for more than that. I thought the Blizzard would help control the point, but I didn't expect that much value. That's great timing from KSF right when the Dragon Blade comes out. Genji's not quite ready to dive, and just a little bit too slow. That's uncharacteristic from Haxel.
Really, really nice Blizzard, though. Perfectly placed, and I agree. I think Haxel could have gotten out of that, but really good read coming in from KSF.
Let's see it here. Oh, and I love this. Also targeting the Genji with that left click, freezing him as quickly as possible, burning him down with the headshots. KSF has just looked so solid on the Mei. It's a hero that it's hard to find highlight reels for, but it's all about that solidity. You want a player who's so consistent with the icicles, so consistent with the decision making. And KSF, he's talked about this in the offseason. You know, in past seasons, he's been forced to play hit scan, forced to fill for other players, but now he's back onto that flex DPS role, and he's been so dominant with these projectiles. I can't wait to see him more as the meta continues to develop.
I just imagine Packing walking into the Valiant training room, looking at KSF and saying, I love you, but you're never playing Widowmaker again. But this is a good thing.
It is. And alongside KSP, although it's a bit of a struggle for us on the casting desk, otherwise I'm so happy to see these players together.
Also, we just got a note from our producer. The Valiant time bank, 3:48, the third fastest time ever on Blizzard World, just to really hammer home what a crazy comeback this has been so far within this map.
Valiant looking to take control as well. I like the decision to run the Sombra on offense. This gives them a little bit more explosive potential. No, actually just scouting the enemy comp. Gonna go back to the Mei. Why not be confident in this mirror match? They just dominated the last round.
Valiant looking for a way in. The Titans right now hoping to have a much stronger point A defense than they did before. But if you're the Valiant, you know time is on your side here, Jake. And right now, they're not being super quick, for they are applying pressure at the point. Gig, try and move over, and look at this, Fissure. Ooh, they did enough to get Gig.
That was a beautiful bio-nade by Twilight to start the engagement. Getting both tanks so important, cutting down the heals, and there's not really much Lastro can do in that situation with his teammates anti.
There was a moment there where Fissure might have gone a little bit too far forward, but now the Titans trying to stagger the Valiant again, something that's worked out well for them. Lastro got super low, was able to get away at the last moment, and now the Valiant are turning the tide. Janu falls, McGravy can still get back into his mech. This could be a 6-on-5 power play.
I definitely expect the Titans to fight this one out. Twilight setting up on point in a full commitment position, wants to find a big nade, give that nano over to Fissure.
Twilight hanging out here in the back. Deadeye out from KSP, looking for it. Fissure in danger, isolated it down, but it comes at a dear cost. KSP out of the fight. Nine with the frontline advantage. Titans with the DPS advantage, and this means you look to Stitch. What is Stitch gonna do in this situation? Moving to the right, focusing on the tanks. Deadeye is up, can't get too close under heavy fire, down he goes! Hands up, finishes him off!
The Blizzard, though, is massive.
It's a big Blizzard, Hawks on the other side. The fall through for the Titans coming on in. Respawn's about to be in at the same time, and the Titans, they're holding off the Valiant.
Haxall just a couple seconds faster and charging the Blizzard, and it makes a world of difference, clutching that fight for his team. Valiant have had moments of greatness, but so far not translating to any point pressure at all.
Very close battle back and forth, both teams with their moments, but it's the Titans that stand strong. A minute 45 left for the Valiant to get in onto point A.
And KSF may have another Blizzard, but with the Nano Boost and the Sound Barrier online for the Titans, they've got a ton of support counterplay, able to keep those tanks alive if they do get frozen. Fissure as well with the Shatter could just end this fight before it begins.
Stitch hanging back, Deadeye at the ready. The Valiant still taking their time, making the most out of the minute 30 they have left. Maybe going for just one quality fight here.
Taking this rotation again, but this time the Titans are ready. All 6 players defending the high ground that the Valiant want to keep control of. KSF cut down.
Very nice split. Cuts the Valiant in half. And the Titans only having to invest the nano there. And the Valiant, this is a lot of time just thrown away as now they find themselves under a minute. Oh, KSP on the other side got 2.
Somehow keeping this fight going is KSP. Right with another. How are the Valiant managing to bring this one back? Fissure has to shatter one, just taking down Lastro, but there should be an opportunity for a power play as the Valiant stream back in.
I think what we were just about to praise the Titans for, they were saving a lot of their ultimate power. They're like, we just only had to use his nano, and now it let the Valiant back into a fight, but the Valiant were down so much. Now the respawns are back in. They've put Fissure back on the ground. The Valiant, they're moving back over, and the Titans might have let this slip away.
That was a completely ridiculous clutch coming out from KSP and Rain as well. We've seen so many frags out of him, and he brings it home when they need it most, getting that payload moving. But Valiant, they have no more mistakes left. Have to keep this payload moving. We're almost to overtime.
The good thing for the Valiant, though, they are loaded on ultimate. Stitch gets it down on KSF. That could be a rough start. The Titans moving forward. The Valiant had a lot of ults to use. Now they're just down in numbers. The Titans, they're gonna try and be aggressive. Move on to this now. Overtime in progress. Stitch working the outskirts, finds KSP. Pick from the Titans. Gig dropping the Shatter, knocks Twilight to the ground, and Stitch deals with Rain, and he's still coming in off the flank. Valiant, they're almost done.
Beautiful plays coming out from Titans, holding strong, looking to secure the map victory as they go up 2-0 in the series. It's all Titans on the payload.
Overtime ticking down, and the Titans turn it back on Blizzard World. Up now 2-0.
Insane stuff from both teams. I can't help but feel that KSF wasn't ready for that Deadeye. Didn't realize it was channeling on him, and losing your maze so early in the fight, you lose that crucial utility to be able to slow down the enemy Rein, prevent him from swinging. And without KSF, he's been such a bright spot for this team. It all falls apart from there.
The Valiant getting challenged and more, even when they get momentum. The Titans manage to steal it away. Will anything change as we look to map 3? We'll be back very soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
We're 2 maps in and someone is going to end the day undefeated. Who will it be? The Valiant or the Titans? This is Game Break and it's presented by Cheese Grooves. Interesting match so far. The Valiant started out well in both rounds on control, but once the Titans got the point, they just never let it go. Reinforce, Titans is a team you can never count out.
No, you can't really count them out at all, and I don't know why anyone would ever predict against the Vancouver Titans, really.
Yeah,
I
who
think
would doubt them?
Yeah, who would ever doubt the Vancouver Titans? I mean, you're going up against the LA Valiant, but, so much for those Screambox.
Oh, no. I feel like that's illegal or something.
Luckily, those are real.
I'm sure that's...
I don't think you can do that.
Can never count them out. That's for real, though. You can never count out the Vancouver Titans because they have so much clutch potential. They have so many skilled individuals on this team. So whenever the Valiant, they got like a 2-man advantage in a fight, Vancouver Titans, they just came right back. Twilight had so many epic plays. Fisher had some flank shatters. This squad is just impeccable.
I think as well, once this team gets control, they very rarely let go of it. You saw it a lot on this control point. Valiant got the point first. each time, but as soon as the Titans got it back, there was nothing coming back, and it didn't even look close to Valiant getting it back.
That's a problem. They rarely make mistakes. Their positioning, their execution on team fights, and their engagement is just so very well thought out and so precise that it is hard to get control back against the Titans. Now, Wolf, looking at what we saw from the Valiant on the map too, they played it close, and it looked like they were going for a speed run there as well. What were your thoughts in general on the performance of that team?
I mean, Valiant looked really good. There were some issues, obviously, dealing with Hoxell's Dragon Blades at times. And
every team has that issue. They're not alone in this one.
It's tough, you know. I mean, it's tough, but in general, the Vancouver Titans looked really clean. They got this really fast first point take after getting that pick onto KSP, just a positional error there where he got split up with the rest of his team. But in general, you know, Valiant looked good. They had a great moment as well where they were able to punish the Titans for overextending when they used the Primal Rage and the EMP on that follow-up push. But they were never able to be consistent enough against Hoxell's Blades, and it's just dash resets like the one you just see on your screen right now that really just continue to be a plague for the LA Valiant. They're not running heroes that counter the Genji. They're not running compositions that really shut him down very well, and it's just, when you're mechanically as strong as Hoxell is, it's tough to have the right answer unless you're going to try to straight up counter. If you're just trying to run what you've been running before, you're going to have some problems.
It's so hard to deal with Hoxell's Genji. You play McCree, but you can't really deal with it, so it's just a huge problem. But I do want to give some props to the Valiant, because even though Vancouver Titans, they had an incredible push on offense, they still managed the LA Valiant to get their own fast time. So that just proves that there is good leadership figures within the LA Valiant, and that was pretty impressive.
And now it's time for Crunch Time, presented by Cheese It Grooves. So, Costa, I need to know who crunched the hardest.
Okay, so this is just a sick play by Gig. Okay. I don't know if he was inting off or he actually knew this would work, but he actually pins off the edge with the nano, and he makes it across. He makes it into the enemy backline of the Titans and just starts swinging and ends up with a 4K.
What?
I don't know if that's supposed to happen.
That's so big brain.
My favorite thing is Fisher here, who turns around, he's like, what the? How did you get here? So he just starts swinging through. No one knows what's going on. Hits the pin. One more to add it up. That's crunch time. That's the definition of clutch.
I mean, I think he went across and then he went below just next to the railing. I don't know if the railing being not broken there helped him out. It's hard to say.
Yeah, hate to see it.
No, you love to see it. You absolutely
Not the enemy team does not love to see that.
I'm a Valiant fan and a main tank fan. We love to see this right now.
I love it.
Anyway, very quickly before we're heading into the second half, we have so much more time to talk, Costa. Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, I just want to
Wolf, we're heading into Anubis. Any Vancouver fan should be excited now.
I mean, Vancouver have always been a great team on Temple of Anubis. It's historically been Hoxell's best map, going as far back as the Apex days.
Apex!
It's a great map for Genji, and it's a map where we're going to see more Hoxell Genji. We're going to see more dive on A. Could even see defensive dive on A if that's what they want to run. Unlikely, but it's possible. And since the Valiant have struggled so much with Hoxell's Genji thus far, I'm a little bit worried about how they're going to handle him as we head into potentially Genji's best map.
At least we predicted Vancouver Titans, right? Yeah. Zoe. Yeah.
Vancouver Titans. He's so committed.
Yeah.
And so will our teams be to take that victory. Let's see who can get it done. We're heading back to Dallas for the second half of the Valiant, taking on the Titans right after this short break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheese It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
Welcome back to Dallas. Things are still heating up as we continue on day 2 for the homestand. Of course, the fans waiting for the Fuel to make their approach once more. But in the meantime, it's been Valiant versus the Titans, and the Valiant almost making a big comeback on Blizzard World, but falling a bit short.
This has definitely been a knockdown dragout. I feel like even though the scoreline is 0-2 in favor of the Titans, it's still Valiant showing so much signs of strength, even when they're down after getting just bashed in that first round by Haxel's Dragon Blades. Still, they come back with an even faster time, and although it doesn't go their way in the overtime round, you have to be impressed by that from a new squad, that they're able to have the mental resilience to come back after a tough round.
And again, for the Valiant, this is a team that we've said repeatedly, they're developing. They have a bunch of new players with potential. The fact that they've been able to have moments where they have been looking better than the Titans at points in the series is phenomenal. So even if they lose a series, they might be able to see it as a mark of pride.
Definitely. I don't think that if you're a Los Angeles Valiant fan, you have to be worried. And honestly, I still believe that this series could go the distance. The tough question will be, do the Valiant have an answer to the Titans' Reaper play? I mean, it's been that Reaper that's really been the thorn in their side, especially the first map. Those set engages on choke points. Titans are so expert at that. They've practiced this meta. It's what they were basically very similar to what they were playing last season, and it worked so well for them then.
Well, speaking of Reaper play, Somin2 coming in for Stitch, and you talked a little bit during the break while we were waiting for things to start back up that we're going to Temple of Anubis. And Temple of Anubis, a map where closed in play can be very, very powerful. So this swap makes all the sense in the world.
Definitely. I don't expect the Titans to switch off Reaper at all, but if they need to, I mean, obviously Somin2 does have the depth, but I think that's what they want to force going into this next map. That Reaper May can be devastating. Even some small potential to bring out the Doomfist, I think, on this map.
I think when you look at the Valiant here, is part of their victory perhaps in having a better first point hold where things are a little bit more long range?
For me, I mean, KSP has just been a total superstar. I mean, everyone of the Valiant have been having good games. KSF with the walls as well, but it's been KSP coming back from fights that just look completely unwinnable. How about that one fight capping first on Blizzard World? I thought that was just completely done. I think the Titans had 3 kills at least, but KSP just strikes back with 2 in a row. I mean, that's what you're hoping for out of your hitscan player, but not many can deliver.
It's rare for something like that to surprise us. We're going, okay, the fight's, wait, it's not over, KSP. And even though it was still an overwhelming advantage for the Titans that they ended up taking the fight, they still made the Titans burn resources, which was a heroic final effort, really, coming in from KSP.
Definitely keeping the Valiant in this as we go to the third map. Even if the Titans manage a 3-0, I mean, I'm not complaining if I'm a fan of Los Angeles Valiant. They're putting the runner-up from last year very, very, very close to the edge.
Well, as we said, the next map, it's going to be Temple of Anubis, and it is the final opportunity for the Valiant to turn the series around. That's right, we are in reverse sweep territory now.
We'll see if they're able to achieve the first reverse sweep of the season, and if anyone can do it, I mean, it might be the Los Angeles Valiant. They've shown the mental resilience and had so many bright moments, even in losing maps.
This is a team that has very high highs right now, but they have to do something to improve their consistency, smooth out some of the lows. I still think if you're a fan of the Valiant, you're very excited by what you've seen here today.
I am very excited by what we see here today. Oh. This is some Soldier 76 on the high ground, absolutely loving it. Rain as well on the Brigida, potentially looking to shut down Haxel's Genji preemptively. This comp is totally crazy from the LA Valiant, but it makes sense to me. You've got the Brig to potentially counter some Genji action, and the Soldier just delivering the DPS from range.
I always love Soldier. What's one of his key abilities? Oh, he can use his legs to run. Fantastic.
The legs man indeed coming in huge. We'll see if KSF can make it work here, but Haxel's Dragon Blade could be a real thorn in his side if he's trying to play the high ground. So far, McGravy trading very well on the flank, though.
For the Valiant, if you're going to be running a Soldier, you need to be winning the poke battle. That is something that Soldier is incredible at. Also, pretty good at sustain to an extent, so Haxel might dive on him, but the biofield he can put down, pretty decent. Sominsu heading in on the flank. The Titans biding their time. A little bit of sneakiness here, but they're waiting a bit.
Sominsu setting up as the hammer, and Fissure wants to be that anvil, diving in deep. This backline is just completely running for the Valiant, and they're losing tanks on point. Titans starting to take control of the map, and Haxel and Twilight very close to the Nanoblade.
McGravy getting isolated is quite bad. When you're running Soldier 76, you need room to work with. The Titans just getting one pick off after the other. It's not even a full team fight. It's just one pick followed, and it's gonna be the Titans with a very quick point A.
I'm sad, ZP.
Yeah.
I wanted the Soldier to work so badly.
He's about to swap. Look at it. Here he is, going. Is it gone? Whoa, what?
Keeping it, thinking.
Now it's gone.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Captain Jack. We'll see you next patch.
I feel like he waited there just to spite us, ruin our timing.
Challenge here, though, is Nanoblade is ready, and Haxel has had no failures so far on that one. So, besides KSF's Blizzard, to be fair, on Blizzard World, he's got it again. Can he make it happen a second time?
Fissure moving in, gets stuck with the bio nade, mid-pro range, actually getting focused down quite a bit. Meanwhile, Haxel to the back. Dragon Blade moving over. KSP deals with John, who Haxel having to play around the Blizzard, about to get frozen out and take it down. KSP making good use of the room provided.
KSP staying in the back line. The flashbang shuts down Haxel, and now he's just picking away at these Titans players, staying at range, takes the Bionade, but I don't think there's any follow-up here.
Well, they have the bomb making room on the point. The Titans, Sominsu got to the back! Oh, the Valiant respawns were coming in, and Sominsu just knocked them all down. That's it!
All right, that's a complete caster's curse from me. Sorry, LA Valiant. The follow-up was there. Death Blossom Sound Barrier just running through them in the dark room. Nowhere to run at that range.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever gave you a briefing that you need to be responsible with that power.
Well, that's a really fast time for the Titans. I mean, Valiant, we saw them recover from a blistering offense on the last map, but that was even worse, I feel. I mean, just absolutely nothing to be happy about for the LA Valiant. A couple of those fights started to look okay, but just not enough. Titans slamming it home.
Well, we are going to take a look at what just happened there, how the Reaper got to the back line. And here the Valiant were about to recover, where, okay, the Bionade was done, respawns are back in, and he just walks forward and presses Q. That's it.
I mean, Sound Barrier just keeps him up, and everyone is still so low there for the backline of the LA Valiant. This Reaper Genji dive is a formulation we haven't seen in past metas, but really working out now with that quick Reaper TP. He's able to assist the Genji get on the backline in a way that just wasn't possible before.
The Valiant, they are on their final life. Can they rally? Find out after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Yeah, that is a huge kill. for the Philadelphia Fusion of everybody to go down. And Carpe with the headshot. Carpe with the follow-up. Finally getting to show some skill here. That's what it's all about.
Last chance, the Philadelphia Fusion are hosting the Battle of Brotherly Love next weekend. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss your chance to see EQO, Carpe, and the rest of the Fusion up close and in person. Of course, Jake, a lot to be looking forward to next weekend. Really, just every weekend here in the Overwatch League.
So many exciting matches come up. The offseason was way too long for my taste. I want more Overwatch action, and I want it now. Luckily, my thirst finally about to be slaked.
That's a good word there, slaked.
Classic.
Not something you hear very often, I will say. Well, speaking of slaking, and it's not even really the right use of the word, we're going to be looking at the Valiant as they try and get back into action here after what can only be described as a roll from the Titans just a round ago.
Not much you can slake besides your thirst, unfortunately, ZP, at least in common parlance. But hopefully the Valiant can find some taste for blood here as they go into that next round. So far, I mean, Titans not dropping many in that offense. 440 time bank. That's an impressive setup. The question is, can the Valiant repeat? I mean, I think that's almost impossible to repeat. But to be fair, I said that after the first round of Blizzard World, so don't count Los Angeles out yet.
Maybe that's the way to get record-breaking times out of the Valiant. You just have to really dominate them when they're on defense, and they'll show you an offense you never expected. But you take a look at the offense, it's not going to be a Doomfist, it's going to be a McCree May.
McCree, KSP has had a lot of success on this hero, but if we remember back to Li Jiang, it was Somansu's Reaper just diving in with the rest of his squad, getting so much value before. The question is, where can he find the space? This is such an enclosed environment where Reaper should dominate.
The Vancouver Titans are just going to look to take the fight up close and personal. Fissure getting frozen early, forcing out the Immortality field, and the Valiant just roll forward. They deal with Fissure, but they lose KSP, so they're up in tanks, but they're down that very important DPS piece. Now they need to get a little bit more to buy time for KSP to get back into the fray. The Valiant chasing down the Titans right now. The Titans just trying to get away, trying to wait for respawns. The Titans want no more part of this fight, and they're trying to summon KSP back into the fray.
Spawn advantage playing in importantly here for the LA Valiant as they have high ground control and just cleaning up these frags. This should be a quick point A for the Valiant. That's what they needed to be able to match Vancouver's time.
So the Valiant starting out strong. Really, offense being favored here today, I'd say.
There is a lot of potential to still rush on this second point, and Twilight, he does have that amplification matrix, so potentially coming in for both teams to have that devastating double damage fire strike. We've seen that cleave through entire teams before, but will it happen again?
The Valiant moving forward right now. They got the amp matrix in tow. Titans much the same. Valiant not really wasting a lot of time here. Gonna move forward, trying to focus down Janu. Janu, their focus. Valiant moving in, they drop the beat. They roll on forward. Immortality field forced out the Titans. The Titans, though, dropping a beat of their own. Hoxel holding on to Blizzard Base, frozen the other side. The Shatter comes in, but Gravy on a bit of a follow-through. The Valiant still trying to make this happen, but they lost KSP.
Jano gets one, drops the self-destruct, gonna be back into the suit. This is a scrappy fight, but that will favor the defenders on Assault. Although another frag going the way of the LA Valiant. Already Fissure onto the Hammond, into delay mode here, but again, so close to that defender spawn, playing to the Titans' advantage.
It's turning into a trade-out battle, which is very, very good for the Titans. KSF trying to keep it going. KSP back into the fray, has dealt with Twilight, and KSP so dangerous in these moments. These cleanup battles is where we've seen him just go to town, but he's down KSF, and the Valiant, they might be looking to reset this a bit, but Blizzard ends up doing nothing for the Titans.
Well, it does buy them a ton of time, forces Gig to be alone on point, so I think it ends up working out for Haxel, not getting a freeze, but an actual true instance of a zoning ult, getting a lot of value there, securing that teamfight victory. It started to look a little grim for the Titans. Fissure with 80% on this minefield, might elect to keep it. No, gonna switch back over to the Rhine, needs that shield to protect his team from the Gravy self-destruct.
I think when you look at the ult battle, that was a decent exchange for the Valiant. As they go in here, they have some tools to work with.
Sound barrier available, but Slime with his own almost ready. Somansu thinking about committing, but doesn't want to go too early, just trying to poke Valiant on their rotation, get some cooldowns out of them, but they will be able to make it into the dark room essentially for free.
Somansu can be rotating back on over, realizing the drop down isn't about to be in play. Valiant taking a little bit of time here. Deadeye out early. KSP. Is there anything in his sights right now? No, not quite. Beat used by the Titans. The Titans move in. Mortality field dealt with. KSP holding back. Lastro caught by Fissure. Hello! Moves into the corridor, and that's fine for the Titans. They lose a few people, but defender's advantage.
In a small room with Fissure, that's not where you want to find yourself as he gets a triple kill to clean up that fight. That's great movement from the Titans, just whittling this time bank down. If they can just drop this time bank to 0, I mean, they've set themselves up with a very easy victory condition. So Valiant only have a couple tries left to win this fight with extra time.
3 minutes left, it's not a whole lot, and of course, to state the obvious, the Titans have a far bigger advantage even if they lose this next fight.
Gonna make the switch over to that Reaper Doofus composition. I like the idea here, trying to find some quick pickoffs, potentially blow this wide open. Aggression coming in hot and heavy for the LA Valiant.
Valiant trying to make up for lost time, moving in, trying to set up Gig, who's holding to Shatter. The Titans are working with way more tools. Gig on the way in, Fissure on the other side, looking directly at him, drops a Shatter to the side, but so does Gig. Many on the ground, KSF though, in on the cleanup, KSP right there. The Valiant looking for a little bit more, but the Titans return fire, a blizzard and self-destruct of their own, and all they need to do is keep this even, and that's what they're doing.
The Titans, they don't need to dominate these fights. All they need to do is trade evenly, and that's exactly what they're doing here on 2CP. That's textbook Anubis gameplay. Valiant, they need to get something going, getting a real advantage. And Somazu, even a nice little delay onto Lastro. You don't want to stand still when you want the enemy to take you out. It makes it a little too obvious.
It's like, please, send me back to spawn. No, sir, I don't think I will.
I'll just wait here and stare at you for 5 seconds. How does that feel? Even
Doesn't
worse.
feel very good.
Even worse than dying.
So 2 minutes left here for the Valiant, and it's starting to get grim. The Titans using a bit in the last fight, but still tools to work with as we move in. Hawksall opening up with the punch. The Valiant early beat, using it to move in. They get Fissure, so that isolation is good. Now the Valiant working with some momentum. Titans down 3 members. This is what you want to see if you're the Valiant. Starting to get more on their side. Hawksall can't get anything, and the Valiant might be in position to finish with time remaining.
So far, it's all Valiant in the kill feed. This is what they were hoping for. Finally, a clean fight. And with everyone still alive, Death Blossom and Meteor Strike available, this is almost certainly going to be a map finish. Somazu comes out with a Death Blossom, but Zone still finds Rain, though.
It got Rain, but of course mitigated by McGravy. They just need to finish off the last few. The Titans now playing for stall or a miracle, whichever comes first. KSF looking to finish it off, diving over. It's a Valiant working with an advantage, but they need to get more. Hawksall meanwhile back in, finds KSF. The Titans now on the verge of turning this back around. Many of the Titans back into play. The Valiant giving up some ground, and this is looking better for the Titans, but they still need more.
Forced to switch onto these fast characters, that gives them a little bit less fighting power on the point, and that ends up having a high impact here. McGravy just running rampant on the map, getting more and more kills. KSF will be back very soon. Minefield's out, but everyone on the Valiant is dodging it, but the clock running awfully low here.
This is really good stall. The Valiant, though, back up to 6. Self-destruct from McGravy. Up, over, doesn't connect on anyone. Meanwhile, the Titans still streaming out one by one, burning the clock. And if they could burn for another 25 seconds, that is all they would need. The Valiant fighting across the clock. Can they get all of the Titans off the point? We're down to 17 seconds, and they do.
Oh, just barely not able to make it to point is Janet with the self-destruct. Titans awfully close to getting overtime, but Valiant, they keep themselves alive in this map. It is possible for them to get the win, but this is still a massive time bank advantage in favor of the Titans.
Massive, almost be underselling it. But what can you say about that stall from the Titans? That fight, in many ways, was over about a minute before it was truly over.
I want to know how Haxel managed to take out KSF without KSF being able to get his own Meteor Strike off. I mean, KSF sitting on that for a while, saving it for that tough moment when he's caught alone, but somehow falls before using it, and that kind of leads to some of the uncertainty of that team fight. But luckily, everyone else on the Valiant able to stay alive, able to keep the fight going and get that win. But I mean, that was a 2-minute team fight on Anubis. Kind of a classic of Anubis, but not something we've seen so much since the spawn changes came through.
It's a lot harder to pull off, which very much a testament to the Titans and the team coordination that they possess, because it's very easy for too many people to go out at the same time, everyone to fall all together, and then you just lose the point.
Got to appreciate Fissure on the Hammond as well, doing a great job of contesting the point, but not overplaying his hands, staying alive, sometimes going back to spawn, sometimes picking up health packs, just eking out his resources over time, not falling early, and that enables him to get the minefield, which keeps buying more and more time. But the question is, what can Valiant do with just 1 minute on the clock on the attack?
Well, they have to do everything right. that's the end of the answer to that question. But right now, looks like they're going to be changing it up. They're going to be throwing KSP onto the Reaper, something that he hasn't really liked to be on the series.
I love to see this. They need this in these close-range engagements. Last time, Somersu took him out very quickly. Valiant still winning that fight, so with KSP on the Reaper, maybe it'll be different. That looks like a deadly choke point. Takes waiting on either side.
Oh, and KSP locked out to start things off. But the counter wall in, the Immortality Field going to keep Gig alive. Mortality Field goes down, the Titans look to move in. John, though, might have gone a little bit deep, gets demeched for his troubles. The Valiant go, ooh, Rain, unable to get away. The Titans keeping the pressure up the choke, but Fissure pays the price. The Titans are on defense here. They can't trade out too much, or the advantage will go against them. Huxel dropping the left flick into the corner. Sumansu there on the follow-through, and the Titans looks like they've cleaned that fight up, and now it's 10 seconds. Can the Valiant even get back?
Someone's going to have to rush in and touch the point. Looks like it will be Gig on the Hammond, but this should look shaping up to be a true 1v6 on the point. Not what you're hoping for if you're the Los Angeles Valiant. This looks to be open and shut for the Titans.
Gig taken down, and they can't keep the delay going. Now, this is a tough spot for the Valiant.
No problem, ZP. Just survive 7 Haxel Nanoblades. Like, yeah, like that's easy.
No problem, right? So, to break down where we're at, the Valiant are not done yet in the series, but only in a technicality. Going into this next round, they're going to have to hold perfectly on point A for about 5.5 minutes. I don't know if that would be a record in the Overwatch League, but it'd certainly be top 5.
It's a true tough test of any team. The mental fortitude that it would take to make this hold, for me, would cement Valiant as one of the strongest teams this season if they can just win this map, much less come back in this series. Haxel, I mean, how many Dragon Blades have gone wrong for him? 1 against a Blizzard? That's it. I mean, this guy is a monster, and you're going to give him 2 to 3 chances at the absolute minimum to slice and dice on the LA Valiant. Nothing less than perfection is demanded from Los Angeles.
And I think the saddest part here for the Valiant is that even if they're able to just have the fairy tale hold, if they're able to bring this back, they don't win the map, they get a draw.
They have to win 3 more maps after this, so backs against the wall is the understatement of the year here. KSP on the Reaper. I mean, I like the decision from the Valiant. You have to play a comp that functions against basically everything because Titans has time to throw everything at you.
They can swap their entire lineup a good 4 times and still have plenty of time to try and get onto the point. Valiant, what's it going to be? Do you lose the series or do you show us perfection? Let's find out.
But Gravy absolutely fearless on the flank, taking the 1v2 for that. It's a great movement by Haxel, controlling the Mega Pack, able to continue farming this ult, and this is already getting scrappy, but someone's gonna have to defend the point pretty soon.
KSP got caught by the sleep, woken on up. The Titans, meanwhile, use the opportunity to go to the point. Remember, they only need to get 1 tick. The Valiant have to move in now, and they can't lose anyone in the process. Slime down, KSP. That's 1 part. The Valiant taking up residence on the point, forcing the Titans back. And we'll see if they can get the DMAC on John. No, it's the other way around, but Gravy gets DMAC'd, and things are getting tense here for the Valiant as they try to hold.
Even with the pick, this is just textbook dive from the Titans, poking, not committing. The Valiant, they're gonna have to make a move soon. Haxel charging towards that Nano Blade, already at 90, and his counterpart, of course, Twilight is ready.
Well, Doom is gonna be on the way, and I don't mean Doomfist. Here comes the Nano, and here comes Huxel, the blade out! Is this gonna be a finisher? KSP is down. Huxel looking for more, sees Gig in the sights. Blade not doing a whole lot, but the rest of the Titans making well use of the distraction. The Valiant falling 1 by 1, and it's gonna be the Titans completing a clean sweep on the Valiant here in Dallas.
Beautiful stuff from the Titans, making it look easy here on Temple of Anubis.
It was a tough task of the Valiant to ask them to hold for 5.5 minutes there, but it's only a testament to just how incredibly strong the Titans were in the series, particularly on attack.
Yeah, small shout out to Rain there, able to dodge the Nano Blade, but it's just not enough. You know, you start focusing too much on Haxel with the Nano Blade, you forget that this roster is absolutely packed with stars. Any one of them can sweep your team, and they absolutely do it there.
I think right now, if you're analyzing the Overwatch League, you're wondering who's strong, who's weak. You have to look at the Titans and go, well, last year, it wasn't a fluke. They are still here for real.
Yeah, and if anything, you know, this might be prices the stocks up for the LA Gladiators, bringing the Titans toe-to-toe, and Titans now showing what a formidable opponent that they are.
And we talked about it earlier in the series, but it's this idea of control, where the Titans, with the exception of a Blizzard World defense, they never really looked just frustrated at all over the course of the game. They had an answer for everything. They had great swaps, good engagements. It was just rare that the Valiant was getting the better of them consistently.
I think the strategic element of the game when it comes down to those hero swaps was definitely playing in the Titans' favor. Not only are they able to unlock the potential of the Genji so comfortably and confidently with a superstar like Haxel, one of our role stars here in Dallas, but also when it comes down to a Reaper rush comp, they're great at executing that as well. They can really pick and choose from any strategic set that they're hoping to use.
Well, to give us a little bit more insight into the Titans and perhaps why we should fear them this year, we got Sideshow with Fissure down on the floor.
Thank you very much, CP. Yep, I'm joined down here with Fissure, the brand new main tank for the Vancouver Titans. Fissure, the first thing I want to ask you is, you've played on more OWL teams, more Overwatch League teams than any other player. How are you settling into the Titans?
이제 피셔 선수는 오버워치 있는 모든 선수들 중에 가장 많은 팀을 옮겨 다니셨는데 지금 같이 하고 있는 밴쿠버랑은 잘 적응하고 계신가요?
현재 밴쿠버 타이탄즈에서 굉장히 잘 적응하고 있고 제가 많은 팀을 이제 옮겨다 보니까 어떤 팀의 팀 성향이 어떤지 좀 보고 있는데 이 팀은 되게 좀 어린애들이 장난처럼 플레이하는 재밌는 팀입니다.
So it's been really good with Vancouver Titans so far, and since I've been to a lot of different teams, I look how teams like their play style and how they play with each other in general. And so far, Vancouver seems to be those kind of childish and mischief team where everyone's very, very playful. Yeah.
The Titans made it to the grand finals last year, but they just fell short. So what is your team and yourself going to do to ensure that you make it all the way this time?
밴쿠버 타이탄즈는 저번 시즌에 아쉽게 그랜드 파이널까지 갔지만 준우승에 그쳤는데 이번 시즌에 우승하기 위해서 특별히 하는 거나 좀 다른 마음가짐이 있나요?
제가 지금 가장 중요하게 생각하고 있는 마음가짐은 1년 동안 팀을 옮기지 않기를 기도하면서 열심히 하고 있는 게 가장 중요하다고 생각합니다.
So the biggest thing that's in my mind right now is making sure I don't move to different team for an entire year.
I love it. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, thank you very much, Fissure. Appreciate it, and good luck in all of your future games. Jake and CP.
Thank you. Thank you, Sideshow. And that might have been one of the most real Coca-Cola victory moments we'll have all season. I just hope I don't go to another team this year.
Well, I mean, I love what he said there about the playfulness of the Titans. That totally makes sense. A lot of young players on the team, but showing that playfulness can turn into some really striking energy. I mean, when they bring out the nano blades, when they bring out those dives, they just look so practiced. Everyone going all at once, striking while the iron's hot. That's what you need to see from a championship caliber team.
Well, we saw excellence from the Titans, but we're going to see excellence from a team the Titans know perhaps a little bit too well. Coming up next, it's going to be the defending champion, San Francisco Shock, taking on the hometown heroes, the Dallas Fuel.
But first, let's check out our player of the match from this match. It's Haxel. These Dragon Blades were just absolutely fierce throughout the match. So many times coming up huge, very rarely shut down, and I mean, almost never shut down, actually. And the best Valiant could do was run away and hide. And it seems like that's all you can do when this guy has the blade.
Haxel was very, very good today, and why not, right? Where he's a player that's shown his versatility, whether it be in a 3-3 meta or now DPS, where he just gets to show just how flexible he is.
Genji, of course, the hero that you know this player for. Absolutely monstrous stats here coming out in this match.
Yeah, sorry about that.
What I expect from Haxel, I mean, it's no surprise. When the nano comes out, when the blade comes out, it's just a countdown till the other team loses the next point.
And it's the consistency is scary from Haxel, where it sort of makes you play around it, and even if he doesn't use it, he's so mechanically good that it's just absolutely devastating.
And on a team like the Titans, you can't just focus all in on Haxel. We saw it there at the end of the match. Everyone focused on dodging the nano, but when they did that successfully, everyone else on the Titans collapsed on them, and they were able to secure the match.
Well, coming up next, it is going to be the Shock, the defending champions, taking on the Dallas Fuel. Will the Fuel be able to rebound here in front of the hometown crowd? We're going to find out soon.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back in the Overwatch League studio. This is Watchpoint Reset. We're going to break down the last match and get you ready for the final one of the opening weekend. At this point in the day, you should know who's next to me, and if you don't, just watch for the nameplates coming up in the graphic. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother.
It's me!
Those guys! Well, so the Valiant, yeah, they came up short, and the Titans, they did look just as good as what we know from them from the 2019 season. How do you feel now overall after having seen them playing their first few matches?
Oh, they're still a championship contender. They're so good.
I know I've been hyping this team up a lot, but there were signs of hope in this match. I think Vancouver is looking incredibly strong, but individually and mechanically, they are looking pretty solid. I think where they're falling down is their team fight sort of cohesion, and just individually just making a couple of really dumb mistakes that just I don't think these players would usually make. And I'm going to attribute that to nerves. Obviously, as we go further in the weeks, that's no longer an excuse. So they did take it to Vancouver at times, and I think the scoreline doesn't really show how close it was. But at the end of the day, it's Vancouver, it's Huxall and Genji. It's hard to take that down.
I just want to say as well that this is a lot more than what we originally expected from the LA Valiant. So coming back from this homestand, I don't think you can be disappointed in your team, the LA Valiant, from this homestand.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that much else to add on that one, but I think that I kind of mentioned this a lot when we started the show, but I think KSP is a really strong rookie right now, and he's the player that every Valiant fan needs to be looking towards right now, and kind of watching how he progresses through the season, because he's still got nerves issues for sure, even though he's incredibly mechanically gifted. It's his first time playing on a stage like this, so I think we haven't seen his full potential yet either, and I think we should kind of track that in the coming weeks for Valiant.
If you're looking at all the teams which are about to face the Titans, any hope for them to take them down, or will they go on an undefeated streak again?
I think they can go on a bit of an undefeated streak for sure, yeah, because they're just rock solid. Like, they're across the board, they're just so good. Twilight had so many good sleep darts and bio grenades. Just did Twilight stuff. He was in the Twilight zone. So, for sure, this team is just so solid across the board, and looking forward even to like hero pools, like there's no way that this team is going to be caught off guard by a meta. last year, I think a lot of people were saying like, oh, they're so one-dimensional, all they can do is play goats. It's like, no, it's completely false. That is like true. They have insane DPS players and they can play every meta. So by all means, I think they definitely can go on an undefeated streak. They're not showing any weakness and they're just really good across the board.
How many aces do you guys think they still have up their sleeves?
I think they have so many. We've seen them switching Sominsu and Stitch around here and there, but I just think these guys are so flexible across the board. And the thing that makes them so strong is they have a roster that can play the meta, which was sort of like the May Reaper right now, but they can also pivot to dive at any given moment. The only other team we've really seen that from is NYXL, and they kind of have to switch a few pieces around to really get that done.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think once we go into hero rotations where some of those heroes are disabled and removed from play, I think dive is going to be the go-to. Nobody really knows what's going on. Some of these GOATS-esque heroes and these GOATS-esque May Reaper type compositions are removed from play. I think that's where we're going to see dive make a comeback because there's so many different ways to play dive. There's so many dive heroes now with Wrecking Ball in play. D.Va is really viable right now, so that's a really terrifying thing as we go into future metas that we can't obviously know yet because we don't know which heroes are going to be removed. But I think that's going to make Titans even scarier going into the middle parts and then the later parts of the season.
We have such an exciting season ahead of us. And here's just a quick reminder. This is your last chance. The Philadelphia Fusion are hosting the Battle of Brotherly Love next weekend. And the tickets are going fast. So you don't want to miss your chance to see Ikyo, Carpe, and a whole squad close up and in person. Just head on over to the URL you're seeing right now, phillyfusiontix.com, and secure your seats. Bring a friend. It's going to be fun. Watching the homestand so far has been absolutely amazing. I love the energy we've seen so far from Dallas and New York.
And the booing,
fantastic.
the booing. I love the booing.
You gotta,
more of the booing,
I
right?
love
Come on,
Color
Overwatch
Hex.
fans.
Color Hex teabagging the home team and then just getting booed like crazy and he's waving them off and that kind of stuff. I love that. That energy fuels a lot of players and I think we're going to see more of that.
Yeah, but it's in Boston, dude. Like,
oh,
So guys, we need to set up the next game for today, though. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Do we need to talk about Shock versus Dallas?
I mean, I don't know. Wolf, you tell me. Is there any hope for Fuel fans out there? Maybe with the power of friendship and yada, yada, yada.
I don't know if the
is it happening?
I don't know if the
on
power
control?
of friendship is going to be enough here, Zoe. I think the thing that fans need to really think about right now and realize for this matchup is this is basically an unwinnable matchup for Dallas. They had a tough loss yesterday, and it's really unfortunate timing that these two tough matches hit back-to-back during their homestand. Gamsu dropped a tweet yesterday saying, "I'm sorry we weren't able to take a win today. Please keep cheering for us, and I promise we're working hard to improve and become a great team." And I think Gamsu is one of those leaders who can, as you were alluding to, provide the power of friendship. I mean, he's obviously been a great and strong leader throughout his time on Boston Uprising, then at Shanghai Dragons last year. One of my big candidates for taking the award, Custis ended up taking at the end the Havelka Award. But he's a great guy. He's going to, I think, be a great leader for this team, and he's someone they so desperately need. But I don't know if that leadership alone is going to save them in this matchup, and I don't think anyone should expect anything more than a 3-0 from the San Francisco Shock heading in.
All right, for me, I think if you're Dallas Fuel, you need to come into this match and be positive, right? You got to try and see what works for your team, go up against one of the best teams and see where you stand. Really try and like push the boundaries and get a positive note out of this match because it's definitely going to be a tough one.
Well, tough or not, they have to play it out. This match is about to happen. So without any further ado, we're going to head into a very quick break. And then afterwards, it is the defending Overwatch League champions, the San Francisco Shock, in their first match of the 2020 season, going up against the Dallas Fuel in front of their home crowd. Don't touch your browser. We'll be right back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Dallas homestand here live in Arlington, Texas. And my word, we've had some games today, haven't we, Josh?
We certainly have. We've just got to see the Vancouver Titans do incredibly well over there, and we've got another doozy of a match coming right up. It's time to see whether the Dallas Fuel can get a win in front of their hometown audience.
Do you believe in Dallas? I do.
You can't put me on the spot.
I want to bet you a little bit here.
Of course I believe in Dallas. They're playing at home. They have the home field advantage. Who are they even up against? I can't remember.
Well, I'll tell you who they're up against, Josh. They're actually up against the big bad wolf, the San Francisco Shock, the current defending champions. So quite a mighty enemy, if I do say so myself. And it's going to be a bit of a tough one for the Dallas to chew through.
Yeah, it definitely is. San Francisco Shock, our defending champions, and they have showed no signs of slowing down over this offseason as well. They just look like such a powerful team. Great coaching staff, fantastic talent all over their roster. Last year they were amazing, and they've got such a depth to this roster as well that anything that gets thrown at them just seems to glance off. It's hard to think of a meta that they wouldn't be capable at.
Yeah, and a lot of this is down to the coaching staff that's behind them in the San Francisco Shock. They've got Coach Krusty, as we always like to go on and on and on about.
The greatest coach in Overwatch League history, though, it must be said over and over again.
Yeah, we are his biggest fans, in case you didn't know. But the San Francisco Shock have accomplishments from head to toe, it feels like, in a lot of ways. They are, as you can see here, they've reached all three stage finals last year. They won stage 2. They've got the highest team by win rates, the longest active map win streak, and that was the golden stage that we all remember as well. That tied in, obviously, the best regular season map differential, and obviously won the grand finals. You know, it's the cherry on top, but you got to say it, and it's really quite astounding how dominant this team has been over the last year.
It's true, and they currently have that map win streak as well. They have a really long one still because they won in the grand finals,
true.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it carries on.
Yeah, I mean, they swept the whole of the lower bracket 4-0, won the grand finals 4-0 as well. So there is still a streak to be stopped here. And Dallas Fuel, that seems like a manageable task first before you think about winning the match overall. Just stop that map win streak.
Sure, absolutely. And I got to say as well, this roster is packed all the way with so much talent, and one of the players in particular is Rascal. In terms of his flexibility, I think we're really going to start to see him shine. Maybe not today, but maybe in the future at least, because this guy is one of the most flexible players in the game right now. His Batiste was one of the things that really set Shock on the right course to being such the dominant force that they are today. But it's not just the Batiste that he plays the damage-dealing roles. He plays the tank roles occasionally as well. Rascal, if you couldn't tell, I am your biggest fan. I don't know if he can hear me right now, but I wish he could. And he just seems to be able to be the perfect piece that you slot into any meta that comes up, the perfect individual for hero pools that are coming up a little bit later.
And that's the key, right? Because on March 7th, when hero pools drops, this roster has so much flexibility. 5 DPS players, which includes newest addition Arns, who comes in as a Widowmaker specialist, a guy with no major competitive experience to speak of, but insane talent, particularly on that Widowmaker. His skill overall is phenomenal, and you can just see from stream highlights that he has the raw talent available to be able to make it work on the big stage.
He's widely regarded in Korea as probably one of the best sniper players in the world, and you can see it just from these highlights that we're showing here. The guy has a lot of skill. And honestly, you can find it hard to really fit him into this roster as a whole. Architect is a serviceable Widowmaker. Striker as well. Sinatra sometimes as well if he wants to play it out. I've seen him play it on his personal stream as well. But Anne's being added now into the back pocket of the San Francisco Shock. That's scary. That's even more ammunition for a team that's already bloody strong, you know?
They really are. And they are going up against the Dallas Fuel today. Hometown team that have made a lot of changes over this offseason. And you gotta say, Brent, when you look at the DPS duo that's powering Dallas forward, it's Doha, it's Decay. They're looking really strong together from the little we've seen so far.
I've loved what I've seen so far of the Dallas Fuel's DPS duo of Doha and Decay. These guys are the real deal. Doha obviously also known for his Sombra play a lot of the time when he was playing in Korean Contenders, and that really, you know, obviously translates very well to now when he's in the Overwatch League, adding so much depth to the Dallas Fuel's roster. But Decay, his McCree has been unbelievable. Over this course, I feels like we haven't really seen even the peak yet of what this man can achieve on this role.
Nowhere near. Decay has been fantastic at almost every DPS hero he has picked up since he first played in Contenders. This guy is the true superstar at the moment for the Dallas Fuel. And he's got that advantage of experience. He's played for a while, played with the Gladiators last year. Doha, it was his first match on the Overwatch League stage. The same as Crimzo, the new support character, or new support player rather. He's not a new unlockable hero from Blizzard. Crimzo has been brought in at the moment, replacing Unko, who there's reports that he has been under the weather recently, been feeling a little bit ill. So we're expecting Crimzo up on the main stage again today. And he had an up and down performance. He had some great moments like this, but unfortunately, I mean, this pulse bomb's just crazy. But he was getting picked off a couple of times early on in the fights. That's the kind of thing that I would love to see Dallas tighten up a little bit in order for them to have a chance today against the Shock. Dallas have to play their A game. It has to be a perfect masterclass from them in order to be able to take down the Shock.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but they've also got one more weapon up their sleeves. The Dallas Fuel have also got this fantastic crowd behind them. And last year, we all know, the Dallas Fuel crowd, I want to say it personally, I was there. It was probably one of the best esports crowds I've ever experienced. And I'm hoping the crowd today can at least match that to give Dallas Fuel that 7th member that we know they're going to need against the San Francisco Shock here today.
Yeah, absolutely. They feed off the energy that the Dallas Fuel crowd gives them. And I think that you can really feel that boost whenever the Fuel players step up onto the stage, and also whether or not the Shock get a bit of a raw reception when they come out.
Let's see it happen anyway. We are ready to welcome the San Francisco Shock. Let's give them a very hearty Texas welcome. Well, you love to see it. I love the booing. It's a personal favorite of mine.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and you can see there Sinatra just hamming it up as well. Super Sinatra, these are the kind of guys that feed off that energy. It motivates them even further. They've got raw villain energy. The San Francisco Shock know that they are the champions of the league at the moment, and they want to keep that going.
But look at this starting roster as well, because this is really interesting. Architect is going to be playing on the support role instead. You'd normally expect Violet to be there. This is very intriguing to me. I was speaking to Jacob a little bit about it as well. He seemed to theorize that they might be playing a bit of Brigitte on Architect. I'm thinking it might be switching over, maybe over to the Ana as well. Architect, he's got phenomenal mechanical abilities. He can definitely flex over to that role. But it's very unusual to be seeing these kind of changes so early on.
It definitely is. We've seen Architect play the Ana in the past before, only a small amount of time, but he's going to be partnered up with Moth. That's going to be their backline, at least for that starting map. But this roster is so stacked, no matter what they do with it, who they field, it's still a scary, scary lineup.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You can see Choi Hyobin here. One of the, I believe, role stars as well from last year.
Yep, arguably the greatest off-tank that we have in the game. This roster just fantastic from head to toe. Striker, you're expecting him to come out on the McCree as well and deliver incredible stuff.
But enough about the San Francisco Shock, because this crowd right here, there's only one team they want to see. So everybody, please welcome the Dallas Fuel. Forged in the fires of Korean Contenders, please welcome Doha. Dallas Dallas's newest superstar with an unreal McCree. Please make some noise for Decay. He's one of the league's most decorated supports, top 5 in survivability of all time. Long live Closer! From Team Envy to the Tier 1 roster, Dallas get loud for Crimzo! He's burning blue for all Australia as the country's sole OWL player. Fuel fans, show some love to Trill! One of the most veteran players in the game and a damn good tank player at that. Everyone, please welcome Gamsu!
This roster has a lot of expectations in 2020. It wasn't the greatest start to the year for them, but they have so much room to be able to blossom, improve, and come together as a team. It's a tough task for them today, but Dallas Fuel are up to it. They are the kind of team that will thrive in front of this hometown crowd, and they've got talent on the roster.
And ladies and gentlemen, here you have it. The Dallas Fuel starting 6.
Well, it is no question that these guys have a tough task ahead of them, but this is the roster that the Dallas Fuel coaching staff has put together. Gamsu and Trill were expecting that Reinhardt-Orisa composition that we saw from them yesterday, but it's Doha and Decay that are the real special superstar players in my mind. That's who gets me fired up. I want to see these guys be able to execute the flanks, evade the San Francisco Shock players, and deliver us the star performances we know they're capable of.
They're absolutely capable of it, and there's so much potential locked away, but they're going to be going up against the one and only Sinatra. This guy is a grand champion. He was the MVP of last year, and he is going to be making it tough for this Dallas squad here today. He's going to be seeing some play time, at least in the opening match here. I mean, known for his Tracer gameplay, his Zarya gameplay. Something tells me we won't be seeing either of those roles, considering where he's currently sat. But look at these numbers as well. First when it comes to hero damage done, second in eliminations, and tied for 5th when it comes to the final blows. A real superstar player.
He absolutely is. I got a chance to catch up with Sinatra a little bit before the game as well, and he told me that expect something different from him in this match. It's his role now to be more of a leadership figure for this team. He's not all about playing those pop-off heroes that have the high impact. He's going out there to try and deliver. He's going to expect it to play a lot of Mei for this team, with Striker on the McCree, on the Reaper, these kind of heroes that have more of that pop-off potential. But do not fear. Sinatra is the backbone of this team in terms of his leadership, his personal skills. You see him there just hyping up his team. That is his role on this San Francisco Shock roster, to be the hype man, to be the emotional leader for the team in-game.
Well, let's take a look at the map set as well, as we are about to jump into this game. The first one is going to be Oasis. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a control map action. Coming up after that will be obviously Eichenwald and Horizon, but for now, Oasis, an interesting map. It has a variety of different stages where you see a lot of different compositions, sometimes, at least, when it comes to the university section, at least, you know, it's very narrow chokeholds. See a lot of Reinhardt compositions, not that we haven't been seeing them to begin with anyway.
Yeah, you've got to feel like Reinhardt-Orisa, fantastic on University, but once you get over to that city center with its high ground, that's where you would be expecting the Reinhardt Diva to be the tank line of choice. And when you look at the Dallas Fuel and the fact that they're running Gamsu and Trill, how are they going to cope with that? What strategies have they prepared for this map in particular? It's a rough task for Dallas. They have the home team behind them, but the defending champions in front of them. Let's see how they survive.
Well, they're going to need the home crowd behind them as the 7th man. They want to be going head-to-head against the San Francisco Shock. Let's see if they've got it in them as we head into map 1 between the San Francisco Shock and the Dallas Fuel. preliminary compositions that we're seeing so far. You can see the San Francisco Shock going to be running with the Rhine Diva, the Dallas Fuel with the Rhine Orisa compositions. Early rotation around onto the point.
I like this from Dallas. They need to find an opportunity to close the gap quickly, though. They don't really want to be using the Orisa Shield or the Immortality Field until they're in the team fight. But San Francisco Shock's composition has more mobility, and they've set up on the high ground. This makes it really hard for Dallas.
Look at them waiting right now, presumably for the speed boost cooldown. The Ice Wall comes out, doesn't really catch too many of the players, and Dallas are able to circumvent it pretty naturally. You see them brawling now onto the point. Trill's going to get frozen up. That's going to force out the Immortality Field, and Super will be the first one to fall. Instantly traded out, however, as Decay will go down. It's going to be the 1-for-1. Architect halted off the high ground, and immediately Dallas are going to be pouncing onto him, but Striker capitalizes into the backline. Doha falls. Still anyone's game. Trill from downtown with the pin. Takes out Striker, and still no one has unlocked the point. It is an absolute brawl that's taking place here in the corridors, but it looks like the San Francisco Shock come out on top.
Sinatra with the tactical crouch on Gamsu in front of the home crowd. That is rude. The disrespect coming out early from this guy. I like the way, though, that the Shock set up there. Choyobin and Striker going for flanks when Dallas Fuel were occupying the point. It's a very different style you're seeing from both of these teams. Dallas just want to brawl. They want to run into them. But San Francisco Shock are going to look for flanks and individual picks.
High noon now from Striker. Let's see if he can unleash it, and he finds Trill. The shield breaks just in the nick of time. They lose another one, and with that, the push is going to be dead in the water, or is it? Decay, a little bit nasty, hits up 2 kills. Nanabu's having to be used here. Onto Choi Hyobin just to keep him alive. Shock are going to be in control of the point, but Decay made that a little bit messy for them.
He certainly did. Blizzards are going to come up for both teams here as well, so take a look at Choyobin. See if he's able to eat this. He's normally been fantastic at being able to negate those ults.
Decay onto the low ground. See if he can hit those shots, try and get a kill or 2. You can now see him rotating around. The Blizzard comes out early along with the Self-Destruct Shock, trying to take the advantage here. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Earthshatter by Super. Doesn't actually connect onto many targets, only onto Doha.
But the Earthshatter from Super stopped the Blizzard coming out from Doha, so that Blizzard just totally negated.
Unbelievable plays, and Doha follows up with the kill onto Sinatra of his own, however. You're going to still see this. Look at this. Decay with the supercharge. He's able to cap the point out, and it doesn't matter if Choi tries to stall it out on the Wrecking Ball. The Dallas Fuel are able to recap the point.
Really nice play from Dallas to be able to turn that fight around, even without the Blizzard. Decay just popping off, as we know that he can on that McCree. So much raw skill, and this is where Dallas Fuel's team composition should be favored. Now that they're in control of the point, and they can choose when to use that speed boost, when to engage.
We can see them now on the high ground, and Trill's got this Earthshatter ready and waiting. Jumping down, trying to engage into them, seeing if they can get a pick or 2. Gonna get frozen up though, and immediately brought down. The post bomb just added on top. A little bit overkill. Nanabu's now gonna be committed as well by the San Francisco Shock. Super with the fire strike. Ends up taking out Decay, but frozen in his tracks once more. Sinatra ends up switching over to the Doomfist to try and get back into the fight. But the Shock are not giving up just yet. The pick onto Doha is gonna make it a little bit easier for them now. Closer trying to utilize the amplification matrix, but Sinatra comes in from the back lines. Immediately takes out Crimso and Gamsu, and Closer realizes it's time to get out of there.
Oh, just doesn't manage to escape. Sinatra, the 2019 MVP, back on Doomfist, where he's really able to make an impact. Picks up 3 in that fight. They're at 90% now, only 10 seconds, and Dallas Fuel are just going to have to force a fight in the dying moments of this round. San Francisco, they could maybe clutch with an Earthshatter coming out from Super, but you've got to give Dallas the edge if they're actually able to get into position.
Striker's in the back line, he has a pulse bomb, he's ready, he's waiting, he's praying. The Earthshatter is going to be unleashed. Super still holding on to his, we'll see it, but it looks like the Shock are absolutely decimating. Striker with 2 kills, and that is going to seal the deal for round number 1 in Oasis.
The crowd makes their opinions heard, but honestly, the Dallas Fuel had some fighting chances in that round, and that's what you want to see from them. The San Francisco Shock are such a formidable opponent that if Dallas can just slowly get into this match, get their teeth in, they might be able to find some kind of advantage. But you start slow, you win a couple team fights, you try and take a map, you try and take a round on Oasis to start with, and they're by no means out of it yet. There were certainly some high points there, particularly from Decay early on in the round.
This is certainly a very different Dallas Fuel than what we've seen in the last 2 years.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
A roster that's been upgraded in many ways.
They finally have a Genji and a Tracer player.
Absolutely. AKM doesn't really have to fill in for the Genji role anymore.
Here we go, though. Dallas Fuel and San Francisco Shock clashing. And this is where you would want the Reinhardt Orisa composition from Dallas. They take the high ground.
Oh, we'll see what they can do now. San Francisco Shock wanting to just take the point down. Super going to be getting some value out of that Fire Strike. Connecting onto 2 targets. Waiting for the Dallas Fuel to try and initiate. Remember, the point's going to unlock, and now it's go time. The Dallas Fuel, they press the button, immediately initiating, trying to find a singular target. Decay caught out of position, but the Immortality Field will keep him alive. Now just waiting, seeing if they can find an opportunity to try and pick off one of these players. But it looks like the Shock have realized they caught Decay out of position. They bring him down. It's a brawl in the pits of Oasis. Right now could be anyone's game.
But Dallas Fuel have managed to turn it. They baited people in. They baited them in onto Decay and then crushed them with the tank line. Beautiful play from Dallas Fuel to start out strong on University.
Those are the kind of plays we want to see from the Dallas Fuel. It looked like Decay was just being left high and dry, but they managed to absolutely destroy whatever the Shock were trying to do. And now the crowd's getting into it. You can hear the chants. They are behind them. We'll see if Dallas now have got what it takes to hold on to this point. They have an amplification matrix. Crimzo unleashes it. Sinatra absolutely destroyed immediately. The burst damage far too much. And the Shock are wiped clean off of the point. Few stragglers remain, but they're going to be hightailing it back to the spawn room.
And that's great stuff from Dallas. They win that just off a single ultimate coming out from Crimzo and that very early pick onto Sinatra. Decay's in a position where he might be able to get a little bit of value out of the Deadeye. But they've got to be a little bit concerned about this Earth Shatter from Striker.
Oh! Takes the initiative. He uses the Earth Shatter Decay, using the Deadeye from the sidelines. Trying to see if he can pick up a target, and there you go. Super goes down. You lose one of your main tanks. The fight is as good as dead. Troy's going to try and use the defense matrix to peel away for his teammates, but the Shock right now have not been able to get a foot in. But now they're going to be going against Sinatra using the Blizzard. Dallas Fuel answering with their own soundbite. Gamsu using a Fortify. He's frozen up though, and he will be going down. The Shock recognizing they have an opportunity here. Now the Ice Wall. And this is go time for the San Francisco Shock. They're going to try and collapse onto the targets. Trill being frozen up. Taken out eventually. Sinatra finding another one. The San Francisco Shock do end up flipping the point in their favor.
But the Dallas Fuel are perfectly happy with that. Doha does not invest his Blizzard because they know if they win one more fight, they're in a great position to tie up this map. If they come back in and can find a good angle to use the Blizzard, or at least dodge this Nano Boost that's probably going to come out aggressively onto Super, they can start taking control back.
Nano Boost ready. Super's got it. He's speed boosted. He's sound barriered up. And he's running down the members of the Dallas Fuel. Already takes out one, takes out two. And 50% to the next Earth Shatter. He's looking for more. Look at him. Greedy boy. But the San Francisco Shock are going to be cleaning up the remaining members. And now the Dallas Fuel forced to regroup back.
And this is the next fight that really matters. Decay's sleeping on the job, but don't worry about it. He'll get back on his feet in just a moment. But this fight really matters. If the San Francisco Shock take this, they'll have the ults and they'll have control of the point. But if Dallas get it, the round could be in the bag. All comes down to how they use this Blizzard.
Doha has the Blizzard. He's trying to get the freeze onto Troy Homer. And it's a free Blizzard onto the decks. The Ice Wall goes up. He trapped them in with them. They've already got the picks. The Dallas Fuel absolutely destroy the San Francisco Shock. And they're going to get the recap with 81% and counting. That was the fight they needed to win.
Now Gamsu has his ultimate. The supercharger is going to come online with only 10 seconds left. San Francisco Shock are going to be forced to attack here into the excess damage coming out from Dallas. They need to find early damage though. They can't just sit passively.
Well, the supercharger goes down. That's a lot of extra damage, but it goes down almost as quickly as it was put down. The Blizzard by Sinatra doesn't find too many targets. Decay and Gamsu going to be frozen up. Striker looking for opportunities on the sideline. I don't believe what I've just seen. The San Francisco Shock have just clutched this.
The San Francisco Shock there, insanely decisive and got big value out of the Blizzard, plus the big Diva Bomb coming out from Chryobin. I really wish the Dallas Fuel had taken a bit more initiative with that. Gone forwards, played aggressive, tried to trap them in the choke point. Now they only have one more opportunity to tie this up. Otherwise, San Francisco take the map.
Super's Earth Shatter. He's holding onto it. He's ready and waiting. He's looking for an opportunity to use it now. The Nano Boost being used as well. He's laying in the damage to charge. He wants to be all the way in the back line. Earth Shatter gets blocked up by Trill here. Opportunity for Dallas to counter-attack. See if they can do it, and Trill hits the Earth Shatter. Super down, Architect down. Dallas Fuel have turned this fight into their favor. And with that recap, this should be their round to win as long as they clean up the remaining players. Great showing by Dallas Fuel, taking the initiative, playing a very reactionary style towards the end.
Fantastic response there from the Fuel. The crowd in here is just elated that they've been able to take a round away from the San Francisco Shock, because it proves that this team is capable of so much more than they managed to achieve in 2018 and 2019. They can go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the league, at least in the short term. Let's see if the Fuel can manage to pull that forwards into a third round and secure the first map, break that map win streak from the San Francisco Shock.
I gotta say, I'm so impressed with Trill as an individual as well. This guy, he comes from the Oceanic region, a region where they don't see much playtime. From Australia, it's hard to get noticed out there, but he comes up into the Overwatch League and
he's been hitting those fatty shatties.
He's really been shining. We'll see now as the team start to brawl up onto the point, onto the jump pad. The flashbang Decay from on high. Striker did not know what hit him. And this is what we love to see. Decay's McCree has been absolutely phenomenal.
Oh! This guy is unbelievable. Brand new superstar for the Dallas Fuel. There is so much talent on this roster now.
They get the initial cap. It's a very, very good sign. The Dallas Fuel, with the composition they're running, they want to be able to hold on to this with the Orisa, with the Reinhardt, with the Batiste. You have a lot of staying power with this kind of composition. You can see them on the high ground now. The Shock are going to try and answer this by rotating their positioning, playing quite cautiously, trying to play outside of the line of sight. And now they start to contest the point, which forces the Dallas Fuel onto the low ground. We'll see if they can do anything else though. Doa just searching for a stray shot, forced to use his ice block defensively.
Somebody needs to drop down here and help Gamsu. He needs the rest of his team with him, but Trill has been slipped.
Decay on the flank though, flashbang comes out, hits off one shot. Can he hit up the second one? He can! Finds two, but meanwhile, the San Francisco Shock were absolutely clearing up the rest of the point.
I want to give Architect great credit for that. He slept Trill, I believe, just as he was about to drop down from the high ground to help Gamsu, and that's a player that we do not expect to be playing the Ana for the San Francisco Shock. He's normally a DPS player, and he's come in and he's already positioned very well, hitting these big sleep darts. We'll see how it progresses throughout the match, but so far, very impressed.
Architect with a nano boost, ready and waiting. Super most likely going to be the recipient of it. Dallas going to be, again, taking the long approach, just trying to play around this line of sight. Fortify used up, and now we see it being used. Sinatra actually going to be getting the nano boost here. He's in the back lines, trying to shred them a little bit, but he gets taken out by the car. Oh my word! Try and clean that off your windshield. You'll have a hard time of it. Decay ends up opting to use the dead eye here. The Earth Shatter being committed as well by Dallas. This is an opening for them. Charges being exchanged. And this looks like Dallas are going to be able to take this round. Troy Hogan going to be claiming the post-mortem kill there. He will be going down. But Dallas Fuel, a very good sign for them.
A very good sign for them. Great boot by Closer to just shove that nano-boosted Tracer straight into the environmental kill. Incredibly unexpected. Was not anticipating Architect to even use the nano boost onto Sinatra there. It felt like there were so many better options once they had started the team fight, but they're confident in the individual skill of Sinatra. It would usually work out, but not that time.
A lot of ultimates now for the Dallas to defend this one. They have two support nodes almost. Coalescence almost up. We'll see it. Just a minute. That's what they're waiting for here. Self-destruct going to be used now by Choi. Doesn't find any targets, and that's going to force out the Coalescence now, and the Dallas are still holding strong. Crimzo washing down the players of the San Francisco Shock, and they are still in control at this point.
I think at this point, the San Francisco Shock should be thinking about making a roster, not a roster change, a composition change. Sinatra on the Tracer hasn't been able to get much done, and the Dallas Fuel are just upping the tempo, playing aggressive, and smashing into the front line before he can do much. With the pulse bomb available though, there is still opportunity to clutch.
Potentially last fight territory right now. Doa with the Blizzard, the soundbar used to initiate. Dallas wants to end this right here, right now. The Shock forced to use their soundbar. Now comes out the Blizzard. It frees up Super. Unable to take him out. The defense matrix from Choi is perfect. But eventually a couple of quick punches will do it. And the Dallas Fuel are so close to taking map 1 against the San Francisco Shock. Decay now on the flank, but Striker. A quick 90-degree slow by one. He's done it again. I don't believe this. Striker finds 2 kills out of nowhere with the nano boost. Crimzo desperately trying to hold on to it with the coalescence.
I thought they were done. The crowd thought they were done. Dallas Fuel, they were so close. But the San Francisco Shock are a clutch team like no other. And at the moment, they're making Dallas Fuel pay for every single inch of this capture time.
I don't believe what I've just witnessed. In that scenario, to choose to use the nano boost on the Striker, to hit the headshot just off on the flank. That immediately turned the fight around.
That's the kind of play that keeps San Francisco at the top. Even when all looks lost, they're straight back in it. But do not forget, Dallas Fuel are 1 fight away from winning this first map.
Doa moves over to a role that he's very confident on. But they know it. They pre-fired a corner. Choi, a little bit too smart for it. He knows the angles of which he's going to be playing. Trill, he has the Earth Shatter. Gonna try and get value out of it. He's gonna try and force them. Sinatra ends up winning the 1v1 against Doa. He hunts him down. Now he's got eyes. Huge Earth Shatter from Super. My God. And the Dallas Fuel have absolutely crumbled. The San Francisco Shock are gonna take map number 1 in the blink of an eye.
It's a heartbreaker for any Dallas Fuel fan. Inches away. Inches away, but the San Francisco Shock is too clutch. What do you do when Striker and Sinatra are playing like that on their DPS heroes of choice?
Unbelievable. Here's the replay that we just want to see here of the shatter coming out from Super. Unbelievable stuff. And I gotta say, the San Francisco Shock, it feels like they haven't taken a day off.
It really doesn't. I mean, this team is still as clutch as ever. They don't look as tight, as coordinated, as practiced with the meta at the moment. But if you're the Dallas Fuel, you take a silver line in here. You were so close to taking that first map.
Well, with that being said, we've got more Overwatch coming up. Can the Dallas Fuel take away another map from the San Francisco Shock? We will see you on the other side.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
These two teams have been head-to-head and neck and neck.
The Titans have just put on an absolute show for us. They've proven that a new team could come in, absolutely dominate the league.
San Francisco Shock look dominant on paper and in-game.
This is it. It's all come down to this. The two best teams in the league right now. This is going to be incredible. They've been at the head of the pack. They've been defining how the game is supposed to be played in a number of ways, adapting to certain metas. Their teamwork is better than any team we've ever seen before in Overwatch. I really believe that.
Oh, incredible! That's gonna hurt. Haxo lays waste to the Shock. It's all by his own hand. And that's the Berserker at work.
We might end time and space when these two teams fight against each other.
What goes up must come down. These two teams have been head-to-head and neck in so many metrics. To fall here for the Titans, it's a long way from their expectations. They come out of nowhere. They bring no ultimates into this fight, yet it still seems to be enough to get the job done against the Titans of all teams. That is ridiculous.
Gives me chills every time. Welcome back, everybody, to the San Francisco Shock versus the Dallas Fuel. We're here. Currently, the San Francisco Shock are leading in one match, but it's up to this home crowd to see if they can boost up the Dallas Fuel and help them take back a match or two and try and win this series overall.
Yeah, I don't think that the Dallas Fuel should be feeling bad about that whatsoever. From what we've been hearing behind the scenes, the San Francisco Shock are still absolutely at the top in terms of scrim results and how people have been practicing in the off-season. The San Francisco Shock are still considered the de facto #1 team, and the Dallas Fuel nearly took. They were inches away from nearly taking that first map away from them. So that is food for thought.
Yeah,
the Dallas Fuel have got enough talent here to be able to take down the Shock. As Aero, the head coach of the Fuel, keeps telling me, any given Sunday, on any day, if the Fuel have a little bit of an overperformance, they could beat the best in the league.
And I certainly believe it after seeing that. And one of the big things to consider now with the Dallas Fuel is how are they going to pick themselves up after this. But we are going to be going to Eichenwald as the next map. Personal favorite of mine. Eichenwald. Can't really say it too much in a German accent, but I try.
You shouldn't even bother, otherwise you'll offend all the Germans.
It's true, all these Germans in Texas. You know.
Eichenwald's a really interesting map. It's something where we've seen a lot of different team compositions being played over the years. We've seen quite a bit of the brawly kind of style, but also Farah has been played a lot historically. Not expecting to see that come out here, though. A lot of the Mei and a lot of the McCree. Now, you might think that a Trill move over to substitute in a Diva player to bring in Note might have been on the table. Instead, they've stuck with that tank line.
We'll see now what the Dallas have got up their sleeves as the San Francisco Shock are going to start to roll out here. Pretty standard composition. They're going to be running the Reinhardt and the Diva super on the Reinhardt. We'll see them immediately. They're going to sleep from Architect, and that sets them up to take out Trill. That may have just cracked open this point straight away. Dallas Fuel forced to back off immediately away from the point. They have to play passive.
What a crazy play from Architect to just open that up immediately. He cracked it open without any kind of effort.
Oh my word, and it's all gone wrong right now for Dallas. They tried to re-engage, but Moth was there with the boop. He just pushed them all back. And Gamsu just a little bit too late with a fortify, couldn't actually get onto the point. And that is a very rapid takeover for the San Francisco Shock.
There's nothing to take away there from the Fuel as well. No mistakes that you can try and change. It's just take it out of your mind and go to the next one. Take a look at Moth here. Look at Moth. Great boot from him from the low ground, keeps everyone off the point. Just two clutch plays coming out from the San Francisco Shock support line, the best in the league. And that's it, point A.
Well, Trill drops down to try and engage here. Sinatra's on the high ground behind, and Striker is causing havoc on the flank here. Decay looks to try and see if he can take a move of his own right now, waiting for Sinatra to use his recall here, but the Shock have absolutely rolled over the front line. Dallas Fuel didn't know what hit them, and they go edging ever closer right now to the finish line, it feels like.
Well, Dallas has got some ultimates up now, though. They can start working towards this. They've changed over their support line. Crimzo and Closer are nowhere near their ultimates, but at least the other people are starting to take up. The San Francisco Shock, though, 4 ults on the board and Moth getting close to his. The sleep darts are all over the place here from Architect.
Architect's trying his best Twilight impression is what it feels like, but
rotating up on the high ground, that'll give Decay a great angle for this Deadeye.
And this could be clever, and Troy is going to be playing right now. Tries to do for the 180, but not good enough. Troy ends up using his self-destruct, but too little too late. The Dallas Fuel have taken this point by storm. Wonderful setup by Decay. Sinatra going to be taking a 1v1 here. Decay just misses his flashbang. But it doesn't matter anyway, because the Dallas Fuel are going to be happy with just retaking and stopping the cart there.
I want to give great credit to Closer there, because he booped back Choyobin and stopped Choyobin getting in the face of Decay. That boop, so crucial, because it stops Choyobin being able to smother the Deadeye, and Decay gets off the kill on Striker and the DMEC on Choyobin.
And look at this now, they're setting up for a brawl on the high ground. Super's on the low ground, and immediately the call has been made. They all want to jump and collapse onto Super. Striker uses the Deadeye but finds no targets, but the flashbang found the hammer. No one expects that, no one at all. Let's see if he can try and win the 1v1 now against Closer. It's so close, but not quite good enough for the Dallas Fuel here, despite the fact that they end up winning that one. The San Francisco Shock are going to be able to finish this one all the way into the second checkpoint. 5 minutes in terms of their time bank. That is an astonishing amount that they have to work with.
It really is. I mean, for the Dallas Fuel, the good part is that this is where their composition thrives the most, and they have the tank ultimates needed, and the support ults are just about to come up to be able to stall the San Francisco Shock. But if the momentum keeps going, they're in a bad place.
Well, we see this, look at this, Dallas taking the initiative. They use the Coalescence, they use the Supercharger, they layer the ultimates on top of one another, and they force the San Francisco Shock away from the choke point. Much needed aggression.
Yeah, this is a lot of aggression, though. Dallas rightly backing up here. They don't want to overextend. Sinatra has now made the swap over to the Doomfist, trying to play a hero that has a lot of carry potential, clutch potential. See if he can get a pick with it early on.
Trill now waiting with the Earth Shatter. The Ice Walls is going to separate a lot of the San Francisco Shock here. No kill potential as of yet, though, but Sinatra falls and Super follows suit. They don't really need to use or expend any ultimates here. If they can get a couple of straggler kills, it'll be beautiful for the Dallas.
Yeah, they've managed to delay a lot, and I love the way that Dallas are playing this. Play aggressive in the choke point, use the walls to isolate people, and get Trill right up in their face. They're using the Moira so they don't have that nano boost, which you would normally expect to see come out. Doha, another sleep from Architect.
Yeah, Doha sleeping on the job, gets woken up. And now we see the nano being used here. Sinatra in the background. Look at this, he dodges the Earth Strike. Doesn't quite find too many other targets, but that's okay because the San Francisco Shock are there to clean them up. And look at the damage that's being pumped into them. Doha's just trying to stagger and stall out this point for as long as he can, but unfortunately there's not much he can do against the Rocket Punch. It's quite literally a fist made out of metal.
Especially when it's nano boosted, that is a scary combo. But Dallas have still got time. This very small enclosed area is going to give them a lot of value for Doha. And the San Francisco Shock do not have a Lucio to speed boost away. So Dallas should be able to get a bit more value. Both teams now swapping over to Brigitte, not valuing that speed boost at all.
A lot going to be now on Trill and Gamsu to try and block this Earth Shadow from Super. Huge Bionade from Architect has set them up for the kill. Decay goes down, Troy's bomb kills Doha. This is a disaster for Dallas Fuel right now. And Super nails the Earth Shatter, clearing them all off the point. Only a few members remain for the Dallas Fuel. And it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, one last ditch Death Blossom. Doha comes in from the side. But the San Francisco Shock are going to clinch it out, capping all the way with 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
An incredibly respectable time there from the defending champions. They stormed through Eichenwald. Super, I guess that was swinging his hammer around. Don't know quite what he was up to there.
An unreal performance, but the Shock definitely looking beatable as it stands. It's been the Dallas Homestand Series presented by Frontier, and we will see you on the other side of the break.
time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
That's right. Tickets are still available for the Washington homestand coming up in week 3. You can see the 22nd to the 23rd in Washington, D.C. Go see Corey, Stratus, the rest of the gang. You visit justice.overwatchleague.com for more information on the tickets. And also, you will see me and Josh as well, because we're going to be casting that event.
That is very true, but at the moment we are covering this incredible clash. It's been very interesting so far. That attack round on Eichenwald from the San Francisco Shock was majorly in part to a lot of individual skill. If you think about it, Architect comes out with a big play at the beginning and sleeps Trill, and then closer with the Boo. 2 big plays from their supports, open up point A. They muscle it through with Striker and Sinatra all the way through point B. And then Sinatra just clutches with a ridiculous nano-boosted Doomfist at the end.
Yeah.
They're really riding a lot of that individual talent and pop-off moments in order to succeed. It is a bit of a different look for the Shock. This team last year was very much about phenomenal teamwork, a great understanding of the meta. Now they're flexing a little bit.
They've always had it there. It's always been hidden behind the teamwork, if you will. They've never really needed to flex the individual mechanics because they've always had the teamwork. It's always been there for them. But now it's time for the Dallas Fuel to flex and see if they can match or potentially get a better time than the San Francisco Shock here.
Hey, we saw it in the Valiant versus Vancouver game. One lightning-fast offense deserves another.
Well, early Bionade is going to force Dallas to come to a stop for the time being. Another sleep dart to Gamsu. He takes damage, though. He's going to end up waking up. Architect has been nailing these sleeps, and Takei is going to be searching for an off angle. See if he can get a kill or 2 right now. And there's the go button. The aggression being pressed. The speed boost used now by the Dallas Fuel. To see if he can pick off any players whatsoever. There you go. Takei finds the opening. He finds a second. And now he's going to be looking for the 3rd. But he's got the rest of the Dallas Fuel to help him out with that one. The Hulk just yoinking them back to the point. And the Dallas Fuel with a speedy capture of this first point.
Textbook play of how to play that Ryan Orisa composition. They managed to get in without too much damage being taken. Trill goes aggressive with Gamsu, takes that immortality field so that he doesn't die, and Doha with the perfect ice wall to separate the Shock. Sinatra again going over to a hero he can clutch with instead of the Mei.
The K now has a bit to work with, so does Crimzo, but look at this, Sinatra's in the back line already. They force out the Immortality Field and the Amplification Matrix. The K using his Deadeye, and he just catches Super. Right on the flank, the flashbang from Decay. Just about catches the foot of Moth, pumping in a ton of damage. Striker, though, moves his way into the back line, but a bit of a, I guess, a worthwhile attempt, I guess. He knew the fight was over, to try and get another pick towards the tail end, but beautiful stuff from Dallas so far, I've got to say. The fact that they're taking the initiative, using the ults while Bit of a mistake from the San Francisco Shock as well. Super peeking around the corner.
Yep, definitely peeking into the Deadeye, not how you would like to see him play. The Dallas Fuel are fighting for this high ground. It's really important that Choyobin has gone to contest the card. Are they going to fight Choyobin or are they going to fight San Francisco?
Well, bit of a problematic scenario, and Anabus gets unleashed. Let's see what they can do with it. The San Francisco Shock. Sinatra going to be using the Meteor Strike in close quarters, but stunned up immediately. The 1-for-1 trade. Architect going to end up taking down Decay with a biotic grenade. Dallas still holding in this little cubby hole. And now they're opting to push out. They want to use the supercharger, play a bit aggressive, and Architect will fall. This is beautiful so far. See what else they can do. Soundbire committed by the Shock. They want to try and fight this. They feel like they can clutch this, but Super Force so low. And as this was happening, Sinatra was absolutely ripping apart the back line. Still anyone's game, but it feels like the Shock have the edge so far.
It really is anybody's game. It's going to come down to both of these McCree players, I feel. Choyobin's getting slowly pressured out, backing out with Striker. The San Francisco Shock, they're going to retreat, give a little bit of room and see Sinatra coming behind. Goes for a cheeky play, but is forced to retreat again.
The mechanics from that. No time to react when the seismic slam comes down from the high ground.
Great block from Trill.
Wonderful block from Trill. The Earth Shatter gets no value, and he answers back. The Fire Strike takes down Striker. Decay up in the flank. Choyobin tries to peel for him, but he's no match for the Peacekeeper. The Dallas are going to keep pushing this cart all the way into the second checkpoint. If they get a kill at the Super, it's even better. Another wonderful stagger kill.
Yeah, that's fantastic. The San Francisco Shock now have no opportunity to recontest this. They're still going to go for it, but surely the Deadeye, the Blizzard, the Dallas Fuel are just going to be able to pick up these kills.
Troy immediately goes down. He's demeched. Decay is obliterating from afar. This bridge is his territory, but another sleep dart from Architect will take him out of the action, at least temporarily, while the rest of the Dallas Fuel are able to clean up the stragglers that remain on the point. And the Dallas Fuel, look at this, 4 minutes on the clock.
One lightning-fast offense seems to deserve another. The attacking teams are so favored at the moment. Hello, Sinatra, going for a cheeky play, but forced to back off as Trill scouts it out. That Dallas didn't use their Blizzard in that fight. That's going to be huge. And Choyobin making the swap onto the Sigma. Is he hoping to eat the Blizzard, apply poke? What is this change?
Very interesting, though. We'll see what happens now. As you can see, Crimzo uses the Coalescence to try to keep the rest of the Dallas Fuel up, trying to sustain them. Sinatra forced to use his Meteor Strike to back off, try and survive a little bit. Remember, the San Francisco Shock, they have the superior spawn advantage. The longer this fight goes, the better it is for them. And this is going to be the exit button right now for the Dallas Fuel. They realize the jig is up, we've got to get out of here, reset, recoup our losses.
Yeah, Doha really didn't get anything out of the Blizzard, unfortunately. San Francisco, you can see how good they are. The top team experience coming through when they face big ultimates like that. It hits an area, but Shock know it's coming and have already positioned themselves to avoid it. It's rare that you see multiple people get caught in a Blizzard.
Architect off on the angles right now. Nanoboost comes out. Sinatra, the collapse is happening. The chance from Super. The San Francisco Shock gonna handedly win this fight, only using a single ultimate in the process.
Architect has been impressing me so much with the way he's able to take these angles, hit big bionates at the same time as utilizing the nanoboost on the perfect target. He's played an amazing game so far. And look at Dallas making this big, wide rotation. I think they know that Sinatra's above them. Do they?
They don't know, Josh! He comes in with a punch, but Young backs almost immediately. The halt is clutch. The Shock realize they have to take the initiative here, otherwise they will be losing it, and they do just that. Striker jumped into the back line, used the Death Blossom, and cleared out the remaining members of the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, nice awareness from Gamsu, but they just ran into a slaughter there. Dallas have got to get a plan going. Half of their time has already been elapsed on point C. They will not set that kind of amazing time that the San Francisco Shock did. And this time, they're going to be going into a Meteor Strike and the Gravitic Flux coming out from Choyobin.
Either Super is 12 years old or he's 5 feet away from his PC, but you can see now the San Francisco Shock trying to defend Choi. He has the Gravitic Flux, he's going to unleash it right now. Connects onto so many targets. The instant soundbite from closer. Trill uses the Earth Shatter but gets absolutely no value out of it. And now Super is running them down. Nice pin comes out from Trill, but it's all for naught. And Super answers back almost immediately with one of his own. And the Shock, oh no. Don't let him get away with that, Dallas. Boo that man.
Dallas Fuel have so many ultimates here. This has to be the push. 1 minute left on the clock. Both DPS ults. They're also going to have the Supercharger, which is such an impactful ultimate. If they lead with the Coalescence and find a good flank from Decay, they might be able to get it with just the Supercharger and Death Blossom. He's so weak though, 40 health.
Yeah, Decay very low. Oh my God, that Architect is absolutely nuts. The sleep decans on the Death Blossom, the Bionade to put him in that scenario in the first place, but it doesn't matter anyway. The Dallas Fuel have crushed it with the Supercharger.
They were forced to use the Blizzard as well, but they don't care a jot. Dallas Fuel with 25 seconds left are powering forwards. They've got almost nothing to work with. Trill may be able to clutch if he's able to get a bit more damage for his ult, but otherwise this is just going to be a brawl for the ages.
And we'll see now, the San Francisco Shock, they got all their members back up. The Dallas Fuel going for the loop-de-loop.
I like it.
All the way around, trying to play the high ground. 6 seconds remaining. Super with the Earth Shatter, lays it down, connects it onto only one target. But let's see now what Dallas can do to try and clutch this one. Striker, frozen, taken out. Sinatra tries to answer back with his own meteor strike. We'll see if he can get the value down. The Icewood does not save it, instead delivers him to a quicker defeat. And the San Francisco Shock look like they have successfully defended, and they will be taking map number 2 in this series.
It was close there for a moment. You felt like Dallas might just be able to do it. But San Francisco Shock do not roll over that easily. Architect has had one hell of a game so far. His Ana has been so impressive to empower Striker and Sinatra and Super.
You can definitely feel that these players are the current defending grand champions, but we'll see whether Dallas can bring it back after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Batman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
The San Francisco Shock are living up to expectations, but can the Dallas Fuel create an upset for their home crowd? All right, it's time for a game break presented by Cheesy Grooves, and the Shock started Architect over Violet in both of the maps. So what do you guys think is the reasoning behind this move?
It's kind of hard to know because obviously Violet's a very adept inner. We've seen him play it plenty of times before. With that said, Architect's a god. He plays DPS, he plays everything.
Well, that answers the
but
question,
then
I
he plays
guess.
Ana, and I don't know how many sleeps he has, but just the clutch potential. Start of Eichenwald, they got the first point for free just because of a free sleep onto Trill. And he's just been playing incredibly well, and he's been clutch throughout this entire series so far.
Is this their go-to Ana now, though, considering how often we might actually see Ana? Will Violet see playtime?
I think Violet will definitely see a lot of playtime this season. I think it's an Ana exclusive composition that the Shock are running for these maps right now, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing Architect. He's been a great Ana player when they needed him exclusively on Ana in the past, including in triple support compositions that came in before the 2-2 roll lock. And I think Krusty's even gone on the record to say, in terms of Ana alone, that he thinks Architect is the better support player there. So I'm kind of thinking, yeah, we're going to see a lot of Violet this season because it's not going to be all Ana all the time. But for right now, I like it.
Well, Architect and the Shock looking dominant, but we gotta give it to the Dallas Fuel. They were clutch, not just in the first map, but also in the second. How did it come so close to almost turning it?
So there's no easy way of putting this. Sometimes when you analyze Overwatch, it's just purely subjective. And it reminds me of this gif of Zach Galifianakis. I tried.
Galifianakis?
I don't know. Galifianakis. Either you're a genius, or you're a madman, or you're a crazy alchemist. I just have this theory that I think that the reason San Francisco struggled is because they can't deal with, obviously, the case McCree. But the reason is because Choi Hobin can't get to him. And that's because Doha is doing such a great job on the Mei. So the transition we saw on map 2 was that Sinatra decided to play dive heroes. They decided to play Tracer and then Doomfist. And the Doomfist really unlocked it for San Francisco Shock, in my opinion, because that allowed them to dive onto Decay better, but also dive Doha better, because when San Francisco Shock, when they were playing the McCree, why are you guys laughing?
Because you're walking down
We're going down the rabbit hole right now.
We're going down the rabbit hole. We're going down the rabbit hole, okay? It's just happening.
No, I like it,
but
though.
when San Francisco, when they were playing their own Mei McCree composition, they couldn't deal with Decay because Dallas were playing the Orisa and the Reinhardt. And so Striker on San Francisco, he's not getting the angles to actually kill Doha or Decay because there are so many shields, right? And so Choyobin...
You know the Zach Galifianakis meme?
Yeah,
of the math going on in the background? That's what's happening.
I follow.
So, because...
You're not done yet.
No, it keeps going. Okay, it keeps going. So because San Francisco, they're playing the Diva and they're playing the Reinhardt, they need to help Choyobin dive Decay because Doha is countering him. And so that's why Sinatra's playing the Doomfist to help Choyobin, and then they force Dallas onto May Reaper, and now San Francisco is winning because they took away the star potential of Decay on the McCree.
Okay, can you
get it?
explain this to me as if I'm 5? That would actually have
don't just say that in 5.
Okay, no, actually,
Overwatch is not for 5-year-olds.
we gotta get crunching, guys. It is time for crunch time, presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Wolf, who you got for us?
All right, let's talk about this moment where Striker comes in, headshots Decay, kills Gamsu, grabs another kill here on the Doha, then uses his ultimate, Deadeye, to reload and grab another kill.
3 HP.
He was at 3 HP. He has this incredible timing, by the way. This is partially Architect as well. It's not just Striker. Architect sees an opening here and gives Striker the opportunity to, if he clutches, save this point. And this one play alone by Architect to set Striker up is what led to them actually capping this point and winning the first map. Without Striker's clutch potential here, this would have been game 1 going to Dallas.
That shot onto Decay, insane. You're at 3 health. I usually take my hands off the keyboard at that point. Like, it's over.
Well, you also can't aim.
Yeah, I can't aim as well. I couldn't have hit that shot at all. So, but just super clutch by a Striker. Props to him.
All right. Any last thoughts, Reinforced, before we're heading into the second half?
It's going to be rough for Dallas Fuel because Rhino Risa really restricts them. So I feel like they have to rely on May Reaper going to the second half, but I don't think it's going to work. Sorry.
Well, I guess we'll find out. That is the only way. So let's return to the action at the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas for the second half of the Shock and the Dallas Fuel. And make sure to stick around because afterwards for the Watchpoint post-show, we'll be right here to dissect the game you just watched. So y'all come back now. You hear?
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dallas homestand live here in Arlington, Texas. We are right in the midst of a great match right now between the San Francisco Shock and the Dallas Fuel. Currently, the Shock are leading 2-0 up. Is it time for the Dallas Fuel to swing it around? I mean, this crowd's going to have to get behind it if that's going to be the case.
I think this crowd is already behind them. They have felt every rise and fall of the potential for Dallas Fuel to win these maps so far. Dallas have been close. They've had their moments. It looked like Dallas were going to win the opening map, but San Francisco Shock have continued to power through and took Eichenwald in a fairly convincing fashion, continuing this big map win streak that they've continued to accrue since last playoffs in 2019. Nobody has taken a map from them since they lost to Atlanta.
Actually astonishing, really, considering the fact as well, Architect over onto the Ana as well as a role. Presumably would have been practicing it for a while. Architect also no stranger to Ana as well, playing that hero in the past, as Wolf was saying on the analyst desk back in LA. But for now, we do have a game to get underway. And I mean, the Dallas Fuel are going to be having to look at themselves and think, you know, what are we doing wrong here? What's going wrong? But unfortunately, it feels like the San Francisco Shock are just coming up clutch in a lot of scenarios with just raw mechanical ability.
Yeah, and you see a couple of the changes here that the San Francisco Shock have actually made. They're going to be moving Rascal in for Sinatra. That's what most people were anticipating, actually, when we looked at what heroes were available here, because Rascal is so well known for his Mei. He is just the most flexible player possibly that is on the DPS lineup for the San Francisco Shock, and Mei happens to be a perfect hero for him to play. You've also got here Note coming in for the Dallas Fuel, subbing in there, so we're going to be seeing probably a bit of that Reinhardt Diva. So they're moving away from the very brawly style, which I agree with on Horizon Lunar Colony. I think you need the Diva to be able to stop any long-range hit scan player.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of high ground to mitigate as well with the Diva pick. Big fan of Note, especially when he's paired with Gamsu as well. This tank duo, a lot of pre-existing synergy. They're very good. You can see there's Moth as well. This guy, one of the best Western main supports in the game currently, and Doha, of course. Newcomer, new superstar to the Dallas Fuel. He's definitely not been having a bad game.
No, absolutely not. Paired alongside Decay, this is really a DPS duo that can do work for the Fuel. But there's Gamsu, the tank warrior that's going to be paired alongside Note, a great leadership figure, both emotionally and in terms of the personal stuff behind the scenes for the Dallas Fuel.
Well, here's our map set as we head into Horizon Lunar Colony. As you said, Josh, a lot of long sight lines, a lot of high ground to be used. That's probably why Dallas have put Note in, so that we can see his signature Diva play. But it also opens up room for a lot more different compositions being played. Widowmaker on the first point occasionally. We've seen some teams dabble with Genji every now and then as well.
Yeah, we've seen Dive, we've seen Full, we've seen Doomfist.
I mean, I've been loving it.
Sombra, we've seen Winston. We have seen a huge amount of heroes so far.
Okay. This is interesting, though, because what we're seeing right now is Dallas Fuel on the defense. They're going to be running Orisa Diva. So a bit of a bunker composition, but the Diva to try and
This used to be really good. People used to play this all the time. It's a tried and tested product.
Well, we'll see now. Striker lays down the teleport. Oh, there we go!
Anticipated!
That's what we want to see. The Dallas Fuel have read them like a book. And Doha shuts it down almost as fast as the teleporter was set up.
And that's so huge for Dallas, because Doha now has 60% of his ult. Look at this, he knew it. He was looking for it, anticipating it, predicting it.
Oh, this is so good. Straight away, they don't stand a chance. So much AoE damage.
Yeah, really phenomenal stuff.
And now we see the San Francisco Shock going to be resetting, taking the high ground. Gamsu forced onto the low ground, has to use the Fortify. He needs his team to peel for him here. The Shock have just absolutely blitzed their way onto the point.
Doha needs this ultimate charge. He needs to be able to do damage safely so that he can get the tire and turn the fight.
This tire is what they need. It's the game changer. A lot of damage being laid into them.
Striker's so weak.
Striker goes down. Gamsu just about finishes him off. The pin comes out from Super, but it's not enough to save him. An Architect is one man right now in the world. Filthy little fade away there from Doha. You love to see it. Dallas Fuel look to be holding on. Rascal is still in the fight, though. The team's going to be able to use the defense matrix there. Troy Hilbin keeping him alive. But now they have the tire. Doha has something to work with.
He certainly does. San Francisco Shock are usually excellent at being able to do stuff that they take down the tires. Striker gets caught out again though. Oh, he's failed his little bunny hop away, but the peel is great.
Bill was fantastic there with the defense matrix, and now we see the rip tire going to work. Collects onto Rascal. It's going to be the one-for-one trade. In the end, now we see Super caught out of position. He's got the Bionade. The Nano Boost used on him, but he didn't get a heal from it. And Decay takes him out with the headshot.
Incredibly powerful Bionade coming out from Crimzo, totally negating what Architect was going for. And now, silence.
In space, yeah, absolutely.
The Dallas Fuel crowd are never going to let us listen to silence. No chance, not when Fuel are up on the stage.
Striker now opting for a bit of a different pick here. He's going to be running the Sombra, cementing himself into the background, seeing if he can build up his EMP.
I'm not sure how I feel about this when they could have kept the Symmetra and kept going for these teleport plays with the Blizzard. Now Striker is... He's doing...
My God!
Striker is not having an effect until his EMP is up, and in the meantime, Doha is pulling the Shock apart.
That was beautiful. The Holt into the Bionade. Gamsu and Crimzo coming together there, destroying the San Francisco Shock.
But the Shock are now in a position. Half of their team, at least, is in position, and Rascal can get big value out of this Blizzard.
Closer has it available. Now we see the Earth Shadow used by Super. Closer's shield was up, so he didn't get affected by it, but the K goes down in the background. We've seen this before. The San Francisco Shock are excellent at divide and conquer. Super tries to run them down a little bit here with the hammer, has to back off, play with the rest of his team. Architect is healing them from afar.
Doha's been nano boosted as well. He's going around, he's on a tear.
But look at this, the soundbite by the San Francisco Shock, and Joy with the bomb comes out, takes him out almost as fast as he was on the point there. Super just tries to get any sort of value he can out of the nano boost. He's falling very, very low though.
Decay back in the Blizzard.
They might be able to clutch this one out. Decay comes out. Collects the kill on the Striker. That's exactly what they needed. They get this D-Mech as well.
It's so good having a Dallas Fuel roster with this kind of firepower on it. They've never really had a player like Decay who can save them from these moments. Now with less than 10 seconds left, Dallas Fuel can still win. Doha's still got his tire.
It's do or die right now with the San Francisco Shock. But Dallas Fuel are fighting right now to keep this series alive. Doha collects the kill onto Rascal. No! Eats it, Blizzard. Unbelievable play so far from the Dallas Fuel. Striker desperately trying to clutch it out. Doha comes in with the tire though, into the back line trying to find a target. Desperately searching, he can't find anyone. Finally gets the D-Mech here onto Troy.
Decay, it's all down to him. He's there with Crimzo. He's getting fully healed. He's got all of that Brigitte armor as well. They're taking him down.
It's burning down. Decay on the Tracer. He's making an absolute mockery of the San Francisco Shock. And the Dallas Fuel will get the full hold. And the crowd are on their feet.
What an enormous situation for the Dallas Fuel to be in. And a fantastic chance here at stopping this map win streak from the Shock.
Well, we will see. Will the Dallas Fuel be able to capture just that little bit of capture point? I've got a little bit of an inkling that they may. We'll see on the other side of the break.
up. That is a huge kill for the Philadelphia Fusion of everybody to go down. And Carpe with the headshot. Carpe with the follow-up. Finally getting to show some skill here. That's what it's all about.
That's right, the Philadelphia Fusion homestand is going to be taking place next week. You can grab your tickets right now. Head on over to phillyfusiontix.com, February the 15th and the 16th. You do not want to miss it. You can see the likes of Carpe and EQO popping off in front of the home crowd. So if you're in the area, definitely check it out. Buy your tickets. Definitely be worthwhile.
I love 2020 Overwatch League. It's so good. The homestand idea is excellent. I don't think if we were in LA, the Dallas Fuel, even with their upgrades, would be performing this well against San Francisco. I really believe that it's injected extra energy and motivation into these guys to perform in front of a crowd that demands results from them. After 2 years of disappointment, it looks like the Dallas Fuel are a team that can compete with the best in the league.
And this crowd has been phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. Dallas Fuels, they are renowned for being some of the best in the world when it comes to cheering on their squad. No doubt in my mind, I completely agree with you, Josh. That the Dallas Fuel, if we were back in the Blizzard Arena in LA, I don't think this same Dallas squad would have been able to get that full hold off.
But that full hold was so good. Doha and Decay, again, they're superstar damage dealers that have been added to the team. The Junkrat play and the Tracer clutches from Decay later on combined together to be fantastic. And now all they need is 58%.
That's
it. Looks like they're starting with Sombra Genji Dive. Doha's favorite hero, his best hero, and one that Decay is amazing at.
We'll see how Dallas tried to set this one up. You can see, look at this, the dive coming out, the hack into the backline. Moth, he can't actually wall right now. A lot of damage being put on, a lot of pressure onto the point. Doha forced to translocate away. Gamsu looking for an angle to try and engage.
And this is Gamsu a note back on their signature heroes as well. They played Winston and D.Va for the Boston Uprising when they had a perfect stage in 2018.
Striker ends up taking out Doha. Good news for the San Francisco Shock. But the Dallas Fuel, all they need is one opening. And all they need to do is build up these ultimates. They're looking for the Dragon Blade, looking for the Nano Boost. The combo would be an absolutely deadly duo.
Yep, Nano Blade with EMP. That is the order of the day. They have 3 minutes to be able to build it up. Doha has been a little slow so far. They've been very good for San Francisco Shock at stopping him being able to farm their tanks. He's looking for a hack on Choyobin at the moment.
Look at Choi, though, pre-firing a lot of angles. He's doing that to try and catch Doha. If he can just catch him with one bullet, he'll uncloak him. Doha forced to translocate away. It looks like Dallas, they want to go right now up onto the high ground, taking control of it, pushing Super away. Super with the Bionade, can't receive healing right now, but backs up to his team. And now Dallas, they want to try and go here.
Architect's so weak, he's been forced to use the Nano Boost early on.
And this is it right now. Striker, though, finds the kill onto the K, finds the second one onto Doha. Gamsu has the Primal. I don't think he's going to be opting to use it. Just going to die with it, and that's perfectly fine. Rascal, you're kind of nutty, son. I'm not going to lie. You're kind of nutty, but Dallas Fuel, all they're waiting for right now is this war chest of ultimates to come online, the EMP and the Dragon Blade.
And I thought it was a good plan, up until I've seen how slowly Doha has been able to generate his ult. And that's not Doha's fault. He is an amazing Sombra. But the San Francisco Shock, who were forged in the fires of Sombra goats, they know about the deadliness of that hero. And they are pre-firing everywhere.
Yeah, look at it.
There's not a single safe area for Doha to farm his EMP.
Bullets going everywhere.
They may only have one chance at this, Dallas.
Do or die for them right now. They're going to opt to use it right now. Decay comes in with the Dragon Blade. Nano boosted up at Striker. He puts an end to it. The flashbang shuts it down as quickly as he came in. The Deadeye just on top. Closer goes down. The peel is unreal right now for the Shock. They're keeping it up. They're keeping him alive. Gamsu can't do anything as he's brought down as well. The Dallas need to seriously reconsider how they want to attack this.
Striker single-handedly took down that push. The kill on Doha was already in when the Nanoblade happened, and then a perfectly timed flashbang onto Decay takes him out as well. Now they've got Sombra Tracer Dive. It's a similar kind of setup, but not quite as deadly. They finally have this EMP though. Everything, the hopes and dreams of Dallas, they rest on Doha's shoulders.
See if they can do it, Doha. The man to watch. very difficult when Troy Hillman is hunting him down. He gets the hack off.
He got the hack.
He got the hack off onto Troy. That's very good. That's go time right now, Dallas. They're pressing forward onto the point. Now you see the nano boost from Architect being employed. Just trying to peel them away. Only 20 seconds remaining now. Decay hunting for an opportunity, seeing if he can get a pick or two. Doan comes in, EMP is ready, but he uses Translocate to try and get it to the point. A critical error or not. Dallas, they managed to peel for it. They collect the 2 kills. Super goes down, buckets the sound barrier, but it's too late. There's no way they're able to hold this right now. Gamsu gets the nano boost off. The overtime is up right now.
Never say never, Bren. Striker's still here.
Striker!
Oh.
Striker, I don't believe what I'm witnessing. There's no way he can clutch this right now. Decay puts it into it. The Dallas Fuel, they just have to finish off Super, and it's within their hands right now. Overtime might be burning, but the Dallas Fuel will take map number 3.
Insane atmosphere within the esports stadium of Arlington. This crowd is on their feet. Dallas Fuel have smashed this map win streak from the San Francisco Shock. No team in the playoffs of 2019 could do it. That entire lower bracket run and the grand finals, the Shock did not drop a single map. But here, the Dallas Fuel did it.
The Dallas Fuel seem to be smelling a bit of a reverse sweep, and so did the crowd here. We'll see if they're able to do it when we come back from the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
We are inside the sold-out Allen Event Center where 4,500 fans are packing in. And, well, we've got some huge matches to go along with our Texas-sized crowd.
This place might get a little heated.
The crowd has been electric this entire weekend, but everyone's been ready for this.
I have a feeling that the arena might not be so friendly when we get to the Battle of Texas on Sunday, though, Bren.
This crowd has been absolutely insane. We are not done yet, Dallas.
Can I get a yeehaw in the building?
That was a casual little reminder of last year's Dallas homestand, and it was one to remember as well. all largely in due part to the crowd as well. So
yeah, absolutely electric atmosphere there last year, but it's just as loud in here at the moment.
Yeah.
The Dallas Fuel fans have got a team that they can really root for, even against the best in the world. I mean, what a performance there on Horizon.
yeah, it's phenomenal. I mean, statistically, I think that might be the Shock's worst map.
It's one of theirs. They're about 50-50 on it.
But at the same time, it's very impressive to even break that map win streak right now that the Shock were holding from last year. To take a map away from the defending champions and knock their confidence a little bit.
Listen,
that's exactly what Dallas needs.
That's the first step to winning a match. The first step to winning a match is winning a map. Now they're going up onto Havana, which is a really good map for the San Francisco Shock, and not that great a one for the Dallas Fuel, but this is a new Fuel. We've seen that all throughout this match. They're playing differently. They're more flanky. They're able to put more faith in their DPS players, and their DPS players are delivering.
Wow, we've got a couple of substitutions. In fact, we've only got the one substitution to be made. It's Trill who's going to be coming back in exchange for Note. He's going to be opting to try and play that the Reinhardt Orisa comps most likely. Havana is a classic. You always see a lot of Orisa compositions when it comes to Havana. Kind of suits it with the geometry of the maps to a degree. And Trill has been a player who honestly has been holding his own against a player like Super as well when it comes to the Reinhardt matchups individually on the 1v1s. I mean, how many times have we seen so far throughout this series, at least on Oasis? How close was that map? Imagine what we would have been seeing right now if it was currently Dallas Fuel taking that first Oasis.
Yeah, that would have changed the entire series, but that's not the reality we live in. The Dallas Fuel still have to dig themselves out of this hole. They have an opportunity here. Havana is going to be the map for it. This is the kind of place where you might be able to see Widowmaker getting played as well. The San Francisco Shock haven't substituted in Arns, who's their brand new Widowmaker specialist, but Decay is so good at that hero. It's possible that we see him and Striker have a battle at some point.
Yep.
You know the only other team that's actually managed to defeat the San Francisco Shock on Havana?
Who is it, Josh?
It's the other Texan team. It's the Houston Outlaws. So maybe a little bit of a kind omen here for the new Dallas Fuel.
Could be indeed. The San Francisco Shock going to be opting for the Ryan Diva composition and looking at pulling around the corner, but the forward hole here by the Dallas Fuel. San Francisco Shock are aware of it. Aggression is the name of the game. They force out the ice wall early. These cool downs are very important to try and unleash. And look at it. They split on the enemy team. The Dallas are going to be going hyper-aggressive into the corner. They bring down Super. Exactly what they were looking for.
And Moth beginning on the Brigitte as well. Seeing if they can get a bash onto somebody, get a little bit more of that AoE healing as they're all grouped up, just as they come out of the spawn. Dallas know they're eventually going to lose a team fight here, but it's about taking time off the clock.
Yeah, and taking time they have definitely done so far. Taking a lot of damage so far. Just spamming, exchanging a lot of damage as it stands. But the San Francisco Shock have exited out of their spawn point, and Super finds the first pick. They were forced to use the ice block, but to no fruition, ends up going down. And that's going to be the San Francisco Shock finally breaking out of the spawn.
Crimzo a little bit late with that immortality field. Just didn't have the right awareness to be able to keep Gamsu up. It was a winnable fight for them because Crimzo also had his ultimate, but that ends up getting expended. Don't worry too much about it though. Matisse gets his ult insanely quickly.
Yeah. Very fast charge rate with the healing and the damage that he puts out.
But you can see Dallas's composition. It's all designed to go very fast, very aggressive into people. They can't do that with Gamsu asleep though.
Architect again with his sleeps, time and time again. I mean, this guy, it's a role that he's not known for, but he's been turning up on. But now Dallas is going to be going for a bit of a wraparound approach. Striker uses the Deadeye. He's going to be trying to force them back here. The Earthshatter used here by Trill. Couldn't believe found anyone. The Ice Wall's only getting in the way, and now Super wants to run forward with this nano boost.
But they have no Lucio. They can't speed boost forwards. So the San Francisco Shock just get completely kited.
But I think they're slightly okay with this as well, given the fact that they're getting a lot of free card progress. Now the Blizzard comes out, trapping them away, but the Dallas Fuel are the ones picking up the kills.
You've got to block, though. The card is the objective. And Closer flies in at the last moment just to block, but Trill's down on the floor.
Trill down on the deck. Super brings down Crimzo as well. Goes for the charge as well. Held by one. He just pinned him against Gamsu. What in the Lord's name have I just witnessed?
Super with a 4K. He is feeling himself. What a huge play from that guy. The solo shatter onto Trill, comes back in, wipes the floor with the Dallas Fuel. It was nice. It was a little bit cheeky what Dallas were going for, but they weren't quite fast enough to adapt. And here's that replay.
Yeah, look at this from Super. I mean, he goes for the shatter. connects it onto 2. Very respectable. A very mechanically skilled player. There's that shot.
Yeah, makes a pancake out of closer on Gamsu.
Did he get it on Gamsu? Was it like a signpost?
No, it was on Gamsu.
It's just absurd, but Dallas Fuel going to be looking to try and stop the San Francisco Shock in their tracks. Already have a pretty decent point hold so far here. The wall comes up along with the supercharger, and that is so much damage. You cannot stay in the firing line of that. Toy's going to try and bring it down, but just sacrifices his mech and his body. Dallas Fuel, very efficient of them. Only a single ultimate used, and they're able to hold.
Yeah, great aggression from Dallas. That's exactly how you want to play this Reaper May composition. Gamsu is asleep again. Architect is he's the master of lullabies in this match. He is just being able to sleep everybody everywhere. A lot of them not having much impact, but Dallas Fuel are now in a position where they've given up the high ground and are going to have to rotate around.
Okay, moves to the high ground, but he gets whip shot off actually by Moth. But he has the ultimate available. Needs to try and bait out the bash from Moth. He doesn't want to get stunned up out of it. Now he's baited out the bash. It's go time right now. The Blizzard on top. Doha's going to be getting so much value, and they layer it on top. Absolutely destroying the San Francisco Shock. Getting the maximum value that they can out of those ultimates. And if they can get a stagger out of Choi Hyobin, it's happy days.
So many ultimates expended there, though. I think they would have liked to have at least the Earth Shatter to have a chance at clutching the next fight. They've expended both DPS ults plus that Earth Shatter. They only have the Amp Matrix to work with. But they've been very good at just taking neutral engagements. San Francisco are running the Reaper May themselves. They've got to stop Choyobin getting into a good position. A lot of this damage will just be pulled into the Diva to stop Choyobin getting the high ground. But see if they can demech him, push him away.
The amplification matrix was used there, but backed off from the wall. We see Super using the Earth Shatter, doesn't really get any value out of it. The Shock just trying to play really to their own advantage here, and you find that they do get the kill there onto Doha, and they bring down the Immortality Field as well. It's a major cooldown down. The Ice Wall goes out, and Rascal just freezing up the opposition, and the Shock are able to just win this without really putting anything into the fight other than the rally coming out from Moth.
Yeah, it was just a nice neutral engagement. They managed to trap Doha on one side, and picked him off at the beginning of the fight. Crimso's Immortality Fields are sometimes a little late, but I think that one actually just got blocked and then taken out of the fight.
Doha's sleeping again. Architect has been nuts with these.
He really has, and it slows down the Dallas Fuel. But the Dallas Fuel wants to play very high tempo. They want to get in your face so fast, and the sleep darts, they just buy time.
Well, Dallas have positioning, and now they're going to be using this supercharger. They're able to win the fight last time, but Big Bomb comes over, Closer goes down. It's a big pickoff for them, and Shock are investing everything into this fight to win it. The Nano Boost, the Blizzard, it all gets used. Super gets frozen up at the tail end of it, but at the end of the day, the Shock are going to be able to capture this second point up on Havana.
And I love that ult usage from the San Francisco Shock. Throw everything at the wall because you have to be able to capture point B and get that extra time on the clock. Can't be taking chances for the Dallas Fuel to clutch there. They were so close to their ults. But 2 minutes, this isn't one of those lightning fast offenses that we've previously seen from the Shock and the Titans.
Oh my word.
Architect is just threading these sleep darts and bionades through. It's like walls don't exist for him.
It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. But the Dallas Fuel now, they're trying to take a bit of aggression. Another sleep dart to Crimso. Again, just buying more and more time. The Dallas Fuel, they want to play this aggressive. You can see them going in with the Coalescence now. Crimso trying to keep his team up. Earth Shatter comes out. Doesn't really connect, but Striker wipes them out. Dallas Fuel don't know what hit them here. Taunting on the cart. The San Francisco Shock, I mean, they might be taking the villain title at this rate.
Look at this Striker 3K as well. He's dueling Decay on the flank, manages to push him away, and just finds the perfect opportunity.
Great shatter as well.
Yeah, at the same time as super shatters. It's all about the timing when you play that Reaper. But Dallas can still hold here. 1 minute left on the clock. They should not be allowing the Shock to full complete.
A lot of ultimates. They have the Soundbire, they have the Blizzard, they have the Death Blossom.
Blizzard
Architect forced out of position a little bit here. The Bionade is a little bit nasty for him. Super was peeling one with the shield. Nana Boost comes out. Super going to be trying to get some value out of it as he runs forward. Getting frozen up though by Doha. And now the soundbite comes out. Dallas trying to counter-engage this one though, but Trill pinned up against the wall. Super's still alive. Super just absolutely working him into neutral.
And Doha was so late with the Blizzard. If he had used it potentially when Super got the Nana Boost, they could have held the choke. But now Shock have pounded their way through the door, and it looks like the resistance is crumbling.
Decay, he tries so hard with the Death Blossom, but he doesn't get the value he was looking for. He was all ate up by the Defense Matrix, and the San Francisco Shock are going to get a respectable cap to the full distance of Havana.
It looked so good for the Fuel towards the end in terms of the ults they had available, the positioning that they had, the choke point that they were defending. And unfortunately, they just fell down there to the Brigitte and the Nana Boost coming out from the support duo of the San Francisco Shock. They allowed Super in, he got way too much value before he could be stopped.
The trouble with the San Francisco Shock, they are so good at just taking the tempo and using it against some of these teams.
Yep. Fastest paced team in the league normally.
Yeah. And it makes it fun to watch, but not for this crowd. They definitely trying their hardest, though. The Dallas Fuel are looking for any sort of in into this game, and the matches have been close. The maps have been close, I should say.
Yeah, they're definitely not down and out. These are new players for the Dallas Fuel, hungry players. Even Trill, who hasn't seen much game time, re-energized by the addition of these other players into the Dallas Fuel. It feels like a new mentality for them moving forwards.
And these are the fans that we talk so highly of. We love to see it. But Trill has definitely been stepping up, and as you said, you know, re-energized by the introduction of a lot of these players. It can often be like that. It can feel like an entirely new team sometimes.
And that's exactly what the Dallas Fuel needed after 2018 and 2019. 2020 is a brand new year, and by all accounts, they're looking to make it that way. A fresh start, and Dallas Fuel still have a lot of opportunities here. Striker on the Widowmaker.
Dallas are moving straight out the gate, trying to see if they can pin anybody against these ice walls. Immortality Field used very early here. Crypto immediately gets taken down. Decay is just waiting for an opportunity, but Striker is holding the flank right now. He's off angles looking for opportunities.
And I gotta say, I love the Widowmaker pick because the Dallas Fuel are not running the Diva. Diva with her new boosters is a great counter to long-range hit scan, like the Widowmaker, but Trill, Gamsu, neither of these players are known for playing it. So you know that the Dallas Fuel are gonna be stuck playing Reinhardt Orisa.
Look at the switch they've made though. Decay moves over to the Tracer. He's instantly on the flank, trying to deal and hunt down Striker on the Widowmaker.
That's the move you've got to make if you're Dallas. You can't adapt with your tanks, you've got to do it with your DPS.
Another sleep onto Trill this time. Architect has been so crucial. The Earth Shadow by Super laid down with the Nano Boost, and it's so much damage. Not much else can be done about it. Super falling very low, but luckily his team is there to support him. The Dallas Fuel have to rethink how they're going to be pushing this one in as the San Francisco Shock start to get even more ultimates online.
I feel like they've got to push out this left-hand side in order to give Decay a bit more space to be able to get onto Striker. Unless Decay can get something done against Striker, this is so difficult to win.
We'll see now the Blizzard comes out, and it's going to be catching a player or two. Gamsu going to be taken out. Fortify, unfortunately, not saving him. Dallas again, they've lost too many players. Have to go back to the drawing board. Have to see how do we want to approach this, because something's got to change right now. They can't contest Striker when he's playing these long sight lines.
Yeah, you would love to be able to see a Diva come out here for the Dallas Fuel, but Gamsu and Trill not known for it. I like this though, aggressive straight out the bat.
The wall hacks are on. Striker looking for the shot, unable to find it. Dallas are finding opening picks, and now Decay moves onto the back line. Going to be harassing Striker a little bit here, creating an opening for the Dallas, seeing if they can win this one out. Bob ends up using his sound barrier, doesn't catch too many players, but keeps them in the fight. Trill now going to be starting to try and get a little bit of progress with this cart, but it's so hard to push in with these long sight lines.
I just want to say as well, Architect and Moth both went back to peel for Striker, and Architect actually managed to kill Decay. This guy's having such a good first game on Ana in 2020.
Trill needs to get something huge right now out of this Earth Shatter. Gamsu lays down the supercharger. The Earth Shatter connects onto Troy, but they don't have enough damage to take him out. Decay forced to recall back. The peel is unreal. Oh, but the stick! The 1v1 Decay comes out on top.
He's such an excellent Tracer player. Does go down to Rascal in the end, but he's opened up a bit of an avenue for the Dallas Fuel.
Now Crimzo needs to get some value in this amplification matrix. Big Bionade from Architect again is going to be stopping the Dallas Fuel from really pushing too much further, but they have the Immortality Field, they have the cooldowns, they have the ultimate. They need to make something work of it, and it goes down, laying it down, the Ice Wall, but they immediately counteract. Soundbarrier comes out from Dallas, trying to bring down Super so low. The heal's almost too much, but eventually the burst damage is enough to bring him down. There's a behemoth effort. The Blizzard from the San Francisco Shock doesn't connect onto anybody. Dallas Fuel able to just speed boost out of it and disengage. Decay now switching over to the Widowmaker, searching for these picks. He needs to make it happen.
And this is a good way just to push out Striker as well. They got the kill on him there, but basically Striker just has to take less obvious angles. He can't be as bold with Decay there, because he has to be worried at all times where Decay is. It's a good way of getting in the head of the enemy Widowmaker without actually putting direct pressure onto them. And now Striker makes the swap over to Tracer. They might be looking to recontest here and clutch before even point A is capped.
Do or die time now for the Dallas Fuel. Overtime is upon us. They have to make something happen. They have to cap this point to stay in this series. Striker brings down Decay, but Gamsu trades it out onto Rascal. Oh, Trill lays it down. But is it going to be enough? Super immediately answers back. Architect was there, ready and waiting to peel. Only a few more players remaining. They're jumping onto the point, and now Super, he's got the nano boost, he's got the damage, and he's got enough to really just take out the stragglers on the point. And the Dallas Fuel, unfortunately, were not enough to bring down the San Francisco Shock as they clinch out the series and take it 3-1.
Great work from San Francisco in their first game of 2020. They come in and remind everybody who the defending champions are. Solid play and a dominant hold there on Havana. Really nice work to flex Striker over to that Widowmaker, exploit the lack of flexibility in the tank line of Gamsu and Trill, and put the pressure on Dallas to adapt.
Look at the respect between the players as well. Handshakes, hugs in some cases being exchanged.
Dallas know that they went up against the best in the league just then.
I mean, that's a behemoth team they just went up against.
I don't think they should be that bothered about that result. They did themselves proud.
Sure, it's hard to say in the moment. They're going to be obviously very disappointed. I'm sure the Dallas fans would have wanted to be at least come up with one win over the course of this homestand. But this was one of the toughest matchups, and even the Valiant as well. Rumor had it, what they played earlier. Valiant rumored to be potentially the second best team right now.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Rumor has it.
Okay.
Scrimbucks Exchange. I heard it from Reinforce.
But the San Francisco Shock are definitely number one. They are number one until someone topples them. This team is looking to dominate and create a dynasty in 2020. Be recognized as the greatest team ever in Overwatch history.
Well, down on the floor we have our Coca-Cola victory moment. Jake has an interview with Super.
Thanks so much, Josh. Looking down here on the floor, we've got Super. Congrats on a great win, Super. Looking great as always. What myself and I think especially those fans want to know is, how do you stay focused on the grind to deliver again this year after obviously such a dominant last season?
I think the big thing for me and the whole team is that we don't want to get complacent and let our past accomplishments define us now. Like, we want to keep living in the moment and keep getting better and better. So just because we won last year doesn't mean we don't want to win again this year and keep on winning.
Completely respect that mentality. What I also want to know in a more personal note, you've been dominant on the Reinhardt since I first met you, really. And what I want to know, obviously last season, the playoffs, meta went in a little bit of a different direction. What does it feel like to be back here now on Rein at the tip of the spear?
Yeah, that feels good. Let me tell you, Jake. I'm kind of a Rein god, if you've seen. I kind of dominate the opposition with relative ease. It feels good to be playing my hero and doing what I do.
Thank you so much, Super. Back to you guys on the casting desk.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yeah, that was certainly an interview from Super. I
love him.
I mean, it will never get old. I mean, he doesn't care the fact that he's in front of the hometown crowd.
Just getting booed, saying he dominates his opponents with relative ease.
That was our Coca-Cola victory moment. But coming up now, we've got, of course, our player of the match. And, I mean, we've been just really gushing over this guy over the course of the entire cast. It's the one and only, it's got to be, as soon as it comes up, any minute now, I swear to you, it will. It's Architect. This guy, yeah, he's flexing over to a role that he's not known for. He's played it before previously with triple support compositions before the role lock, but he performed well above what any of us were expecting on this role.
Oh, absolutely. To fill in for Violet on this role and to be able to deliver this kind of performance, every nano boost was fantastic. Sleep darts all over the place, getting big value out of it, and then also the Bionades just seemed to be threaded through from nowhere. He was opening portals in the map and chucking Bionades.
Yes, yeah. Getting insane value. I mean, look at some of these statistics here. Biotic grenade kills, 41 in this match alone.
Enemies slept 47. Now, it wasn't like every single enemy slept was huge. They weren't all shutdowns on enemy DPS, but he had his fair share of them, and he also just had consistent sleep darts to slow down the Dallas Fuel when they were trying to play high tempo compositions. It's the small things that all add up, and it's so amazing that he's able to fill in on this role. I think he's like Krusty's little prodigy in some sense.
In some sense, he may be.
He just seems to be able to play everything. Absolutely everything.
With that being said, that is going to be it for the cast of the matches. Oh, no, not quite. I believe we still have the schedule to showcase. But as it stands right now, thank you very much for watching. And we will see you. But do not go anywhere if you're watching online. We have the Watchpoint post-show coming up right after this break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Rise down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
your second day of opening weekend definitely delivered, as we saw the Boston Uprising and champions San Francisco Shock make their season debut. Welcome back to the Watchpoint Post Show in Los Angeles. My name is Zoe, and I am joined by Wolf, Casta, and Reinforced. What was your biggest takeaway of that second day here on opening weekend?
I think for me, I'm going to sum it into a whole weekend and say that I think the vision of the Overwatch League is finally realized. We have homestands. This is just the first pair of homestands. We've got many, many more weeks of Overwatch League to come. Both homestands are really exciting. Fans around the world got to watch games happen simultaneously in 2 cities during one weekend, and I think it's the beginning of a beautiful future for this league.
For me, it's just been the awesome matches. It's been 5 months without Overwatch, and we're coming in. We got a new meta. We got a lot of new players. We got exciting new players coming in from all corners of the world. So I'm just excited about Overwatch, but I guess I'm a former pro, so I'm a bit lame like that.
I'm just excited about breaking down games and doing analysis. That's really cool.
And you're great at it too, and I'm so very happy to have you guys here. It's been amazing so far, and we have so much yet to come. Now, we saw the 2019 champions Shock return to the stage to defend their crown against the hosting Dallas Fuel. So how dominant do you feel the Shock looked like today?
Honestly, they looked a little shaky, but I kind of have to credit Dallas Fuel for that. They looked a lot better than they did yesterday. They showed a lot of really positive signs of improvement and what we were to expect in the future from them. Doha and Decay really pulling it through, but honestly, Gamsu and Trill showing good games. Just good signs all around for Dallas.
I was just mostly impressed by San Francisco's ability to figure out Dallas, because ultimately, as I broke down earlier, I think Dallas Fuel had a good strategy going for them, and San Francisco struggled initially against Dallas Fuel. But over the course of the series, San Francisco Shock, they were just so smart and figured it out and adapted and played a lot of different compositions. So I'm still just very impressed by how smart the guys are on San Francisco Shock. Big brain players.
I think the cool thing to look at for San Francisco Shock is just how much flexibility they've already shown in one series, and the depth that their roster has, even with On, so we didn't see it all today, just makes you wonder, how far this team can really go throughout, I keep mentioning it throughout today's shows that we've been doing together, but the hero rotations are coming, and that is a huge thing that's going to be valued later in the season, is how much flexibility your roster has. We already saw a ton of that today.
Now, based on the games we saw this weekend, would you change your projections as of right now for any of the teams?
For Dallas, definitely, I feel like a lot of people rated them like as a 15, 16 kind of team. I could see them rise up to maybe like 12, 13, or maybe even 11. I still think they're pretty one-dimensional. A lot of people will look at this game and be like, wow, they played really good against San Francisco Shock. Maybe we should anticipate more from Dallas. But on the opposite, I think that San Francisco Shock just showed the entire league how to actually beat Dallas Fuel. And Dallas Fuel, it's not promising to me that they're playing Trill and Gamsu so much, because it is so one-dimensional. You need an off-tank player to be able to play the Diva and shake things up. So while a lot of people will praise Dallas Fuel for their performance today, I think that a lot of teams will look at this match and say, well, this is how you beat Dallas Fuel.
I think just across the board, predictions going into the season are kind of thrown out the window. We've seen a lot of really cool and crazy
That's why I call them projections, so no one can hold you accountable.
Yeah, so my projections, sorry, were all wrong. We've seen a lot of moving around, especially from the bottom 10. We saw London sort of move up in everyone's projections and then go back down today. So it's a little all over the place, and we'll find out more over the next couple of weeks.
Well, also in Dallas, we had a game between the Valiant, who took on the Titans in a grudge match, actually, because it was the Valiants who took one away from them last season. And even though they did get swept, Costa, what was your highlight of that match? Are you happy with how the Valiant performed?
I definitely don't think they're up to the standard of what we've been hearing about them. We've heard they've had incredibly high highs, but we're just not seeing that on the stage this weekend. And I think they can sort of, work on their stage presence and sort of bringing that together. But for right now, they're not the team that we all hoped that they would be. Or at least I hope they would be.
Maybe it was all FOMO, man. Maybe you shouldn't have believed the rumors so much. Maybe it was all...
He was the one leaking the rumors, most likely.
One random person just said, Valiant are good, and I just rode with it. I'm just running with it as far as I can.
That's good. I like that. The positivity we need.
For me, going back onto the Vancouver side of things, I feel like we saw an incredible performance from Hoxel on Genji, and like I was mentioning before, I think hero pools are going to lead to a lot of dive compositions, and Genji is going to be really relevant in a lot of those. And I mean, honestly, is Genji really going to be removed in some of these rotations? Probably not for a while, right? Since he's seen so little play. And I also want to point out that I feel like, yeah, Jaehong is on this roster, but Twilight just seemed to outperform him here on day 2 of this weekend. And it makes me wonder how much Jaehong will really see, because even though Jaehong played great yesterday, and it was really cool to see him actually play with Hoxel together in that duo, I feel like Twilight is by far the better Ana right now. So I don't know if Jaehong is going to have much of a place on this team.
Well, I mean, I think this is something you guys already mentioned yesterday. It's very likely that Jaehong has maybe also been taken onto by this team for his leadership role. You know, kind of, he has so much experience and he has so much leadership. Maybe kind of just, you know, hurt the cats a little bit. Maybe keep Fischer in line, like, who knows? Talking about Fischer, how did you guys feel like he meshed with the team? How did he perform? And what's the longevity projection for Fischer on this team?
Honestly, I was pretty skeptical of him yesterday, but today he was all over Valiant. He played really well, kind of showed Gig, what's up, welcome to the league. So I was really impressed with him. I think he's starting to mesh with this team, and I think in the next few weeks you'll really see it coming together, and Vancouver will be the force that you expect.
The thing with Fischer as well that I really appreciate is that a lot of the time, especially back in the days, you would have a main tank who would specialize in Reinhardt or specialize in Winston. It certainly took me even some time to adapt to playing both Winston and Reinhardt. But the thing about Fischer is that he is equally good on both those heroes. Like, he really excels on both. And I think that's a huge part of the Vancouver Titans team, is that now they're sort of like meta-proof. They don't really have Bumper, who's, in my opinion, was better on Reinhardt than it was on Winston. Now they can play Fischer, and as such, they can play all kinds of compositions. And if he fits into the team well, it's going to show a lot of promise for Vancouver Titans moving forward.
Well, we have so much more coming up here on Watchpoint. And next up, we will be...
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Batman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Our first match of the day was between the Spitfire and the Paris Eternal, and London, they took a tough loss today against Paris. Why do you guys think they could really take flight? I worked all day on this one, all right?
I think we mentioned it at the top of the show. They just struggled to adapt to whatever Paris Eternal brought out. And I think you have to give some credit to Paris Eternal for actually flexing around a lot and playing a lot of different compositions. But at the same token, if you're looking at London Spitfire's part of things, I think that they were a bit too stale. It looked like they were a bit hesitant at times in fights. they stood around for a bit too long and weren't as decisive going into fights with what ultimates they should use or whatever. So that tells me that this is still a squad that's getting used to playing with each other. So they got some stuff to work on moving forward.
I was just going to say, because it's got a thought as well, but I was just going to say, for Paris Eternal, I mentioned earlier, I thought, we've got a great coaching staff now from Element Mystic. They've got Xe, we know Hanbin's coming later, Sparkle's coming later as well. But I do want to give credit to Nico and FD God as well as two players that in this weekend played incredibly well. FD God really saw Lucio play, and I have to say, Paris Eternal looks like they have a bright future ahead of themselves. If they can stay even before Sparkle, I think they could surge ahead, maybe even make top 10 if they continue to do this well.
And that's my thing. I think Paris, a lot of people were rating them incredibly low because of their performance last year, but Nico, FD God, they're both playing really well, and I think that they actually can make it halfway through this year when Sparkle comes in, and they should have a positive record if they keep playing this way, especially with how much XZ is popping off. I think you can see this team do pretty well. It is a stretch. I'm looking on the positive side, but I think it can be good.
Reinforce looks like he wants to disagree.
We have
with
Hanbin
you.
coming in 2 weeks as well, remember.
Squinting, but like, yeah, we have Hanbin coming as well, but I feel like if you look at yesterday's performance as well, I feel like Toronto Defiant almost crushed the Paris Eternal, so I don't want to read into this win too much, okay? Like, Paris Eternal, they have a lot of good pieces, and XG is certainly in the front of those. But I feel like looking at this performance, I'm a bit skeptical of how much London Spitfire actually competed with them and how well London Spitfire actually performed. So while Paris Eternal won 3-0 pretty convincingly on the back of XC, I feel like Paris Eternal, you can't really rate them that highly yet until we actually see Hanbin with the team.
Yeah, I think generally, like, the first game of any team, that's always a bit of it's like the first pancake. It's kind of a toss, Like, just kind of, it is for everyone at home who ever made pancakes. Like, that's kind of how it is, right? Like,
That's why waffles are better. You just put them in a maker and they come out right.
Bad take.
Come on.
That's a hot take, and I don't accept it. Anyway, let's talk about the other match we saw today, and that was, of course, the Boston Uprising. They also had their season debut, but unfortunately, it was against the NYXL in front of their home crowd nonetheless. Any positive takeaways from you guys from the Boston performance?
They looked okay at times, but it was they're not exceeding expectations in my opinion. They are still a bottom at least 5 team. I want to see more from them. As I said, I want to see the off tanks.
Okay,
we have Axiom and Fusions playing.
Let's actually flip this question around then. Where did they fall flat? Like, did something actually really stand out, which you feel is a easy, quote-unquote, easy fix?
I just think they didn't adapt well at all. I think they need to come to some sort of agreement or like work out what their style is as a team. And they need to come up with something that has like adaptability. Right now they're playing the double main tank with Axiom and Fusions, and I just think that limits you so much. And if they're playing that 100% of the time on every single map, you're going to get found out.
Yeah, it felt like Boston almost like came in with a sheet of paper into this series and were like, the coaches were like, okay, these are the comps you're going to run in this series. And then New York Excelsior just adapted and swapped up, and then Boston was like, okay, now what do we do? What do we do? They countered us.
Page two.
Yeah, page 2. Where's the page 2, coach?
There's nothing on the back.
So you have to give some credit for Boston Uprising because I think they played some decent compositions, but then as the maps progress, New York just figured them out, and just on paper, New York is a better team. So Uprising were never really in it.
I feel like this team has a great leader in Fusions, but I mean, we know that. But if you just look at how they played this weekend, it doesn't feel like it, right? From the outside looking in, it doesn't feel like there's strong leadership. It doesn't feel like strong decisions are being made. You're seeing Swimmer, young rookie player, try to take 1v1s against Jonak instead of staying on the cart. You're seeing some of these decisions being made by players who played in the league last year, and some have played for multiple years, making rookie mistakes. And I mean, I think it's time to tighten up. I mean, if you're Color Hex, you've got to be, you're a veteran now. Fusion's a leader. It's time to tighten up the play. It's time to take this to the next level because there is talent on this team, but it needs to be harnessed.
For sure.
Similarly, we have to talk about New York Excelsior as well, because that was a dominant performance from them, and they have a lot of good pieces coming together. So this weekend, I really appreciated seeing Hotba and Who Are You in action. I thought they brought a lot to the table, and they brought a lot more explosiveness. So New York Excelsior, a team that's really on the up. I was going to say They're not rising up. I'm not. That's cruel. But they are definitely performing better. So I'm looking forward to see more from New York Excelsior moving forward.
I would have loved that pun, just for the
Yeah, that
record.
would've been
I think
great.
that would have
You had
been
it
right
and you
down
didn't
my
want
alley.
Cruel, nah.
Anyway, we got so much more coming your way. Alt Economy as well as Hindsight will be up next as Watchpoint Post Show will continue just after this.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
At times, the Vancouver Titans seem to be a little bit, let's call it liberal, with their use of their ultimates. Luckily, we have Professor Wolf here with us for this week's Alt Economy presented by State Farm to break down all that action. Wolf, what you got for us?
Well, I want to break you guys through this situation that happened here on Blizzard World in the second map between the Vancouver Titans and Los Angeles Valiant. It's zoomed in for you guys, so if you take a look at the ultimates right now, you can see both teams are about to have 12 ults online. We're running out of time here for the Vancouver Titans on their attack. They have EMP here, but should they use it is the big question here as they move through to try to take the point. Rain doesn't have sound barrier yet. There's a lot going on. So if we actually roll the clip forward, you'll see that Vancouver Titans end up using both the EMP and the Primal Rage, despite the fact that Hoxall gets an opening kill here. So they get to hold the Dragon Blade for the next fight with Nano Boost, but they utilize 2 ultimates here, which means the next fight is going to be a lot more difficult for them. Notice the LA Valiant hold all 6 ultimates coming into this last fight. They know there's 19 seconds left on the clock. They only need to make one last stand. So they intentionally rushed into that fight without using any ultimates, basically bought a little bit of time, hoped that the Vancouver Titans would use ultimates, which they did. Then they head into this next fight where they have all 6 online. KSF in this moment is able to make a really clutch play. They know the only focus here is on Hoxall. If they could shut down the Blade, they're going to be able to make this fight work because they've got 6 ultimates. So if we roll it forward here, you'll see KSF is able to freeze Hoxall during the Nano Blade and then is able to shut him down subsequently with the Blizzard. So the Blizzard here with his freeze together shuts him down. He's in the immortality field here. Or rather, he's not in immortality field. It looked like he was there because he wasn't dying. But yeah, he doesn't die initially, but they do shut him down. They have the sound barrier to follow it up. The Blizzard helps slow. And don't act like this hasn't happened once today, Johnny.
That was so a great summary. We were talking about this in the green room, and he did a really good job of explaining it. I think the thing to underline there is when they went with that EMP, Fisher went just a little bit too aggressive on that one. Forced to use his Primal Rage. If he had that for the next fight, they could have engaged with the Monkey ult, and it would have given everyone a ton more space.
Yeah, KSF wouldn't have been able to get in there and freeze like that.
Exactly. So just like minor mistakes make a big difference in the Overwatch League level.
Well, and as we conclude, thank you, Wolf, by the way.
Yeah.
Just dropping it in there. As we conclude the opening weekend, we figured we, take a look at everything which unfolded with a little bit more perspective in a beautiful segment, which is called Hindsight. Wolf, start us off.
I think for me, in hindsight, this weekend, home crowds make a bigger difference than I thought they would. Dallas Fuel performing very well in that last match against Shock. Okay, very well. Let's take that with a grain of salt. But doing a lot better than people expected, especially after their previous day performance. My in-ear is just flying out, but that's okay. In hindsight, I probably need a mold for my ear. But but yeah, I think when you look at NYXL as well, with how they performed and how dominant they looked, it's just been pretty consistent that overall the homestands do make the teams play better. The home crowd does have a huge impact.
All right, for me, in hindsight, Valiant's good, not great, like I was hoping. And Titans, they're just better. They are significantly better than I thought they were going to be this year. I was one of those haters on Vancouver. Even when they came in last season, I was like, you know, they're not going to be that good. They are just that good. I'm going to stop doubting you. I'm going to stop doubting you, Fisher. I expect you guys to go really far because you guys have been showing great games and great versatility.
And for me, my hindsight of the week is that Kostas actually not as good as an analyst I thought he would be.
Wow.
He got a few predictions wrong. I'm in the lead in terms of predictions, and in terms of breaking down plays, I mean, he's never gone down the rabbit hole, so I don't really know what he's doing here. I know that Kostas is very handsome. I know he got the looks. He has a lot of fans coming from Valiant, but so far, his analysis hasn't really been on point, so I'm looking forward to see how he improves moving on throughout the season, and if he can actually make a big difference on the desk.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming, to be honest. But, you know, Reinforce, don't sell yourself short. You got the looks as well.
I thought no, absolutely not. You can't give him that. You can't give him the analysis and the looks. I need something.
I literally only gave him the looks just there.
You want to stay on the desk? Don't leave me.
I also have hindsight, and I feel like a lot of people would agree with that one. I'm just going to, you know, throw that out there. I think maybe, just maybe, don't tactically crouch on the home team in their home arena whilst you're actually losing the game. But saying it out loud, also, please do all of what I just said, because that made for so much entertainment. I love that move. I love it. I love to hear that energy. I love the booing. I love the players, like, kind of, you know, when you're playing in front of not your home audience, that fuels you as well. I love them feeding into the hate. That was really phenomenal. I loved it.
Yeah, you saw a lot more of that in these homestands. Everyone's ready that they're going to be traveling all the time. Before last year, it was only a couple of homestands, so everyone was pretty reserved. But I think everyone's coming out. I'm not going to be playing that much at home. I'm going to be doing something. May as well make a statement.
That is right. Now, we still have a lot more games to come, obviously, in this season. So let's take a look at our Saturday schedule. It is stacked. That smile on your face, Reinforce. I wish the audience could see it. We have more teams making their season debuts, as the Mayhem will take on the Outlaws, and the Justice will face the hosting team, the Philadelphia Fusion. Which match of these are you actually the most excited about? And why is it the Mayhem with their new team colors?
Yeah, it's actually Mayhem, because I think they have a lot of good pickups coming in. Obviously, Yaki is going to be a great addition to that team, very versatile player. And then you have Gangnam Jim coming in as well. So a lot of good parts about the Florida Mayhem this season, and we'll see if they actually make it above mid-table.
I'm honestly most excited for the Houston Outlaws. That's a team I've been incredibly hard on this offseason. I'm trying to work out how this team is going to come together, and I hope they prove me wrong. I hope they come in and they slam slam on the Florida Mayhem.
You've already had Valiant fans. You can't hug the Outlaws fans as well. You can't have all of them.
You bring them all, put them in a nice little pile, and we're all going to have a great time this year.
He's our desk panda bear. That's just what's happening. Wolf, which one gets you excited?
I mean, obviously, I think, I don't know why neither of you guys said this, but I think the obvious choice for me is the Philadelphia Fusion. I want to see how they play in front of their home crowd. They weren't able to do that last year. It's kind of a curse with our you know, grand final city teams so far. Philly went to London, whereas New York didn't. Or sorry, Philly faced London and New York, whereas New York couldn't make it. Then going into the next season, Philly didn't make the grand finals. Now they get to have their first live match, their first homestand, and they made a lot of changes to their roster as well. So I'm kind of curious, is this team going to perform with this? They have a lot of DPS players. How are they going to manage that? And I think we'll get a good taste of that against Washington.
We will indeed. There is no way around it. Now, Wolf, thank you so much for joining us all day and lending us all your insight. Guys, thankful, as per usual, to both of you as well.
Thank you, Wolf.
Thank you, Wolf.
Thank you, Wolf.
Well, we're going to be right here again next week, and we have Jake, who will be joining us on the desk. So there is more Watchpoint coming your way. That's it for us here at the Overwatch League studios in LA. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you again next weekend.
Hashtag howl for Wolf.
Woo!
mix.